a wonderful electronic invention I want you to see.
We got to the point where we could control the laws of nature by guidance and electronics.
close in on the flankers first.
This FlyQuest doing their best to just hide in hell off of what they had, and
trying to hop on. He's good for the first one. Alexis popping off, and Alexis!
Quest are doing the damn thing.
Now you have a stun you have to deal with you. Managing to dodge that has to take a fight. Well, snaps. Oh, it's Aria with the own. And again, Lace has to do it on their own. And Lace saves the day for FlyQuest.
it's another exciting year of Game Changers. Welcome everyone to VALORANT Game Changers presented by Verizon. They left two troublemakers in charge. It's me and Vance. You guys know. It's gotta be a disaster day with us on the mic.
Already disastrous. I forgot my gel in Canada, so I just got like my hair is just gonna be all over the place. I apologize, chat. No makeup for me today, but it's gonna be a good day. Yep, there's gonna be chaos throughout the whole day. We're doing desk, we're doing casting, but at least we have some great games in store for today. In round 2, a Swiss stage rather in this Game Changers NA 1 for 2025. This is gonna be stoked because we have already an amazing matchup to kick things off.
Yeah, 16 teams join us in Swiss out of 2 qualifiers that went down, and only half of these 16 teams will go to the main event. 4 wins, you're in. 4 losses, you're out. It's as simple as that. And of course, your Swiss record matters to get a favorable opponent in that main event. And like Vance said, this is round 2. And if you missed what happened in Swiss round 1, well, check out this video.
What's up, everybody? Welcome to VALORANT North American Game Changers, the first day of the Swiss stage.
Follow-up, good fault line to set that up. Oh, and how about that? That's one way of doing it. Get a little bit more favorable for KB. Yeah, follow up on the trees. Don't line up. This will be a 1v3. Neural Theft still pings again. Adria in the corner trying to find the timing. Melia shuts it down. A huge 1v3.
That's right. If you missed all the streams going in here from the open qualifiers into the round 1 of the Swiss stage, you've missed some amazing matches. But thankfully, if you're here today, you're going to see some good ones too. And if you're looking at the Swiss stage bracket, it looks like it's very convoluted so far here, Lemon Kiwi, but at least there's some orgs we could pay attention to.
Yeah, big shout out to Shopify Rebellion, Ghost Gaming, FlyQuest, YFP, even Fisher College. Like, we got some collegiate representation here. Yeah. Just everyone putting a spotlight on all these amazing players, and just a convoluted graphic just to mean 4 wins you're in, 4 losses you're out, and 16 teams. Like, this is going to be a gauntlet.
For sure, and thankfully going into this one, we're covering the 1-0s. So whoever's coming out of these matches for the 2v03s we're casting on in this channel, which is Valorant_Americas here, it's definitely going to move forward to the 2-0 column. And some very good games, at least to start. Kicking things off in match number 1, we will start with Shopify Rebellion Gold and Wada. And dude, we've done some kickoff together here at Lemon Kiwi, and Wada is an amazing team to look out for.
Yeah, imagine like we just have the best first match of this second week. Like you got the kickoff champions of Wada versus the, I don't know, entire 2024 champions who didn't lose a main event or also won the world championship. That's crazy. But we also have a lot of familiar names joining us and other matches going on. Like a big shout out to Aussie and friends who have Jazzykins and Slandy playing on that team. Glad they made a team together. You got Ghost Gaming with Bunny Bee, and then the return of beloved teams like Teddy Tactics, Catnappers, and Catface. We got a lot of familiar names, but also the next generation of stars joining us.
100%. Even looking at the Aussie and friends is also Riv and the return of Lydia, aka Tupperware, who played like in the first iterations of Game Changers back in the Immortals roster, if not mistaken. So yeah, definitely a lot of players making their return. Even Kaide is competing in Game Changers right now and focusing in competing in this so far. So good luck to her and her team and see how that's going to go. But at least for today, focusing on today's matches, it is, again, as we just mentioned, Shopify Rebellion Gold versus Wada. And you've just mentioned it here on at the same time, Jen. You mentioned that, you know, the champs of the champs, the cream of the crop, still the team to beat in Shopify Rebellion. And they also have been pretty much unstoppable. A team that hasn't played during kickoff because they were also competing during challengers in this season. So making waves, continuing on for being a, how can I put this, at the forefront for Game Changers to show that they could also compete, qualifying into challengers, and now being unstoppable in this first iteration of Game Changers North America Season 1, or Split 1, we'll call it.
Yeah, and this is their era post-Fluorescent, where we already got to see kind of what they can do in challengers and how they're able to contest in the co-ed scene. But Game Changers has always been their playground. This is where they flourish, and now they get Dodo Nut instead of Fluorescent, which congratulations to Fluorescent for getting signed to Apex. Like, Shopify Rebellion Gold have been just breaking records from being the first GC team in challengers to now sending Fluorescent to VCT. It's amazing what they can do.
And the crazy part too, and I'm going to take a moment for that just to go on a small tangent about Fluorescent. And you know, a lot of the community were also questioning Fluorescent was owning going into Game Changers. What is she going to do when she's going to go to the VCTs? And even though Apex are 0-5 in the MEA, you definitely know that Fluorescent not only hangs with the best of the best in EMEA, but also owns the best of the best in EMEA and has gotten all the respect as well from the players already. But I'm happy to see that the community is also saying, okay, well, Fluorescent definitely is the real deal, and you could definitely get some good talent coming out here from Game Changers, and hopefully to continue that way. And speaking about more great talent and up-and-comers, the other team is Wada, the team that's facing off here against Shopify Rebellion Gold, a team as well that has been orgless going into kickoff, and it was just like a for fun kind of thing that these players were put together to do and just wanted to pug it out. But realizing after winning everything here, Lemon Kiwi, they're like, okay, well, maybe there's a chance for us to actually continue to get circuit points, move forward, and potentially represent North America in the Game Changers champs.
And this is one of the best teams to potentially try and break the armor, the impenetrable armor that is Shopify Rebellion Gold. Wanted a one kickoff, but SRG weren't in that tournament. They were trying to hide their cards, maybe practicing for challengers, whatnot. But a huge key to success has been Starbound's Chamber. Like a clear MVP in their last match, a pocket pick, and is getting the most amount of first kills for the team. So just hoping that that confidence translates. That's the only thing you could ever nitpick about Starbound, despite being a huge veteran in the scene. Absolutely frags on the chamber, but how will that want to present itself against a team as good as SRG?
100%. And when you're looking at Wada, the way that he played with the chamber too, and a lot of the successes were around, for example, Lotus. I remember seeing Starbound on that map, but also Bind was a very strong one too. But Bind is out of the rotation. You have to try to evolve into different maps. And props to, again, what Wada has been creating, and also with King Fred, ex-assistant coach of FlyQuest Red, now a head coach of Wada, and also a team looking to get signed moving into Game Changers. But King Fred making sure that the team could actually play to the best of their strength with the agents that they want to play. So if it's PowerPixel or Starbound want to play KO all the time or Chamber all the time, Fred will make it work, and you've seen the successes come through. And just as you mentioned here, Jen, they didn't play against the Shopify Rebellion because Shopify Rebellion Gold did not compete at kickoff, but they still beat the second best team that's always finished second places in last year in the North American scene pretty much most of the time, and that's FlyQuest Red. So that's, you know, something you have to be proud of for sure. And going into this game, having a lot of confidence, knowing that you could already topple the best, and now you probably could topple the cream of the crop being Shopify today.
And we'll just see kind of based on the tape that we have or don't have out there what the map selection is going to be. This is still a best of 3. Both our teams kicking off with wins. SRG winning over Catnappers last week. Wada winning over Berserkers Dawn. And now looking at this, we got Split, Ascent, and then Icebox as their decider. Wada wants Split. SRG want Ascent. And just kind of based on last week, SRG had picked Lotus and Wada had picked Split. So another Split return for Wada.
This is huge, actually. I think it's going into once again, King Fred's ability to understand Shopify Rebellion Gold, because maybe they haven't played it during the game changers for SRG, but they have played it in challengers and were 1 in 3 in those games. And he, at the same time, is assistant coaching into another team in challengers, which I forget. I think it's Ambrosia. So there's definitely some practice coming through and some VODs and some abilities of knowing how Shopify Rebellion Gold can kind of set up around this, and then finally find ways to like potentially how SRG could play this map. So going into this veto, I think it's a great veto going onto their side. But the second map, even though it's like a bench map, or you could see some bench comps, it's still SRG on this map, and definitely a tough team to play against on this map.
Yeah, SRG haven't shown us a lot of weaknesses, and just the narrative overall for this match is so exciting. Like, minus the, champions versus champions, it's also like the vets of game changers of SRG versus what I feel like is the next generation of game changers. Like, yes, Starbound and PowerPix LA have a tremendous amount of experience, and now they're bringing kind of these new players under their wing. I'm thinking about Sleepy Aria, aka Femboy, taking on the duelist mantle, Juna, who just kind of played in mostly Sakura Cups and hadn't even really done game changers up until this point, and they went and won kickoff, so that says a lot about them.
For sure. And now we see we're floating through a split here, just waiting for the agents select. And mind you, when I told you that over at Ambrosia, the team that King Fred assistant coached to play against SRG, unfortunately they actually won that map 13-4 against Shopify Rebellion Gold. So he definitely knows how he could take advantage of what Shopify Rebellion could bring. And if you're looking at the agent select, this is also a very similar composition that SRG has been running going into challengers. But on the side of Wada, definitely not the same composition that King Fred is used to, because again, you just want to make sure that you're playing to the strength of what Wada brings. So Storebound is going to stay as a chamber. They're going to play a double sentinel on top of that, but also playing Teho as single initiator. That's going to be the interesting one. If you're looking at this composition here, Lemon Kiwi on the side of Wada, from what pops in my eyes is that there's not going to be great utility to really try to assist Femboy to be fairly quickly and aggressive on main fights. I think you're once again going to have to try to leverage Starbound, move with Femboy together as a duo and try to go for this trade capability, Starbound at the point, and then finally when you create that space, that's where Femboy could pick it through around the Teho utility. I'm assuming that's how the game plan is going to go, but we'll have to witness that one once we get into server.
For sure. And then Dodona gets to bring the Yoru over, paired with Alexis's flashes, which if Alexis is not dropping 20 assists, like, there's a problem. Everybody on SR Gold is on their best agent. Thinking about even Mel, who's going to bring a lot of that leadership. She is just the biggest studier in the game. Like, she knows so much, not only about her team, but also her opponents. Like, everything from even knowing what the sensitivity that everyone plays at. Like, that was such a quirky thing I learned about her. And everyone on this team is so stacked, and I'm excited to see how this is going to go. And yeah, how you're going to enable Femboy on the other side. It's going to be a lot of Juna with the paranoias, or what do you think?
I don't know. I'm just thinking, based on what you were saying about the fun fact of Mel, is that, okay, Starbound plays at a 1.3 800 DPI, which means that they will not be able to swing as fast unless let's take advantage of that. You think that's how Mel thinks?
Probably.
That'll be so nerdy and awesome.
She probably knows like exactly how they're gonna run the pistols, so that's just how good she is. But Starbound, with a quick peek from Dodonut of all things. SRG trying to test the waters, but Starbound holds their ground.
That's not how you're going to win the pistol, to kick things off that way, but they were trying to find some sort of way to get forward position from Dodonut, and she also has TP. right? So you're trying to find information at the very beginning, playing it very slow on the side of Wada. They get the first blood and pick. This is what we're talking about. You're going to have to continue with slow scaling, potentially here waiting for the next TP to come through for Starbound so they can set it up and work together. Now with the explosion for a split into the B site, it seems that Wada will have this open area to plant, and you're forcing SRG to play a full 4-player retake.
Oh, there's the barrier to just lock out Noya, who's trying to go for early peaks, and staying behind is Astralis, because once this barrier is gone, you don't want to give up that high ground control, and Noya just gets jump scared by Astralis, who's going to try and play their life, but this battle for the high ground is going to be pretty important. And Noya doesn't want to get flanked either, making sure mid is clear. Now SRG set their sights forward while the spike is planted. There's the fault line from Alexis looking for targets. Wada try to stay as hidden as they can, but it seems like another day at the office. But you got to deal with Starbound, who's looking for the 3rd kill for Wada this round alone, and Mel gets taken out. Noya's in a 1v2, and Wada just have to hold it down, and they do.
Very well done by Wada towards the end, but it really looked like the fundamentals and what SRG were trying to do on the retake was quite nice. Mel throwing that one-way smoke on New Box doesn't really allow Wada to get great angles to try to trade off against the players that are stuck outside of the site. Flush away by the SRG utility with the fault line and salvos in the back of the site. That said, though, once again, those 2 players that were blocked out towards that front utilized the one-way smoke and also the pillar to just play within Shopify Rebellion goal smoke and fight within that area to not allow here Shopify to get inside the radius for a defuse. So very, very nicely done on the retaliation towards the end, forcing now SRG on the save, who they just seem to want to control orb and not try to give that away to the side of the attack. As you can definitely see here for PowerPix LA, they're pretty close here, almost halfway into the Armageddon. So shutting that down is a great start for SRG. And for Wada, well, they got better weapons, right? Splitting out towards mid control. They also have Juna inserted inside fence. Wada should have an easy run-in towards the A site and leverage Juna for his blade lurk.
Kind of this noise from Juna is pulling attention towards them, so Wada can try to move in, exploding onto the site. You already have Femboy getting into position. Smoked off is the rest of SRG. And another first blood goes in Wada's favor, for Sarah could make her impact known. But Starbound, the outlaw, that's pretty loud and proud. And the peek from Bell, the immediate teleport out. This is pretty clinical from Wada, as you would expect with the weapons that they have. But I'm just kind of impressed how the protocols are looking this smooth this early.
Yeah, this is what's going to be annoying here for Shopify Rebellion to deal with. So far, with every time you're executing for Wada inside these sites, they are also leveraging Astralis a lot.
One enemy remaining.
We'll talk about that in a bit. Noya is tapping onto that spike and bringing it halfway. Okay, never mind. Not with those satchels. But to continue on then, Jen, the utility right now from Astralis with the Gravnet you throw on the execution, 40-second refreshes now with the changes going into the deadlock. You could actually use that as a denial from, you know, in a similar way as the salvos are getting refreshed every 35, just to make sure that you guarantee some rounds. Plus the wall is going to be a problem to deal with here for Shopify, and they have to find ways to probably stop Astralis early in the rounds so that Wada cannot really set up as comfortably here in the pulse plants.
How you can make Wada uncomfortable in those close plants, maybe off that cosmic divide, but also just Wada conditioning SRG to just be on the lookout for Starbound at all times. That sniper in check over on the A side. SRG have had to now maybe think about investing more than just kind of dry peeking Starbound, who's taking W's. SRG are going to have to go in pairs to deal with this, but as a result, it gives up a lot of mid-map control now to Wada.
Sensor down.
Definitely know someone's there.
Yeah, and actually information on 3 players for Wada, because Starbound getting pushed the way that he did at the very beginning knows that there's 2 players controlling the orb on A, and then with the sonic sensor getting completed and busted on the top events, it's weak side B. So I love the pivot back on Wada, go back inside the garage and go for a 3-1 swing to punish Mel in the very beginning, and now there's no smoke to delay. Thankfully, at least, Sarah and Alexis still have salvos and Armageddon, and fault line to stop the second wave hit. Wada once again has an opportunity for a clean take towards the site.
After the double key from Wada, SRG had already stacked over on this side, and Alexis has been ready to try and set up Sarah for success. The double initiators that were smoked off and just kind of have to wait to see what the move is from Wada. And now knowing mid is clear, there's a barrier in fence. They try to take high ground, but Noya is still prime and ready. All of SRG held their angles, and Wada just did not surprise them. Once SRG found out their game plan, it was over.
Hey, unfortunately, it was a very, very late call for Wada. At the time to call to fall back, I don't know if they were trying to force a rotate back towards the A site or just try to go for a late push into heaven. But the late push into heaven just gives an opportunity here for SRG to be in perfect positions inside the B site and also already rotated on the top of the staircase because you already made so much noise at the very beginning, and Mel already saw 3 players walk into B main that took her down. And there's no way to move back towards the A side because you already had Australis throw a wall on top of Ven, so you're just cutting your own time down. And it seems like you just walked into and ran into a meat grinder and just got eliminated towards that B heaven side. So a slight mistake in the mid-round calling in my eyes for Wada, but at least they've done that damage. It was a bonus round coming through. They only invested into the outlaw that was on that second round for Starbound. Some pistols around, keeping the economy low against Shopify Rebellion Gold. And SRG, given that respect to Starbound, full armor in this round with the exception of Sarah, so that Starbound, they know that Starbound will try to come out with an off or at least an outlaw early into these rounds. So that is another key component for Wada and the respect given to them and to keep the economy quite low on the buy for SRG this round.
Here.
And Starbound's hitting this A side pretty consecutively, but this time they're using Astralis and these grav nets to flesh out these corners around ramp and try and draw out targets into this op sight line. Now that they're smoked off, Wada on in. Femboy gets caught. Donut will not be perturbed. The 3, the 4th on the drop. I can already hear the ace chants for Donut. There were a crowd. Oh, but you gotta hunt down Starbound. Yeah, see, Vance got you. Kind of sounds demonic though a little bit, but Sarah took the ace.
But a beautiful flawless, and that is going to be another issue here for Wada, as you see. So at least the macro at the very beginning when they're trying to manipulate the map is actually quite good and doing a great job at punishing Shopify Rebellion Gold in the very beginning. But you're seeing that SRG are not overextending this round or that previous round, and you're running through smokes. The utility that comes through here from Wada, they're not playing a breach, so their only flash that they have is going to have to be an omen. You can't get that position on top there, on the top of heaven. So you have to be a little bit more cleaner on your fundamentals, swing outside the smokes to make sure that you guarantee a trade. But unfortunately, it's 3 individual one-on-one running through smokes that makes it very easy for Donut to roll. And now she has an op that she stole away from the previous round from Starbound, and it makes it easier for the anti-eco of Wada this round 5.
Wada usually like a really slow round to just play off of picks and using their deadlock to kind of force some action over in vents.
Right.
But this time this deadlock is supporting the ramp side, and now that goes unsmoked, and I don't think Wada expected 2 people to be posted up, and Starbound has won every 1v1 thus far, but crossing into ropes, looks like A will be the focus, and SRG have a good read on it.
And that's what was a good thing. PowerPixel was able to sneak through on the top of middle, but thinking that they were going to be able to get some sort of backstab on heaven. But it all calms down. Everything's going to be a little bit easier for SRG. They're playing a little bit more passive and reactive and letting Wada run into the crosshairs. Ooh.
What the heck? How does the race just drop on you with a classic? I'm surprised even for Donut because she had such a good position to watch heaven with the op, and to drop that. Pretty rough. SRG have to break back in, one of them having a judge, but hey, Wada are going to overextend like this and give up numbers. This is now really guaranteed for SRG, as Astralis has to fight a 1v3 with an op. And almost got the 1, but SRG are back in the lead.
Thought I was through a wall too, and that was very nice by Mel to swing towards the back of Alexis, almost getting caught with the aftershock as she was trying to flush the players out of Wada. And thankfully, again, Mel that was there so to allow here SRG to win that 3v1 towards the tail end of the round. And you were mentioning how did the op get lost there by Donut? That's Femboy, who's been very good with the satchel so far in this game. They've satcheled now great entries towards the top of heaven, and this time around just out from A heaven into the A side to drop the op. But unfortunately, the eco that came through from Wada was not good enough to capitalize on a round win or even a spike plant. But because it was a full eco here, at least they have a buy coming through. And this is now the discussion coming through from King Fred calling his timeout here for Wada. What can you expect now playing against Shopify Rebellion Gold? And how can you stop Donut knowing that she has an op and that you don't have any like flashes or anything to push Donut out of position? And playing as a Yuri here, Jen, you're expecting here Donut to continue to play these ops on the aggressive lines as soon as the barrier comes up towards the A site, middle, for example, or even towards B garage, and she'll try to TP away. I think the responsibility is going to have to be onto Starbound after this timeout to try to figure out and maybe guess where this op could be and force them to go into the duel against Donut. Because, not going to lie, Starbound has had a highlight clip in kickoff with the operator, and we'll see if they have and will be able to continue to hold their responsibility against the star duelist of SRG.
Yeah, the big tools you have with the paranoia and the grab net, and that's just either deny some positions or try and really force a good duel for Wada, which is to set up Starbound for success. And usually that's been on the B side, and this is now a big pivot. You're leaving Juna, who has the ult, who can teleport over on the opposite side when needed, when called upon, and Wada tried to get information off the Armageddon, but now SRG are the ones who pop the Armageddon in mid, and now the spike is down, and you couldn't go anywhere else. That was so beautifully placed by Sarah.
So nice, too, and Alexis went for the timing of the fault line right into the vents where they could escape the Armageddon, but then they go right into the fault line in a double swing from ropes. That's very nice from SRG to react right after the timeout. That's spiked down. Last two players, I think, at this point, you got to save. It's a 5 versus 2. I know there's 45 seconds left, but you've invested so much into the operator already. And I'd like to see the last two players save.
Yeah, maybe thinking Alexis used a bunch of util. They feel confident enough to maybe try and grab the spike. And as long as you have your op like hard aiming, you feel confident about getting a pick if someone were to challenge. But now there's multiple angles to watch. There's vents and heaven, and there's only 2 players from Wada. So the grab on the spike tells me that they don't want to save, and I think Alexis is ready for whatever comes her way.
Yeah, but with 10 seconds left now, it's confirmed. Because the longer you're waiting to grab that spike, you know that the second wave of refreshable utility around Sarah and Alexis are back up. So it renders it very difficult here for you to try to take control of site, which is why, understandably, at the minute mark, the call here from Mel is to turtle up inside the site. Once again, let them come towards you. They can't really find and use util to really catch you off guard, so might as well just play the buddy system and react through a crossfire setup, rather, inside both sites and guarantee the round. That said, though, as you mentioned here, Lemon Kiwi, it was a beautiful, beautiful setup coming out here from Qualifier Rebellion to cover up towards middle. And now it's just going to have to, once again, leverage the 2 rifles that they saved on the previous round. This could be big, though. There's a lot of vaults on the side of Wada. And a pick off the off at the beginning. A showstopper can start things off as well. And that type of opener, too.
And I love that from Wada, because they've been playing so slow, just playing for picks and hitting the weaker site. And Femboy gets activated more in the mid-round and now fully online, able to really dictate the aggression for Wada, leading the charge like a cavalry. And now they're on the site and things feel pretty good. All you need to do is make sure Juna watches the flank, and SRG will have to retake. The one good thing is that they have the high ground and back screens on smoke.
And the ult's available for the full spot of Wada.
Wow, the 3rd one for Femboy as soon as they got flushed out by the Armageddon, the power picks away. So, 3 HP in a dream. Smoked off, and Wada can stay calm for now. While the flank, Cosmic Divide there by Noya, and a good catch coming from the backside. Wada leave themselves in a 2 versus 1. With Starbound pretty much on the last leg there. Quick swing, quick end for Alexis, and clutches it for the team. And can't refuse, but it was still cool.
Still got some good shots and trying to see if she can run forward and grab the op towards the end, but I think it's going to be too far to pick up. And unfortunately not there. But yeah, as you've mentioned here, Jen, cool shots coming through at least to highlight those last 2 kills. But I thought I was gonna say I'd love to see Juna plant instead of Power Pixel, so you can try to guarantee at least the Armageddon and the salvos to delay on the pulse plant. But instead, when you have Power Pixel playing inside the site and players helping them out inside there, it worked out quite well because now you're forcing all of the util, all the ults, and forcing the players to run into you, and it worked out in favor of them towards the weapons that they carried over from the previous round. So a beautiful save that rendered into a victory with a lower buy for Wada. And the game stays close now, round number 8.
And SRG are not peeking them early. After they got first blooded by Starbound a couple times,
Exactly.
SRG would rather play time because Wada are playing slow. And I think even last round, Femboy just taking things off super fast, I think was huge for them to just try and change things up and condition SRG to just be on their toes at all times. Got the Tejo bot that's not going to get any info, but SRG will hang back.
And both of the teams are actually playing quite patiently, because you have the op from Starbound, the Doda Fuss activating here from the chamber, and the other op just waiting on the other side, and that's gonna kick things off. You're trying to see after that pick, will there be over rotates? Mel should be in a good spot to get one of her own.
Easy pick for Mel. She's changed up her spot, playing from the backside to now the corner boxes. And Alexis, who's always been by her side,
30 seconds
dynamic
left.
duo. Has had so many years together to coordinate, and now fault line, or no, double flashes, I mean, for SRG. If Wada wanted to continue hitting the site, it's going to be a lot harder to do with the numbers that they have left. But Femboy tries to surprise and is quickly
10 seconds
shut
left.
down by Sarah.
And you see the economy remaining for the rest of the players while they're dead here for Wada. It's abysmal. So again, another round where you have to save the rifle into the next, but this time not carrying op over. This time not carrying any big bolts outside of the annihilation for an entry on your end. But also, you're starting to see the cycles come through in favor of SRG. They have a great ult for retakes into Donut's dimensional drift as is Yoru. But Wada playing fairly slow doesn't seem to be the answer anymore here on their end, because SRG, as you mentioned here, Lemon Kiwi, are not playing as aggressive in the early rounds as they did since the pistol round. And have them walk into SRG's crosshair is easy peasy. You're seeing at least on the A side the op, it's because you could TP away.
Oh. And Starbound
That's a
just
casting
like
curse, right?
that.
My bad.
Right? I mean, Starbound was the easy MVP on Worth and Split when they faced Berserkers Dawn and Noya. My president gets the spike dropped and is going for a solo ace off of that. Oh, and there it is at the end. Mel had to gift it over, but an iBUYPOWER ace, that was huge.
Very, very nice. And that was a selfless play, right? Just Femboy focusing in front of their crosshair so that Noya could come in for the backstep in the back, but it started off so well. The two first pick, the off angles positioned by Starbound to get the headhunter, double headshot. Never expected coming out there from SRG, as they thought they had a better timing when the barriers came up. Ended up being a very nice little entry, but yet pistols for the rest of the players, and Noya had easier picks. This time it's being pinged out though. They're aware of these positions, and they're even trying to go for salvos in the very beginning to not allow their Starbound to get into position, but Starbound's waiting the whole time.
It's just the smoke gets dropped at the perfect time. What a pick from Starbound, returning to their roots of holding over at A, and this time not with a deadlock, setting up graph nets, just send Femboy to go kill at ramp and to satchel up. And that level of space taking forces SRG to play towards heaven or even all the way at screens, especially if they're not going to have eyes on mid, and then therefore no eyes on ropes. Then you just got to play as far back as you can. As long as SRG are around, try and retake as fast as possible. They really lost out on time before, and SRG still have Sarah hanging around. They get the spike drop, and Wada are losing this round slowly but surely.
Cosmetic as well. Noya gets the pick on the Battle of Top Heaven, but look at this big flank from Mel into A main. Even with Alexis dropping Starbound, it's going to be difficult for Juna rather to win this, especially with only a judge. But you see the movements coming out here from Shopify Rebellion Gold. Wada, even though playing slow, when they're able to get picks and they're starting to activate, they're staying as a group. So Melly's trying to get these reads of like, okay, well, let me try to check into garage. Nobody's there. I'm just gonna go for the instant flank, knowing that Wada stays as a group and Shopify Rebellion were always ready on that. It looked like Wada would be able to take the site. You saw that SRG are playing way more passively, or trying to utilize utility with them to help the players anchored inside the A site to get good value off the kills because of the information that Melly's getting on these flanks. Wada, this round number 11, again, grouped up as 5.
Making sure that Sarah isn't going to be inside of the site this time. A little bit more free reign for Femboy. Now, the only thing they don't have checked is ramps, and that's something that Wada tried to push last round. And, oh, SRG bit back. So Wada will just have to look up at the upcoming challenge from SRG. They have, of course, screens barriered off, so SRG get into position. Now that it's unsmoked, they look for targets, and Wada are playing time so well. Noya already stuffs out too, but the pair fight back. It's already Noya down early. Donut surprise from behind, trying to pair up with Alexis, and now the fight begins on so many fronts, and Juna's able to hold down quite well and leave Alexis all on her own, and it's a Wada thrifty.
Great job by Wada to actually take advantage of the small mistakes from SRG. Running outside of the smoke when the idea around SRG was waiting for Donut to get a lot of information value from her dimensional drift. You already had, once again, another big lurk, this time coming in from Sarah from B main because of the 5-player hits coming out from Wada. And as they try to create this diversion, create the ruckus, also losing a player in the process before Donut finds information, everybody's so hyper-focused to try to take down Australis that nobody paid attention to Juna that was still in sewers, which allows for her to get the easy kill onto Sarah towards the end. A thrifty that hurts onto Shopify Rebellion, but thankfully, as the rounds have been amassed over the side of SRG, they have money to work with in round number 12.
Oh, an electrical for play in B main to try and shut down maybe a read of Wada trying to hit the B site, and then you got Armageddon running everybody over in mid, and it's Wada walking into a very familiar trap, and one that they're not very much appreciating, with the spike down in the worst position possible for Juna, left in a 1 versus 3 on the site, but now worried about the flank, worried about Heaven, back site, so many problems.
The amount of times that they haven't been hitting towards this B site, they haven't really been seeing SRG going for these early pushes towards garage. But Juna, I mean, could get it done.
Just the 1-2? Very possible now against Alexis. Still has a flash. Well, it's about timing, because Juna also needs to get the objective done, and the spike is still down. Knows that Juna hasn't had the time to go and deal with that.
30 seconds left.
So I think Alexis can just play off of the sound cue once the spike gets planted, to just go and swing off of that.
Gonna book it to A. Yeah, at this point, you're grabbing the spike. You haven't been pushed up. You're waiting for your moment. You're looking up on the top of the B Heaven, and you're not hearing any footsteps or seeing anybody watching that spike.
10 seconds
You
left.
know that Alexis is playing towards B main. So now this is Alexis getting played, and has a long rotate to come through from the B side over at A. When you mention the flash, okay, there's still util available for Alexis, but Juna has a paranoia, the bus flash, to play against Alexis, which is why Juna's staying inside the site.
I think Juno should be able to hear this coming as well, depending on how loud and proud Alexis wants to be. Now with the paranoia, Alexis kind of scrambling to get hidden. And Juna playing time. The 1v1. What a clutch. A Red Bull clutch at that. Juna's been quiet, but finally makes their presence known.
What a play by Juna as well. Hitting Alexis with a paranoia and going for the TP across. And even if she doesn't get to a spot where she can take down Alexis, by peeking through, hearing the footstep on Alexis dropping, and peeking around the corner and not seeing Alexis, you know that she's walking down towards the elbow. Crosshair placement done, and a nice little clutch towards the end. I was just about to mention how it was so good for SRG to push towards the garage, because Wada hasn't been doing it for the past 3 rounds, so they were able to actually get the surprise onto Femboy with the ult in their hands. Couldn't get the showstopper done, but nonetheless, you have a clutch play coming out here from Juna, hero play with the Red Bull clutch, and somehow, you know, if you're looking at the score distribution, the frag distribution, it's all on the side of SRG, but we still have a 7-5 scoreline. A close game to kick things off in this BO3.
And you think Wadada's comp is more defensively favored, but we'll see in execution how that will go, because mainly this Deadlock's gonna be holding down mid, buried off, so now they can pay attention to what's going on the site. The paranoias are thrown. Juna tries to hold down, desperately needs help, calling 911, and it's just SRG evicting Wadada off the pistol, off the B site. And Starbound has to wrap around the back. You got a flank maybe forming from PowerPixel A, and SRG are already ahead of the game to try and meet this flank halfway. Noya gets kind of jump scared in the frenzy's too much.
Huge.
But wait, PowerPixel A is carving their way on the flank. Alexis and Donut have to hold it down, force a 1v1 that Donut wins. PowerPixel A, the position is known. Just a drone and no other util. The high-low. That was really close, but SRG take the second pistol.
That was very sick by PowerPixel A because eliminating both the Astra and the Tejo. Both of them trying to go through the market to play time on Pulse Plant. Denied. Gave a chance here for Wada to potentially win the round back in their favor. But SRG, the pivot, the adaptation coming through, knowing that there's still a matter of time before PowerPixel A can come back towards the B side, they decide to flip the map into Pulse Plant and try to shut down. I think that was Starbound on the other side, and unfortunately Starbound couldn't hit their shots with the Headhunter like they did before, which allowed here SRG to actually win this pistol towards the end by the edge of their seat, keeping one player alive throughout the whole exchange of a 2v4. Great firepower coming out from Wada. Now they're on an eco. PowerPixel A stays with the Sheriff, and the respect once again coming out from Shopify. All of them staying back towards the spawn, anticipating some sort of a push, and with this drone clearing up towards middle and heaven, you know that they're playing extremities. So it's easy, just wait it out, but at least the silver lining is that Wada is able to capitalize on the orb on B side.
Ooh, okay. Femboy gets clipped a little bit, but yeah, Wada playing the Tejo and the Raze on B main is kind of a lot of information util that can be used to try to get that space and how important that orb fight is for them. Meanwhile, you have Wada defensively really anchoring down B as best as they can until B main just gets ran through by SRG through all of the chaos, leaving the A side members to have to rotate in, and that's going to be really tough with just, you know, the no util they have left.
Yeah, Starbound Headhunter, if you're able to get another pick here, this is a pretty successful eco, if you want to put it that way here for Wada. Astralis picks up the Sheriff, does have a grab net. They could do some good damage here on the pole spot against SRG.
No escape.
Especially being on high ground and just kind of causing disruption. Just had the net being thrown from Astralis. Maybe giving a chance for Starbound to find an alternate angle on the backside, clearing the half one at a time, but unfortunately isolating themselves and not going down to the spike and giving those ult orbs over, but you have to go for a play there.
Yeah, I agree. Or dying a spike or doing some damage. They've been now letting some good shots, and you know, this is game changer, so we're always going to repeat it. At least I am, like a broken record. The GC Sheriffs, there's always moments where they can definitely pop off with those. And you saw the first shot coming through by PowerPixel A inside the B site, and Starbound definitely with Headhunter bullets could have made it much more expensive for Shopify Rebellion Gold in the buy in this round number 15. That said, though, you see that Sarah stays in the Sheriff. They're still trying to buy around so they could have a healthier buy in round number 16, win or lose. And Wada, well then, they have to try to capitalize on this round with the least number of players lost.
Kind of change up a more passive Femboy this time that he may not immediately use the boom bot, or at least not show face, and Wada try to hold back the forces. What a teleport, but the paranoia doesn't hit, and Wada are just found 6 feet underground, but SRG have a confident lead going in, just a one-member advantage with Heaven being open, watched over by Donut. Sarah with another angle, now trying to stay hidden from the suppression from Wada. You just heard the drop, so SRG have to react. No breach util. It's just going to be about slow walking, and then the crossfire forms. Starbound has to look both ways before crossing the road and gets caught. 10-5. SRG doubling the score now.
Definitely starting to run away with this game, but dude, Mel just did a flex inja double TP on the top box. I mean, look at those little pings coming up on the radar. It's being pinged out now by Wada, being like, how the hell did Mel get on top of the rafters to actually drop one of our players on the top? And I think that was Femboy looking on the catwalk. And unfortunately, they were so hyper-focused to try to help their teammates towards the back of the site, which I think was Juna, who was being unloaded by utility on the side of SRG, that somehow Mel was able to slip through. She got lucky, though, because it feels as though any other type of timing, if somebody was hell or something, I feel she was going to be taken down. But sometimes you'll take that luck, you'll take the advantage out of that, and take the lead by the double. And now, Wada has no choice but to play into another lower buy.
3 rounds in a row hitting B. SRG are going to flip the script and try to see if they can condition Wada to stack more on the B side. And Starbound will keep them in check and teleport back into screens. And the Teo salvos almost catching Starbound. They'll stay as safe as they can. Now smoked off, Wada will get into position. Spike planted, SRG time on their side. They have their flank being watched by Inoya. Alexis, who can get the drop down, and also gets further away for a rolling thunder if there is more of a unified retake from Wada.
Oh, no.
But a surprise from Juna in the sewer side. Wait, the clutch god like that, and the paranoia for the third. Wait, Juna's kind of like that.
Oh my god, how does that become a flawless round for Wada? I know they're still leading by a lot, and it seems very one-sided for SRG. I don't think that the coach is going to call, FBC is going to call a timeout here, because the gameplay was still pretty good so far on the attack side. They just got unlucky because Noya got caught into astral form, allowing Juna to get the easy pick. The second shot, though, was super clean. But then, unfortunately, you couldn't trade it right away for Alexis because they were so busy throwing the Rolling Thunder inside the site to protect those players inside the area. But I was just about to mention, Femboy had a stinger. They have an Armageddon, and Femboy still has satchels and grenades. So there's a great opportunity for Wada to play the retake, but I didn't expect such a beautiful pause from the back of the Juna.
Yeah, Juna's been getting so much confidence throughout the rounds as such a fresh player to the scene. But Donut, a vet, will show him how it's done. Got the dimensional drift in the background. Mel leads the front, and SRG just hit the site that has worked out so well for them before. As soon as they switch things up, they lose a round, so go back to what worked before.
Yeah, and that's exactly what I was saying just before. They're okay with the game plan so far for SRG. It was just a little bit of unluckiness in the previous round where, again, one player gets caught off guard in the astral form and everything just unravels into a disaster on the side of SRG. But somehow another position that Mel is able to get some sort of TP, double TP in the back of enemy lines and gets a backstab, supports on a second kill, and SRG just dominates on a B-side hit that changes the tempo and the pacing that they just had on previous rounds. And that kind of throws Wada for a loop. They're now using their last timeout in this map while SRG still have their 2.
Just with how much space making Shopify Rebellion can do with the salvos of the breach util from Alexis, just the double teleports from Mel. I just think Wada should be nowhere near the B site. Like, focus on mid, focus on playing in these get out positions, and I don't know, Wada trying to surprise them off the bat has been traded, and if they are confident, like a 2 versus 2 or 3 versus 3, then go for these kind of early punches. But I think Wada would look better just hanging back and playing for the 5-person retake.
I would agree with that for sure, because you still have, again, the pain shells and the salvos from both Femboy and PowerPixel that can maybe help. The only thing that might be difficult is that they don't have the best flashes to go for the retake on this map. I mean, the Omen flash is still one of the best flashes in the game, but with the elevation on flash retakes, it's a hit or miss, especially when you can't ping anymore in this game. So Wada, I do respect that if you want to try to play the retake, you just have to also be a unit. Make sure that you go for these instant trades. At least for now, they want to react on information in the game. With the turret getting pinged out on the top of B Heaven, they tried to go for some sort of trap play. Pain shells are already being used, salvos are already being used, and that's been identified by SRG, which is the reason why they're pivoting back towards this A site. They've chose perfectly here. Great call by Mel, because there's only Juna. I mean, as I say, only Juna. So, previously.
Good teleport out. Juna wants to still hold the position. not give up too much. And SRG have already kind of have all their ducks in a row. They have to spike planet. They have their Cosmic Divide sealing off heaven, and Mel's gonna try to surprise them. That's just the type of player that she is. Popping out of her own smoke. The 1, 2, 3 is all she wrote. SRG can always send Mel on the hunt to bring back everything they need. Now Wada just has Femboy. Now with the paranoia. Got a 4K from Mel, a flawless for SRG. We're 1 round away before we move on.
Yeah, Mel was pretty quiet in the first half, but I think it's just because she wasn't getting any action. Now she's at the forefront, just calling and saying, I'm going to entry for us as well. And just TPs all across the map every single time, and is getting multi-kills out of these, or at least the most pivotal kills on her entries with this Omen play. Something very difficult to deal with so far for Wada's end. They're not really paying attention to the pathing that Mel could really take around these hits from the side of Shopify Rebellion. And again, as we mentioned, King Fred getting great success with Ambrosia against SRG, but not the best with Wada because of a whole different comp. They have to be aware of the small gaps that they have with this composition to make sure that they have a stronger defense. Now they have a chance at least. They have a showstopper to work with. That could be huge for retakes.
Get a paranoia swing play out of Femboy and June and B main. No one home, so SRG gonna go and figure out what's up there. Wada to play flawless from here on out. Just the orb grab plus the boom bot. Wada gonna get information that there's somebody in garage, and now that the barrier's expired in mid, this is gonna have Astralis pay more attention to the center, not as much of the site, while you have Starbound on the right with the Stinger, which always love to see them on any other weapon, but we'll see what kind of damage they can do if someone decides to just walk into the site.
Yeah, Stinger, TBH, best game. Best weapon in the game, in my opinion. The laser beam at the range that you're trying to play. So look at the range that Starbound's playing and you can TP out of it.
Ooh.
Cast a curse again.
Did some okay damage. Alexis, great meat shield in that point. Protect the
Pretty
team.
much.
You got the spike down, you got smokes in place, so there isn't someone immediately jumping out at you. A lot of the last round to try and come back on, and the flank's not going to work out. Noya won't let a clutch happen like that in front of her. Not again. And Mel just sees a walk up from Femboy. Gotta assume Heaven's not going to be let go for free. Now SRG know there's only 2 left in screens, and 13-6, another day at the office for Shopify Rebellion Gold.
An easy day at the office so far, and again, this is a matchup that starts off in the 1-0 record in Swiss round number 2 of the GC NA Series 1. And yeah, it was a pretty decent back and forth that we saw when on the first half of this map. But again, once SRG took the attack side, it was so difficult there for PowerPixel and the rest of the team over on Wada to really capitalize on their defensive end. Again, very difficult with this. I mean, it should have been okay because you're playing double Senti, but you're not playing a double Senti that gets you active information. You're playing double Senti that's trying to block and run that clock down so you can try to work on the extremity. So great job for SRG to play pretty passively at the very beginning to waste and wait the timer off these walls.
Yeah, for SRG not to get too antsy once they got kind of punished in those early rounds. They got first blood to decide, okay, let's let Wada dictate the pace. And that sometimes you would see Femboy like come out of nowhere, just double satchel into the site, off barriers down, whether it's behind a paranoia from Juno or maybe an Astralis net. I don't know. They were doing their best to pull together some rounds. The 7-5 half with the double Senti, not too bad on their attack, but still ended up being pure domination from SRG in that second half, 13-6. But hey, I can respect the thrifties out of Wada and also the confidence that they were able to build round by round. But we got another map around the corner. You'll find out what that is after this break.
Oof, stuck paying for that old phone? Don't be. You know, at Verizon, we'll pay off your phone. And you'll get iPhone 16 on us. That's a value of up to $1,600, only on Verizon.
It's for you. Do you like it? Come on, Charlie, use your new door. Come on, let's go. I said go. Let's go. Silly dog. I'm gonna trade you for a cat. Red Bull gives you wings.
The new Red Bull Zero is here.
100% wings with monk fruit extract.
Hey everybody, welcome back. Valorant Game Changers presented by Verizon. We got two of us here, and we got a lot of players in the lobby ready for map number 2, which is going to be Ascent. And SRG did just win split 13-6. Pretty nice stuff.
Yeah, definitely pretty nice stuff. If you're looking at the performances from these players as well, it's been nice all around, especially for SRG on the attack side. You're seeing other players get in the limelight, such as Mel before. But on the defensive side, Donut did her job as well as Yoru. But it doesn't seem for SRG's side on the attack that they really needed too much space creation being done by the Yoru, because Mel was just doing that on her own as a Omen. But at least here, Lemon Kiwi, I am still happy to see with what I saw here from Wada, that you're still able to land out some good shots on the side of Power Pixelay from Juna, from Starbound. The satchels were actually amazing from Femboy. The movements that they were getting, and just going around like I was watching Buddy from F4Q back in like 2021, or Jing even from old school PRX. Old Jing, rather, as he was playing Raze on that spot. So Femboy did an excellent job, but unfortunately it wasn't enough against the Shopify Rebellion. Dominant performance, and again, dominant team, as you've mentioned. Lemon Kiwi that they've won everything last year.
Yeah, literally everything, every main event, world championship, and everything. And SRG sat out the kickoff to kind of just scope out the competition, I guess. And
Yeah.
SRG really ramped up on their attacking half, went 6-1 in rounds to just kind of waiting out the double senti util and to just take things one step at a time and really learn so much about their opponent and to give respect to Wada. And they'll have to do that now on their map pick of SRG wanting to go to Ascent.
Exactly. My apologies, chat, on the last map. That was my fault. I should have mentioned to you all that the second map wasn't for Etcher. Is going to be Ascent. And a very nice map, actually, that, again, ever since the return of this map, there's been different compositions that have been coming out from other teams. And you didn't, even if you didn't have any changes going into the map of Ascent in itself, there's still different ways that you could cook around the map and play something different that could still get good value. So you're seeing some teams run double senti. You're seeing some teams run double initiator with the Tejo and a KO. And you've seen teams still run default compositions, although the default compositions, I don't know the exact number, but it hasn't had the best of success against non-mirrored comps, which means that you would be falling behind a bit here if you're going to try to play the default comp on this map.
At least the deadlock here feels a lot stronger for someone like Astralis, but is somehow not going to be on that. Of course, they're going to be on the Omen, but it's Alexis that's on the deadlock. Things feel so backwards because I swear I've seen Alexis run so much like KO or just she's the master of flashes, right? And to see her on deadlock is an uncommon look for her.
For sure. It changes a little bit of the responsibilities in terms of who's flashing and whatnot for the team. That's going to be on Donut. But I think in terms of leveraging somebody like a deadlock on the attack side, you just saw it previously, as you just mentioned, with Astralis on the side of Wada. But Alexis could still do good support util with the grab net that she would utilize to open up sites to give a chance here for, I'd like to call it even double dives on the side of Mel and Donut now when they're entering these sites based on what we just witnessed on that first map of Split. But the double senti is what comes out here for Shopify Rebellion. That's something that's expected in terms of one of the different types of compositions they could run. But on the side here of Wada, they're playing double senti as well, but with a Vice and also maintaining with the Chamber. Something unorthodox, but again, it's just because they want to play to the comfort picks of continuing to leverage Starbound on this Chamber.
Yeah, Wada have a lot of experience on certain agents and maybe don't have as wide of an agent pool, but they have a lot of success from the Chamber, from running so much deadlock, and now not running that. We'll see how it runs. And I mean, Vice is still something in Astralis's back pocket, who's been flexing from initiator to senti to everything in between. And then looking at Juna, who I think has built a lot of confidence round after round, especially after Split. So I'm wondering if we can even have a stronger first half from Wada now that you kind of shake those nerves off.
Well, now we're already trying to push Starbound away. Did some damage with the Headhunter onto Noya, so that's a one-tap right there. And I love it. The independence that you have coming out from an agent from the Chamber just to break the recon on your own and play the angles on your own and get the information to sack the correct site towards the mid round. They have 3 turns on the inside of SRG. Owned.
What are these plays? Just trying to teleport behind with the Euro off the grab net, and Femboy's still a little stuck. But somehow Wada have held their ground. Paranoia right through the planner. Mel is gonna scramble and gets unblinded right in time to take a huge double kill and looks away at the worst time, and Starbound wraps around. She'll get the defuse, and Wada take the pistol.
This is what makes it difficult. As we just mentioned, how you want to leverage Alexis to maybe allow here Donut and Mel to activate and open up sites. They went for the grab net throw here from the side of A main, which worked. It actually tagged 2 players. Mel throws the Paranoia right through the walls to hit towards the tree. But they already hurt the TP coming through here from Donut, the little orb before Donut TPs across. And even if you're getting hit by the Paranoia, they've held close range, so they're only nearsighted. You could still see Donut and punish her right away, which unfortunately on the trap play that you're trying to do here for SRG gets fully fumbled and denied, and it doesn't allow for you to really get into the site for a plan, and it's a great start for Wada on the pistol.
Now just making sure no one's in wine. Free orb for SRG. Now you're able to smoke off and kind of fake things and send Mel as your lurk. And this is still like a viable site to hit if you wanted to have Alexis throw the barrier over, but really just trying to pull as many rotations to the right side of the map and wanted to have all their Vise util, especially a forward wall set up there by Juna.
And they're playing the bait and switch with this. Right now, on Starbound to get that pick and maybe even re-peek so that they go for the TP and made it out to Juna to try to go for that. But unfortunately, nice flash is great.
Juna broke under pressure there, but SRG even up the numbers. Able to flood on in. It's Starbound. He's just taking a big risk, having her back towards the side. Brings out the pistol, goes one for one. I don't mind it. Now SRG have to tussle against defenders up close, still managing to get the spike. Good support from Dodonut. 29 HP. I don't think she'll live much longer though, as Wada. So having Astralis lead that is a huge retake opportunity, and now a defuse on the anti-eco. Not able to carry as much over into the bonus though.
Yeah, I was going to mention the Vice Flash is actually really nice. It blinded Starbound, who couldn't get a pick into main, but that was actually Juna's own Vice Flash. So Wada doing a little bit of miscomms on how they wanted to go for the bait and switch inside the B main, which allowed Shopify Rebellion to get 2 easy kills inside this B site and go for a plant. It almost even go for a win here, a full eco win for the side of the attack of Shopify against Wada. That said, you can see here that the buy from the bonus of Wada is not the best because of the damage that was brought out from SRG. They get 2 plants on top of that, so they continue to build a great economy for the next few rounds, for this one and the next. Femboy's trying to go for a surprise play, but unfortunately it's not enough.
Wada got first blood off of that before though, and Mel takes an alternate angle. Just the paranoia, Mel. Just the one-woman army out there, and SRG gets you. Go past the Vise wall, and now that that's expired and Femboy could not teleport out in time. It's SRG. Give him an inch, they'll take a mile. Starbound and Astralis have to retake, and at this point maybe just want to go down with the spike. I don't know how this is gonna go.
Yeah, I mean the tech from Mel is amazing so far. I haven't seen Mel do so many of these TP plays ever, and she continuously finds great spots to really get into the back lines of her opponents.
Last player standing.
Gotta keep an eye on her in future games.
Now SOG gets some extra ult orbs out of that, and Wada will have to think, okay, well the Vise util has not been enough to stop the forces of SRG just charging all the way through B main. Now you gotta worry about where Mel could teleport and who's watching over middle of the map, because you don't want to get flanked there either.
You have to understand how difficult it is as, you know, just a regular ranked player, how vulnerable you feel when you're going in from the shadows, a TP on the side of Omen, especially towards the spawn. But you have to have good game sense and be cerebral of the position of your opponents. When they realize that we're getting pushed so aggressively towards the front of the B main, well, they know there's nobody playing towards the spawn, so she TP's there for the kill. But this time around, it's a fast play from SRG. Dimensional Drift getting info on Catwalk. A TP that went back towards B side to get info to push players out on that side. And SRG is definitely looking to hit or finish towards the A site, at least for now, especially when Dodonut is already behind Jenny.
Yeah, I like that fake from Dodonut, because using the clone to trigger all that Vise util has Wada like owl droning through B main, like they still hadn't had a clue until SRG had already planted. Now Wada will be late on rotations. The Starbound's gonna get smoked off, so not having the best of sightlines with the op is really limiting the win conditions Wada could work off of, and SRG still have all 5 stacked. And you have 2 that are lurking around, like look at where Noya is, wrapping around through the backside of Wada. You have maybe even Sarah who's gonna backstab in Tree, and is gonna jump scare Juna in Power Pixel A with the shock bolt for the ender. Man, you talk about cerebral, that's exactly what SRG are. Just coming around through the backside, Wada have had no time to scale up before SRG are already flanking them and hitting them with a flawless.
Yeah, in a flawless, in a post-plant 5v5, and none of them received any damage on the side of Shopify. That's just unfortunate on the side of Wada, a little bit of a miscomm. You looked at the positioning from Wada on the defense when they're trying to take the retake. Power Pixel A was holding me up, looking down towards the back of the spawn, because of all of the utility that was already taken out on that B side. They were afraid of a flank. But when the trip actually sounded the alarm that Noya was there, that somebody was there from SR, nobody reacted into like a catwalk potential flank or a spawn potential flank. And SRG just takes advantage of that mid-comm and damages everybody.
SRG just so good at the mind games in the early rounds. Just making all this noise and using Dodonuts able to gate crash out of B and get so much of the attention from PowerPixel A and Juna. SRG are just automatically going to have a weaker side at A, and Femboy needs to have a bigger splash in Tree, and Starbound was unsmoked through the... That looked like it was through the wall, and SRG are now really stuck. Even with the better weaponry. Wada looking for a thrifty. Yeah, once again, Starbound is just the GOAT.
The action coming out and Noya's alone on a 1v3. Even the ult gets the information with 45 seconds left. Now she has info on all three. You can get it done. Weapons only. A Vandal got picked up so far, so winning this duel could still give a dub here for Noya.
It's the neural theft investment. He's really believing in this at all. So Thrifty still goes the way of Wada.
Forgot Starbound still had like 1 or 2 bullets out of their tool de force there, but you were talking about Cerebral on the previous round. This time it's Wada. Just with Femboy's splash inside the smoke and going for a pre-fired shot and not fully swinging out scares SRG. They identified there's actually 3 players on the top of Catwalk, and it allows here both Astralis and Starbound to be ready to play the high-low, flash towards the corner, and just for Starbound to activate around the A site. Those was crazy. They were all crazy shots with huge repositioning coming out here from the side of Starbound. That was all thanks to the flash as well from Astralis and the smokes to cover A main to help them out capitalize here on around. Now SRG still has a goodbye, yeah. Back towards middle.
How do they deal with the Visito? Like they had like crazy teleports from Mel to get around it, or do SRG just wait it out like they did on Split? And I guess when you get picks on Catwalk, you're setting yourself up for success without even needing confront Wada on the site quite yet, but PowerPixel A keeps them at bay. Good trades from the defense, and SRG try to kick the door down. It's gonna be a little bit tough. Donut has to use the clone and also get rid of the drone so she doesn't get pinged, and Donut's back at square one.
Square on the side of SRG. If they lose this round, they can still buy on the next, but I should expect here for Shopify to be a little bit more on their toes to break that Vice utility that you just mentioned. It doesn't always have to be a Yoru clone. They can leverage Sarah with the shock darts to break these Razor Vines early.
Oh. Lexus and Donut.
30 seconds.
Heal PowerPixel A, 16 HP. Astralis, I need help. Help is on the way. Now both stacked in the closet. Lexus and Donut working together. The paranoia comes out. Astralis sacrifices themselves with PowerPixel A, and SRG stand tall.
Yeah, and those are big kills coming through. Somehow they turn it around back in favor here for SRG. And it started off so well for Wada to hold the defense, and now it seems that a timeout should be called out. And it's on the side of Wada again with King Fred. As they're capitalizing on good kills at the very beginning on that previous round, but just couldn't get the communication right on how to shut down the last 2 players. I mean, it did come down to a 2v2 with a lot of map space to work with on the side of SRG, so it's understandable here that Wada has to kind of play like a 1-1, especially when Astralis could TP towards the back site and support here the last part inside B. But SRG, as I mentioned before, this is now going to be the chess game. With the amount of times that you want to try to hit towards the B site a little bit more slowly, you probably need to start wasting out the Razor Vines a little bit earlier so you could have the most effect in terms of surprising your opponents on a hit towards the site. Because Razor Vines, despite the nerf, they're still pretty good to delay well enough for the rotates to happen quickly from Garden into the back spawn. And then Wada should be able to get a backstab back into market with crossfire setups. That said, though, the next round you can see here, Lemon Kiwi, it's not going to be the healthiest of buys for Wada. So the timeout is definitely moving forward into a trap play potential in this round, and then getting a little bit more potentially proactive in round number 9.
I think it's how you can... Yeah, and how you can leverage PowerPixel A, who had the Guardians, going to give that to Juna. Because, yeah, you want to control market. You don't want to be solo in mid, because Wada lost that member early. And now just playing almost out of sight, out of mind when it comes to A. SRG get to walk in, and that's why you give Juna the Guardian to watch over in Heaven, I believe. Or no, actually, they're in Hell. Maybe just try and get a jump scare. If you hear the spike get planted, the annihilation there from Alexis gets pulled. It gets the attention of Juna. Donut gets the finish. SRG are smoked off from members inside of the site. And this drone will reveal Mel is close, and Wada could react. SRG will see if they have a window to plant, which just barely Mel stays alive because all of the bullets are raining down on SRG and main. Mel may go unnoticed. Has to use the ult to teleport out because there's no escaping in that situation. Sarah tries to even up the numbers with a big double kill in Tree. The defuse held actually beyond the halfway. 1v1. PowerPixel A needs to lock in. So does Sarah. We're going to have to reset back to the drawing board as a Sheriff versus Phantom. As PowerPixel A tried to just sneak it by, and a swing, unfortunate for Sarah, won by Wada. Yet another Thrifty goes their way.
Yeah, a little bit labored there on the last duel, but for the rest of the shots coming out from Wada, beautiful Sheriff shots coming out on that side. That was super nice coming out from how they reacted on Shopify Rebellion Gold. It gave him so much space. No value getting out from Alexis's annihilation, and still SRG were able to open up the site and get the drop onto Juna playing the Guardian out towards Hell. We talked about those Razor Vines, perfectly positioned, even though Juna dies and is at 1 in 6, had created enough delay here for the rest to come through with the Sheriffs and just win those duels. There's nothing really more adding on to the plate. Just gotta win those fights.
Just win. Double Hunter's Fury first from Sarah, then PowerPixel A, and at least the offensive Sofa ult was to help SRG get on the site. Wada tried to flush them out. Unsuccessful though. Starbound gets in position with the op. The sonic sensors, the barriers, everything available for SRG on the post plant to delay and make things as painful as possible for Wada. At least trying to get sights on the individual lanes. Wada is not getting any friendly faces to go up against. SRG just playing time so well. Now peeking one by one.
Gotta be safe. It's just so much util at 3v5 here, trying to retake with an op. Going for this to be a little troll. Wasting so much time off the clocker. I think they're just trying to keep SRG within the sites and trying to do some damage, but they're not winning these fights. They've lost another weapon in the process. They might lose these ones too because they haven't caught so many off. Here's a final stand here after the spike goes off.
Okay, I can see the plan of just trying to get SRG to blow up to the spike and losing the one in the process. I mean, Wada looked like they've hesitated on whether to save before and more certain as the rounds went by and split, but we're tied 4-4 and this is SRG's map pick. This is interesting.
Yeah, and SRG getting 4 rounds on the attack so far on this map pick. But again, I think the conversation kind of switches this time around, chat, when you're looking at 2025 with your reintroduction of Ascent and also seeing how you're seeing different compositions and not the bench comp. Things have actually skewed to be quite 50-50 down the line in terms of attacker-sided or defender-sided. So keeping this at a 4-4 scoreline is just a true indication of how this map is being played, how this game is going so far, and still looking that in these post-plant scenarios, though, still very difficult with the composition that Wada has to be as successful if they're not getting good value out of this operator early here from Starbound.
I've been wanting to see Starbound open up these rounds more, same way they did on Split. Kind of mid-map has been not a huge objective of Wada. They've focused more on Tree or just holding down on the sites themselves. Kind of Wada losing one early from these mid-map holds has kind of made them a little bit more wary. They hold back on the perimeter after Starbound. They just teleport out. SRG have their lurk here of Mel.
Cover going out.
getting a lot of looks, but wanted to actually have their York teleport all the way back towards B. And now this Vice wall is proving to be very troublesome, and you don't have Mel who can insert into market or go on a flank unless everyone from A side leaves, and Mel could cause a ruckus coming from behind. But SRG won't be just funneling and swarming right into B, at least not from main, but 13 seconds left. Like, SRG are really stretching the limits of what they can do. And now Mel has benefited from this deep back control, heads back into glass, teleports away. Now Wada are on the chase.
And even gets in position to play the pulse fight with the rest of her team. There's a late lurk coming out from Noya, just trying to watch the rotate from spawn, but she should finish late on catwalk unless they're able to drop Starbound here on the retake attempt.
Or a feeling that they can't just wait out the smoke. It's gotta be Femboy that leads it. Steel Garden, though, gets activated by SRG, or no, by June, I should say. And now this is a big advantage for Wada to work with. SRG, though, playing in main, could have gone unaffected, but as soon as guns are unleashed, so does Mel, and has to reload for the fourth. Noya has her back, 1 HP. Mel keeps her life.
And crazy that it's Noya that gets the kill, waiting for the longest time to break that trait mark, to trip out towards the pizza and save Mel at 1 HP. But that said, it was a small mistake to start from SRG's side when you're trying to sell this fake over towards B. It seems like Donut tried to throw a decoy or something, or trying to find ways to break the util over towards that B site, but she dies before even the op. She dies even before the clone comes through, jump spots, and then gets picked off by the op. If it wasn't for Mel's position in the garden, this should have been one of those rounds.
Shoulda, woulda, coulda. And SRG always been able to get that orb for free, and Starbound has really pushed their luck at B main. That's been a 1v1 that has dictated some of these rounds while they're being more aggressive for that orb. Not let SRG stack too many ults, as I wanted to try to stack more members in mid. And it goes pretty evenly. SRG try to use that moment of chaos to get inside of the site with Tree unsmoked. The door does just get closed. Now Wada knows exactly where this plan is going down. SRG's jig is up, and even got the barrier plus the teleport. Mel likes to give them a sense of security. Wada are taking so many different angles. One through main, one through tree, one trying to get control of heaven. A lot of 1v1s that Wada have to take. Try to converge into SRG, and Mel and Alexis win their duels. And it's just Starbound in a 1v2. Definitely possible. Spotting the forehead of one. Mel's quicker on the swing, and SRG leads 6-4.
How the hell did Mel get that kill while she's hit by the paranoia against Juna? Juna standing still, trying to land the share shots, and unfortunately couldn't land the same type of shares that she did before on Split with that 3K previously. Mel is once again on the top for the side of SRG, at least on this attack side of Ascent. And they're slowly walking away with this one. It looks so good for Wada at the start. Perfect push out towards middle, perfect high-low scenarios, perfect trades. They had a one-player advantage going for the retake, and their shots once again. Another one of those stories where you just gotta hit those shots. If not, the story could be different.
Yeah, just going through mid-map has just been a no-man's land. SRG
Yeah.
kind of ignoring Tree, but what a paranoia play from Astralis in this Yoru. But the spike is down, and SRG will recover it. Having to play this without Alexis is gonna be a little difficult. Meanwhile, SRG causing problems over on the B side of things, which has Wada scrambling on which site do we have to reinforce.
I think it's a stop and go now for SRG. After throwing the hat from Noya and spotting that there's 3 players on the A site, you're just going to cut noise here towards the front of B main. You're going to have your teammates regroup with you, and then probably just wait for a recon re-hit towards the A site. If you're forcing Wada, I was going to say that, but it's going for the full hit. I wanted them to create some sort of sense of chaos here to force a rotate and over-aggression.
Don't mind it. I mean, Mel even used the ult to teleport into the site, now out of it, and Mel is just everywhere all at once, like the movie, but also her teammates
but at least
are
in that movie, that movie ends well. Not this time for SRG, right? That's Astralis with a 4K in the smoke. That's exactly what I was trying to say. Like, if you're looking at the setup, they still had a flash being clogged up by Femboy in the back of the dice. Australis is still holding towards the main, has smokes to work within and fight within. But because you're grouped up and trying to go for an instant hit, and you know that they've been weak side on B, if you don't make any noise at the very beginning, maybe past like the minute mark, 30 seconds left, you might force Wada to start peeking out towards main to try to find information, especially when they know that Starbound is stuck anchoring solo inside that B site. But instead, SRG goes for the full site hit, wants to disrespect Wada, but Wada still has a stronghold of 3 players on that side, and Australis popped off. Now Wada kind that gap in. You're seeing a game here of Ascent where both teams are making slight mistakes that causes now the game to remain close.
Kind of these individual chess matches from Starbound, whose main focus is getting their one at B main. And then you got Femboy, who tests the waters kind of with these jump out peeks, these teleports out from A main. And SRG haven't been caught by anything yet, but all of this noise on the perimeter is leaving the middle of the map open. And you have the clone that's doing steps towards spawn, so Wada knows something is up, and they're gonna stack up together. SRG took too long to execute, so beautiful paranoia hits SRG in the noggin. And they have the spike down, 3 down. This round is so cooked.
Yeah, open on catwalk to throw that into M1. Now that was a nice Valorant round for Wada.
Switching sides.
It was, and for them to be the proactive ones too. Like, Wada didn't just sit there and let SRG hit the site. Like, they actually tried to prevent them from doing so. Because SRG are real scary on the post plan. So I like that Wada tried to take control of their own fate, but find themselves on a pistol. Let's see if Wada get some momentum going here, or SRG, or are they just going to be the second half queens and kind of just take over like they did on Split?
Exactly. I was going to mention that as well. Definitely scary on the second halves and has a great composition to work with on the defensive side. Double Sentinel, Yoru that can take forward aggressive lines, be in front even of deadlock walls and try to shut things down, and it seems to be the case to start. We're already seeing Donut pushing out towards the B main with a TP set up on the A side, so you're trying to find ways to be over aggressive towards B, trying to listen for footsteps, trying to see if there's going to be something from coming out. They'll heal the drone and send, and that might be the call here to start pulling players back. You're already seeing the pings coming out towards M3 to make sure that you're covering the gaps, and that's Sarah's responsibility now.
A lot of responsibility on Noya to be pretty much solo on A, because Sarah needs to make sure there's not going to be some wacky pistol flanks going on and not let Market go totally free. So once there's some noise, Alexis could work with a Sarah on the crossfire there, but Wada, we're okay taking these rounds slow to just scale up and work off of picks. I mean, that's the beauty of running this chamber and the setup that they have.
Here.
The other first shot's coming out though, but no kills yet. It's Starbound trying to battle against Sarah.
Out.
At least they're pushing SRG back, and it allows for them to work the map a little bit more. You're definitely seeing now Noya. You mentioned the responsibility that she has to play solo inside A site. Not enough.
Yeah. At least being able to limit their numbers on the post plant is always good, especially Starbound, who's been a huge MVP for Wada in terms of the frag potential. Now you got the bodyguards at the door. Door has been removed, and Mel ready to play off with a flash in. Kind of awkward. Wada were able to fire back against the players in heaven. And SRG get limited despite having a good flash going in. Wada hold their ground.
Yeah. It seems like some players tried to peek out just before the flash came through, because you just mentioned 2 of them were fully flashed when it was thrown out there by Femboy, by Donut, but just unfortunately, I think the other ones came out a little bit too quickly, and Wada is able to just turn and flip the map around. Even Femboy getting to 2 kills on the top, playing the solo play on that side, allows Wada to get a lead here in the second half. This will be nice, because this will be Wada, if they continue this way forward and capitalize on this map, would be an exchange of maps against Shopify Rebellion on their opponent's map picks. And as we're getting an update though from production that we have a small tech pause with the mouse disconnect, so as soon as that gets charged up, we could resume.
It's like that Wada have been quicker to the trigger about. As soon as I feel like they get more rounds in, they're just getting faster and faster to try and match up against Shopify Rebellion Gold.
Yeah.
From Wada using util a bit faster to just hitting and not really waiting around as much, not playing as much of a reactive style. And I've really liked that out of Wada. And to be able to get wind in your sails from winning both pistols says a lot, especially on SRG's map pick. Having the weapon buy-ups too, including a Vandal, is so nice. So it's worked out well to just play off Australis too.
Is what you were saying before when Shopify Rebellion were first coming into GC, and even when they were magical over to C9 White, over to SR now, they've been so good and so dominant that teams are kind of been afraid to play against them because everybody's looking up to them so much. But now you have teams going into 2025 that doesn't want to show that type of respect inside the game, at least, and does not want to feel intimidated. You're definitely seeing that a team like Wada with the experience around 2 players that play with the EG in the past and Starbound and PowerPixel are not afraid to and know what it's like to play against a team like SRG. They're definitely a lot more confident in trying to rally the troops behind them to make sure that they are being clean on these trades, and it works out at least with a pistol.
Now leaving the sight line open. I thought Starbound was just going to sit there and kind of expect a gamble push out of SRG to just play Duck Hunt. At least Juna will take over, because maybe Starbound with the Outlaw could benefit more in these longer range parts, like helping push the middle of the map. Now Juna gets hit by Paranoia and keeps themselves in a safe position. SRG get kind of caught by a bait there.
That's beautiful. Everything works out so well. You hear the rotating from teammate, all the cross-forward spawn, so everybody can just stay there towards pizza. And you mentioned the Duck Hunt play before. Well, it's level 2, and it's being won now by Wada.
Wada could have cut off SRG on their rotate in. I like the defensive smoke, and now Wada just kind of set their sights on the main door that SRG are coming from. And SRG maybe a little too dependent on just winning gunfights. Wada are just as quick to cut them off on rotations, and now to be the ones to manipulate SRG and to outread them. Now it's just Donut who's hoping to go down with the spike, but this is really a solid second half here for Wada.
Yeah, you see the idea behind the play from SRG. I mean, it really was a high-risk, high-reward play where you have no utility left with the attempt of the trap play. So as soon as Donut tries to jiggle and they find information, Alexis throws a grab net, a Paranoid comes out and you're trying to flood through. But all of that was dodged by Juna. And when you have that being done and you already have the insert of Femboy on top of Catwalk, you've already dismantled the Catwalk defense, well, it's just hard for SRG to try to get any second wave util to fight because you don't really have it around your composition. If you're staying as a death ball, you're hoping to at least trade with AIM classics. And unfortunately there, it's not going to work out when, again, you have the experience and good aim coming out from Wada's side. So Juna being at least very, very useful for baiting util and finding information for Wada to play her part in this team to now spread the gap by 2 in their lead against SRG.
I think SRGs just have to be more wary of this market pizza, this middle map area, and how they can maybe coalesce around Wada. They've been trying to hold just the very back of the map there with Sarah to just now having a camera from Noya watching over. Now with the Owl Drone, PowerPixel gets Wada set up to continue to do the same thing, while Sonic Sensors cover tree in A main, so SRG hoping to at least delay things when it comes to the site. And let Wada get the middle of the map if they can just not let Wada win all their gunfights this time.
You talk about the trouble in middle, and Starbound's already inserted there, so it almost seems with this ruckus that they're creating towards main at first and trying to break util on Catwalk and maybe even go for a drop and trying to beat players to walk through in the back of M3 so that Starbound can get value out of this Outlaw.
Here.
To mention how the buy is much lower here on the side of Wada on the attack. You're trying to leverage the best of your capabilities, what can give you the most success, and that's 140 taps to the body or instant headshots coming through with the Vandal from Australis. It's slowly working. They're slowly pulling this rotate over.
Oh no, he gets a good peek, and SRG just operating more around information so they don't get surprised as much. Dimensional drift as Fanboy A lot more information, mainly at the very back here at the closet. The paranoia comes out from Wada, and now it's blood on the floor. And SRG don't really have many pieces to pick up. Not getting any W's across the board. It's just Mel left. And Wada, man, when they execute, it's clinical. The round's over so fast.
Yeah, Starbound even gets value on 2 kills from their position on top of M2. Again, it's just trying to make sure that you're playing a little bit slower, I guess, in that previous round. You understand the timing left by Alexa's wall that she throws on her side, and now you're breaking both sonic sensors towards the A site, and you're still making noise here towards B, especially with the execution from the dimensional drift from Femboy to get all that information towards the B site, to force that rotate across, and with no players rotating through M3 or towards Pizza to really try to take control of B site. It's just easy here for Starbound to cut all of these rotates. SRG needs to be a little bit cleaner on these type of reaction off Wada's defaults.
There's not as many physical limitations, I feel like, for SRG to try and physically delay things, like with a Cypher versus the Vise Wall and the Thorns. So I felt like Wada had more delay on their defensive round, while SRG, they have just as many seconds with the cage being thrown up. I haven't seen the trips be affecting Wada too much. That SRG just managed to barely get into cover, but it's within the site. Wada smoke everything else off, and then they kind of always create these number advantages that SRG have to kind of clutch or kick in these 1vx scenarios, in these isolated spots that SRG just haven't been able to really unite as a team the way that we're used to seeing.
Yeah. I think coming out of the timeout too in the next round, I want to see them activate Donut a little bit more. The one ways that they're throwing towards the A side, yes, it's a good idea to hold things back for a bit, but it really blocks the vision of what Donut could bring here on a round where you can see her currently at 2,600. I wouldn't be surprised when they pull out the op in the next round. What will be the reaction here from Wada going into the next one, anticipating this off battle versus Starbound's Outlaw if they still maintain it in the next round?
So Lexus hasn't been, I don't see the barrier out right now. It's been a lot of sonic sensors because you don't want just the barrier to expire. So a lot of stacked over on the B side when it comes to that Sentinel kill. They had a trip over in Pizza or the market side, and that's been taken out. Femboy gets a good start. Now you got a Bucky and Tree. That's gonna hurt. Mel's really pushing her luck, trying to push past the smoke there, and gets caught by the rest of Wada. Now Alexis just has to keep herself safe in Tree within her own smoke, letting Wada into the site.
They don't have to worry about flank because the wall's being pulled up by Juna. And he goes for a plant, trying to build up the orbs for the steel guarding. So they are definitely trying to leverage her for the util that they can use in the cold plants. The Starbound's just doing their job, getting the picks with the chamber that they could naturally just build up into the force.
What just threw someone in hell, and Noya has to break it with the Bucky. SRG really timing this pinch well, as Wada's caught, some in main, some in hell, and Sarah caught in the sandwich with no one to give her a lifeboat. So Wada get up to double digits. This is getting scary.
Yeah. You're definitely potentially seeing a third map so far with Wada showing a very nice attack side, and this is the op that we were just mentioning before, and Starbound not maintaining their Outlaw on that previous round because of that beautiful, nice sheriff shot by Sarah, will still invest into an operator of their own. So what's the play now? It's the op not playing into the one-way smoke of A main. You want to have clear vision, and it's Donut moving towards the catwalk to look back towards the pile. This might be big here because Juna's about to peek, and thankfully the smoke comes out on the attack side of catwalk. You're going to try to make noise here and pull rotates on a fake B pressure and potentially finish back towards A once again.
Sonic sensors in Tree this time after Wada, like the swarm of bees. And you got Wada also activate the work here from Juna. And even Starbound through mid, so much map control given to Wada, and they're benefiting from it because they're finding SRG isolated, looking for information of their own. There's still a
two
drone.
players inserted.
Still an owl drone from Sarah.
Yeah, and Juna's already into M3, so she knows that she heard a couple of rotates. They got the pick up on catwalk, and it's weak sun on both, right? They have no choice but to play turtled up. So no matter where you exec, it's gonna be the responsibility of Juna to cut the rotates. and see what happens towards the end.
Sarah and Noya can do. Okay, bit of a miss from PowerPixel there, but hey, dealing with the trip is good. No recon info from Sarah.
30 seconds left.
She has a shock build left too. And there is the cutoff from Juna as those rotates come in. Mel will have to try and dislodge that. Now there's help even from Astralis on the very back of the site. This is so clean from Wada.
Yeah, and it's just unfortunate. It's a small mistake, a misposition. And you can definitely see here when the macro's very good, but you're doing one slight mistake, one slight misstep, how the macro and the planning that you have on defense could just fall apart. And that's just Donut's rifle, the tip of the operator sticking out a little bit too far. Looking back towards the archway of M1 allows Starbound to just slowly creep up and get position to get that pick. But not only that, before that even happens, when the smoke came up on Catwalk, Juno was already inserted into market of M2. So how can you actually take control of middle or be able to be reactive here on rotates if you've lost so much control of Catwalk and all of the lane of middle in the first place that you can't get any value off the rotates? And again, it came down to, even if they wanted to execute towards the A site, and you have a brawl towards that side, and somehow SRG is able to even up some trades in that spot, Juna is going to have some easy kills from cutting the rotate from B to A. So again, the macro, very, very nice from Wada towards the end because of the punishment that they got onto Donut at the very beginning.
Yeah, SRG just need to find a way to reinforce that market beat aside, as you said, because letting Wada have control of that has just been disastrous. SRG just lose one kind of team fight there, and ever since, SRG just would rather hold the perimeter, and this has given Wada so many rounds. Wada haven't dropped an offensive round yet, so this is looking like a map 3 unless this timeout from SRG has really been mind-blowing.
Yeah, timeout for the next round. Donut will go for another op investment, and you can already see the position right here. They're playing a 2-1-2. I don't know if that's going to be something they want to try to utilize. Oh my god, utilize even later on in round 19, but that's a nice little drive-by for Femboy, who even TPs back towards B. Again, they're doing such a great job forcing these rotates. You're going to probably see Donut trying to peek out towards Catwalk because of the noise done towards B.
Femboy has their gate crash back too, so if anyone peeks, this is going to be huge for them. Jump peek there while the rest of Wada carve through the middle of the map. Tree is theirs, leaving Mel in a spot with a Bucky. Can maybe try and go. I mean, Mel is more likely to go for a big play than to play her life, and now hearing this swarm in, I think Mel, even she can't pull off a 1v3, especially with the Bucky, and Femboy is just all over the place in the best of ways possible, finding Mel in main, and this feels pretty secured for Wada.
That is insane what Femboy just did. Still getting good agility movement, not even needing any satchels. Jumping on top of the boxes, making as if they're going to jump towards the top and land on the ground, and Mel was looking up, thinking that Femboy was going to be up there. Dude, that, I mean, I know it's against an anti-eco / lower buy. Shopify only had Buckies to work with, but they are moving around so confidently around this attack side of Ascent.
Wada are one round away from giving SRG their first map loss of Swiss, because they were 1-2-0 last time, or last week.
And owning open qualifiers as well, continue to be the unstoppable team that we expect Shopify to be, but you're right, this is looking very good for Wada in terms of bringing the confidence back into the third map, or forwards towards the third map of Icebox.
Femboy with the dimensional drift and a judge, a Hunter's Fury as a defensive mechanism for SRG, but the infiltrator is there, and Femboy lives on in the heads of SRG within the site. Sarah does her best now to drone in and see, is there anyone in both? Still gotta take this one step at a time if you're SRG, even down 3 versus 4.
Spike planted.
We're just talking about a hero play from Mel, and she was trying to find a timing and loses the fight to Astralis, but this might be GG. Look at the positioning you have from PowerPixel A. Dimensional Drift has to come up huge with info and spams to drop these players inside B. If not, they're winning on time. Wada.
PowerPixel A was so far back, Donut didn't see the flank, and it doesn't matter. SRG may have zoned them off for now. 3 versus 1 against Femboy in the closet and gets all 3. And Noya dance, save the map, and does so. Still one left. The shock pull from Power Pixel saves it. Wada win map to 13-6.
That is so cool by
Holy cow.
Femboy. Jumping across like that, getting 2 judge kills, and somehow TP's out in the open and survives at dice to run enough time down the clock to allow Power Pixel to come through here with a shock dart kill. If not, again, win on time. We were just talking about the win condition of how much value you want to get off the dimensional drift on the side of SRG so they could flood back into the site. It was working so well. It was a 3v1 inside the site there against Femboy, and somehow Femboy stands, and they're able now to push this over to a third map here of Icebox between SRG and Wada.
Remember, Swiss records matter for seeding. Is SRG going to end up number 1, or are we going to get a big upset at the beginning of Swiss? We're going to Icebox next. Things are heating up, so stay tuned, everyone.
Red Bull gives you wings.
gonna have to cool things down. We're going to our map decider between our kickoff champions and, well, generational champions of Shopify Rebellion Gold. This is an awesome series.
Definitely an awesome series so far. Dominant sides on Secret, just talking about second half destroyers, and we saw that from Shopify in the first map of Split. The second map here on Ascent, you can already see it from the timeline and the scoreboard from the team breakdown. First kills on the side of Wada, 12-7, and converted so many out of those. Pulse plans have been excellent on the side of Wada as well in their attack side, and it again talks about how good the map manipulation of Wada has been. It almost looks like as well like the matchup that they have, or the composition that they have, matches up very well against the double sentinel that SRG came out with, because SRG playing the double sentinel, you're trying to be reactive around the deadlock walls. You have to play a little bit more slower rather, if you don't want to play aggressive with the Yoru lines that you're trying to grab. So it allows for Wada to scale up a little bit more slowly around like the chamber, and the value that you get between Starbound and Femboy gives him a chance here to work the map a little bit more and default and pull these rotates and get great value on their attack side. So if this continues on, Icebox could be a very similar storyline here at Lemon Kiwi, because this is another one of those maps where you could be fast if you want here on the side execs towards A, but you could also default if you do a lot of good inserts and it's not being punished from the side of SRG, that Wada could take advantage of again.
And speaking of good inserts, I feel like Wada, everybody found the right roles for them. Like, you bring in Sleepy Arya, aka Femboy, who got on the duelist mantle once Juna came in, was able to take controller. Like, everyone has been able to slot on their best role perfectly well. And for Sleepy Arya, Femboy to be as good as they were on Yoru with so little experience, they're really mainly known for their Neon and their Rays, but they've been mostly flourishing off of teamwork. It's not really Femboy being like the ultra carry. This is just a team that enables and supports each other so well. And to go to a Yoru, or to play Yoru against Dodonut, where that's their bread and butter, and to pull out a win there has been really huge. But again, it's not once in a while you'll have Femboy go crazy, like just kind of the solo dimensional drifts with a judge and doing whatever, but that's what's really caught SRG off guard sometimes.
100%. And if you're looking at even the agent map pool around Femboy for, you know, the past events here of Game Changers rather, they haven't been using Jet a lot, and this is a perfect Jet map. But I wouldn't be surprised if, again, you have a team like Wada come out with a composition that's unorthodox, where you're not going to leverage a Jet. And you were just talking about a Neon or a Raze. Maybe it could be the play, but I wouldn't be surprised if another Yoru comes out on this map as well for Wada, especially when we just talked about the value that they were getting here off the dimensional drifts, or the insert type of playstyle defaults that Wada has been doing. It's a perfect map right here for Yoru to take advantage of as well.
I'd be really worried if I saw Femboy on Jet, because at least in the last 90 days, they have not played any Jet, and they've been on the grind. Like, they've been playing in the YFP lockdown arena under Wada Pink, and Femboy's the only one on that team. So it's been cool to just see them being like active and just keeping their hands warm, especially for such an important tournament, because this Swiss stage qualifies you into the main event, and of course those points are important to getting into the World Championship down the line, and you want to have a good start because there's kind of a lot of pressure on Wada as the kickoff champions to prove, well, just because SRG weren't there doesn't mean that Wada couldn't be the #1 team.
Yeah, exactly. And now I'm just continuing to go down the line of what we could pull out here for Wada on Icebox. I'm just thinking potentially even you continue on with the chamber, right? You have Starbound is just going to keep playing chamber every single map. It could still be very useful on a map like Icebox. You could still get good passive information on the defensive side when you're placing it around the kitchen or whatnot. It's just going to be, what is the supporting cast around? I don't remember or recall seeing or casting kickoff where I've seen a lot of Vipers being played this time around as well for the side of Wada. I wouldn't be surprised if you want to try to quote-unquote thug it out a little bit more and bring a lot more aggression by playing like a Clove, for example, which could get these refresh smokes, faster drops, and go for fast pivots from A to B side with close smokes on middle. I think this could be something that could be useful on the side of Wada as well. And it said it will be a Viper here. You see Juna coming through, and I think that's the reason why potentially Juna is joining this roster, as they could be that flex, what's needed here for Wada to get value out of. But they are also playing no duelists on the side of Wada, which is quite interesting.
just pack all the sentinels if you're Wada, and it makes sense because I just said like Femboy isn't probably as confident on the jet, and this is the one map where you can afford to not play the any duelist. And Mel on the other side, Mel and Noya, they trade off on Viper role depending on if Noya needs to play a sentinel or not, or if they want to play the double controller, they'll kind of trade it off on the Viper. So, and it makes sense. Mel can kind of sit back and then do all the IGLing, being able to relax more on the Viper as well. Then we get to see Harbor, which is not an agent you see every day, but makes a lot of sense for Icebox. Well, at least depending on who you talk to.
It does. No, I do agree with you, because if you, chat, if you've been watching here, or you haven't been watching VCTs in Americas, it's like one of the most used compositions on Icebox this time around. MIBR is using it, Crew's using it. There was another team that tried to use it before and then switched out. That was Energy that tried to use it most recently, and then switched out to like the old Oxygen, or sorry, the old Shopify MXS comp, which is using a couple of flashes. That said, the double controller is very, very strong on this map. Very difficult to deal with if you don't have enough reps against this. And I don't think Wada is a team that gets a lot of reps against a double controller, so it could be something difficult to deal with at the very beginning.
Wada came out of the last map with both pistol wins. Being able to kick things off on defense on that time too, and they'll do the same here. And with all the sentinels, there's a lot of chance to delay things, and it's good for Wada to start off on defense, as SRG want to set the pace going over to A, having their Viper wall kind of fake things out on B. They got a lot of attention from Wada on the left side. They'll leave Donut behind to collect if they do decide to press their luck. Oh, that harbor wall at the back is going to be trapping Femboy and Starbound. And then you got that lurk from Dodonut. Eventually, Juna pressed forward. That was a big find from Dodonut. So it keeps Wada really anchored on that left side, while the rest of Wada kind of react to that harbor wall that was thrown out.
Don't want to wait another 30 seconds here, because the high tide coming down, it's not going to be as easy for them to cross.
Spike down A.
Hey, Sarah now just swinging against two. Oh, wait! It's pulling off the 1v2. Okay, there was some help at the end. SRG took their time to scale up. Even the harbor wall expired. Wada had rotated in, and SRG just go back to their fundamentals. They plant, now play farther back from main. Wada to have their Viper wall set up, but not a Viper to use it, so Astralis will have to push without any advantages. And now you have all these angles from SRG,
oh my God!
And Power Pixel A just picks off all three? What?
No way they just did that with the Red Bull clutch.
Nice now and then. Thank
you. Dude, that is... Dude, if we were sponsored by anybody else, like Aimblads, Pulsar, I don't know, just pull that the flick of the day for sure. To be able to get that first pick on the top of the North Tower and then swing down to continuously headshot on the other two. You just talked about good fundamentals on the side of SRG, and I was going to say, that's the perfect call. And that play that they just did on a 3-2-1 swing, that was also another perfect play. But somehow Power Pixel A comes huge and gets a 3K on the end for Wada to win the pistol and just knock the wind out of the sails of SRG for the second round. Force on only classics, not even forcing up stingers despite a spike plant. And they want to leverage better weapons in round number 3.
I swear, Wada, their clutch gene factor, whatever it is, has been programmed well. From Juna, so many memories on Split, to now Power Pixel A on the pistol. Is Wada have to hold back the forces of SRG. We now have some of their Viper or Harbor walls to kind of split up Wada in half, but SRG not getting any big advantages as the pistol. And Juna goes for a flank. That gets shut down, and that gifts over a rifle, or at least a better gun, to SRG.
Yeah, that's a misclick or a mistiming here from Juna. When you realize that the action is very slow, it's a great call for SRG to just stop and punish the flank. And you see what happens after. They're forcing players to fall back because you think you rotate back towards the B site. Now you have a chance for SRG to move through here towards A.
Well, SRG thought they could just overwhelm them with pistols and did a lot of damage. I mean, you deny 3 weapons into the bonus. if you're
Exactly.
SRG, and I don't think they even went for the gun that was left there by Juna, and instead picked one on the front end, and you got Starbound, who's always a menace on the outlaw, on the op, whatever it is. But SRG are really funny with their timings on their swings, and Donut has to choose this carefully at 8 HP. It does get the win against Starbound. Not a single bullet stray, and catches Astralis on the climb up. The Red Bull clutch this time goes the way of SRG.
There had to be a call coming out from Wada saying that the last player has only 8 HP. So you already saw it from the X-ray. Starbound switched out over to a classic, trying to move forward and just try to land one classic shot. But why not stay together to guarantee the trade when the spike is being planted? You could actually just go for the tap, force your opponent to come back against you. You guarantee your trade at that point no matter what, and then you could actually move forward to a 2-0 scoreline. There's a lot of micro mistakes. We just talked about the punishment onto Juna, weakening down the A site anchor towards that back. And you already had 4 players at the very beginning on that side. But with Juna dying, 2 players had to rotate out to watch middle, to watch B, and SRG is able to get what they just did. Donut going for the hero play and allowing SRG to tie up the game and easily take, well, I'm not gonna say too easily, but should easily take the next round.
Oh, not a power pick. You would think, oh, such an easy round. 3 versus 1, then there's power pixel A, and just the immediate cascade into the scale up from SRG, even using shock bolts to make sure Wada don't early walk up on them. And now it's just been a battle of vision. The Power Pixel A may have had a surprise, and Wada pistols up close. The classic right clicks can still really hurt. Mel, the timing on the swing against Astralis. It's everything. Waits for everyone to be in position too. Pinging how they're gonna get around this tower side. With the ice wall expiring, Mel uses the harbor wall to almost get out in time.
No
as
way.
Wada could be pulling off yet another thrifty. This is so insane. How many do they have? Oh my
bad, chat. That's a casting curse on my side if you're an SRG fan, but yeah, that was insane how that was held out. I mean, what can you ask more? They're just players playing inside smokes, behind smokes, and just getting random right clicks, and it comes out on their favor. Again, another one of those rounds where you just count a bit of luck, and then you'll take that luck and take the round, and you go back and forth. This time around, though, going into this into round number 4, there is at least a bit of hero rifles in Donut and Noya, and who better than those 2 players to try to open things up, because you know that the aim is going to be crisp on both of these players. Noya used to play a duelist and plays the sentry role like a duelist.
Here. Didn't Noya get an ace or like almost an ace on split? Like everyone for this whole SRG team is so well rounded. Now the olive drones are gonna cross. And you know those sentries are set up at the back there for Wada. The second slow orb comes out. SRG are really committed to this A site take despite all of the disruption as Mel finds herself on the high ground, unable to clean up what seemed to be such an easy kill. But Sarah turns out the positions with good shock bolts. Now with the harbor wall at the back and cascades being thrown out, SRG are trying to be proactive on the immediate retake from Wada, but a door left unchecked. Starbound gets their one. Not enough of an impact to make this easy for someone like Juna in a 1 versus 3. Alexis has a sheriff. You got a high-low on the right. Juna's going to try and split that up with a molly. Knows Alexis could swing on any moment, so this is just not going to be possible for Juna. At least gets the 1, 7 HP. Now SRG have to think about also leaving while Juna wants to save the rifle.
Both of them will have to save, and Donut and Noya, the last 2 players remaining, are the last 2 players that had rifles going to this round for SRG, and were the 2 players that actually got the openings on the side of Shopify. Very nicely done on that side. Of course, we couldn't really see the shots. Thank you, Prius, for missing those. But you still see the value that those rifles came into the round for SRG. That said, though, that I think things might finally start calming down into, like, you know, back to a norm. Because you're moving into round number 5. You have a pretty decent rifle round for both of the teams. There's only Astralis that has a very low buy. And I'd like to see Wada to actually try to push forward a little bit more and try to take control of this orb. Because if Starbound picks up the ult here, it could give a chance for the defensive side to play double ult. But that
That's
is
such a risk.
also the reason why you have SRG playing double controller. That type of scaling that you currently see, that's what's the strong point of this composition of SRG. It's so good at denying space early in the round by the orb.
Oh, Wada. Just not able to get as much information off their owl drone. It got shot down so quickly, so they just kind of go for preemptive Hunter's Fury. Knowing SRG, they harbor wall up, it's tall, and they get more vision off of Sarah's owl drone. Like SRG had the information advantage, and you just have not been able to flank against SRG. That's been so well checked, this time by Noya, who has the turret behind. We'll have to maybe face off against Astralis. I don't imagine Astralis would want to push with just the Sheriff. So SRG, I think, one step at a time, have the advantage, and you can go for another spike plan unless Femboy gets a huge headshot onto Dodo Nut. That's insane. With the Vandal is going to hold that corner too. Now SRG have to walk into a scary line of sight, but Astralis just couldn't support Femboy well enough.
30 seconds.
So SRG eventually find angles around his defenses, but have been cut down too much to continue thriving.
Dude, so far, Wada has been doing a very good job anchoring and fighting against this util from SRG. Yeah, they're maybe losing like these flank. At least it was a nice attempt by Juna because she did play an off angle, hurt the turret, and is hoping for players to walk into her crosshair. But I mean, you're playing against Noya in the duels. It's very hard to win. You have to be on point to make sure you land your shots. But Wada inside the sights, they're not afraid of the phase 2 scaling that I like to call here. That this composition is really good in doing for Shopify Rebellion Gold. But sectioning the walls off the harbor wall, the orb that you have from the Viper, and then you start moving in as a team. You're isolating players inside the site, but Wada is not afraid to play within these walls, to spray through the walls to fight back to and getting good value out of it. And mind you, Wada has been playing this composition, as I say, no duelist. I mean, I'm going to hold that thought. SRG is currently rushing inside the same place.
Hold that thought, SRG are holding the site too. And then made sure to just use more forward util to drown out Femboy, because that was a big problem for SRG to deal with before. Now you got a Viper's Pit from Mel to cover the spike. This is going to be so hard for Wada to break through. Starbound been problematic with the off. Now tries to get vision. Noya is just the bodyguard, 5 HP. I don't know how everyone keeps living with like single-digit HP. As Juna go inside the pit to deny that, but the lockdown is going to push Wada completely out, and this is time that Wada can't afford. They feel like they were forced to play that against the lockdown, but weren't going to be able to find it because of the pit. And now because of time, yeah, you're right, they'll have to save.
Yeah, you're mentioning it's crazy how so many of these players are surviving with so low HP. We saw Mel earlier on at 1 HP in one of the maps, Noya now at 5. But overall, at least the silver lining for Wada is that they forced out 2 goals on the side of Shopify Rebellion Gold. I don't think they were expecting to having to waste the lockdown on that side of the post plan. So a small little dub coming through, and it could still have a pretty decent buy going to the round. Because remember, Starbound got a pick. They now have a Tilda Fuss available, and they can go on double alt on the double op rather on the defense if they wanted to. But instead, it's Power Pixelay with a Guardian, so that Femboy could go with a Vandal shot. They could be a lot more aggressive this round as well, because Femboy has an ult to work with and go for a res, which is why you're currently seeing Starbound on top of the generator. A great way to try to pick out towards that phase 1 scaling up towards A site.
Here.
SRG being able to get their util deeper the side has really forced Wada out and has been good, but
yeah, sorry, they Sage Wall boost on top of that to make sure that Starbound could even get a better angle on the top of pipes. So that's allowing you to get a very good value and very good information, but instead the read that they have, despite that attempt, is unfortunately wrong. All of SRG are currently working towards a B-side hit.
the first time we've seen the B-side, it felt like SRG. Things very well set up, especially with just the Viper back here and the Hunter's Fury to just ping anyone. And I swear that almost clipped them at the end. Juna takes some damage, gets healed up by Femboy. Now you got a drone coming through the mid-cut too from Power Pixelay, but not seeing really much. SRG is going to be on this yellow box, and Starbound's up, has to get some sightlines, and it's just being completely denied by smokes. And then mid-cut being just trounced on by Noya, who's a fantastic backstab against Wada, and now limits the options and the angles that Wada can take. And just all these smokes, Harbor, Viper, everything is denied any activation of Starbound, and a flawless round comes out of SRG. I'm just cycling that vision denial so much.
Yeah, and now you have 2 rounds that are fairly clean here from Shopify Rebellion Gold. One using 2 ults to guarantee the round, but then the previous round was actually quite nice in terms of the execution. Especially when it comes down to the gamble play that you're trying to set up towards the A site with the continuous amount of rounds that Shopify has been hitting towards A. They've done such a good job conditioning Wada on the A site hits that they go for the Hail Mary hit B, and Wada was just not ready for that one. And the composition that we talked about for SRG being so good to execute towards the A site, it's very similar towards B. It's so good to section out portions of the map to allow for you to just scale it into mid scales rather to get into the B site for the plant and fight, and just play a very good pulse plan towards the end. And if it wasn't for Noya with the great lurks, well, Wada maybe could have had a chance coming back from the spawn.
And then what does Wada do from here? Because I feel like when it comes to the 5-person retake for A, that's just been way too difficult, especially if Mel and Alexis are still up. You just cannot get any vision on the site, so you have to play prevention duty there. But then if you stack too much on A and you leave B open, SRG had a complete lockdown and just fortressed up B. So it's going to be tough to see how Wada can divide themselves. I think maybe the only thing to change is how they are going to wrap around through mid into B, which that was a really good double kill out of Noya to deny that out of Wada. But going forward, see what Wada thought of in their timeout.
Yeah, I think right now they're going to be a little bit more defaulty in their positioning. I wouldn't be surprised if it's a 2-1-2, but I think you would have to have your most confident shooter to play that middle to fight against Noya. That said, though, they only have a Guardian to work in this round. That's in the hands of Femboy as SRG goes back into try to do the hit towards the A site.
Oh, you don't get to see Dodona just dash in and cause that much ruckus that early. SRG have really scaled up well as a team. You got a safe plant going thanks to the Cove, and Wada find themselves on the back foot with Sheriffs as well. So this will be SRG really stacking their economy as well. Like, they're so insanely rich. So Wada really hope to have an impact in their or do anything to their economy, but that may be why they're gonna test the waters here, especially with Starbound on the high ground and actually striking through the heart of Alexis. Unfortunately, the rest of Wada will be farming orbs to SRG. Deny one weapon, I guess.
Yeah. You talked about the money being very strong for SRG. So you just want to try to make sure that, you know, you do a little bit of damage and try to keep it as low as possible, so you try to start a comeback if you can. But that said, we're looking at the setup. This is that seems to be a 1-2-2 instead, but still leveraging this op from Starbound. And I was going to mention maybe they're trying to go for the wall boost once again because it wasn't spotted a couple of rounds before. But it seems as it changes a bit. I wonder if they're going to wall up and go towards L. That's exactly where Femboy is going. No walls needed, but the Nanostorm pushes them away, and unfortunately they can't take control of pipes.
SRG feeling like their flank could be vulnerable, so having Mel invested in that too, instead of trying to get mollies forward a little less to drown out Wada from these positions that have been tough before. But once the flank has been cleared, SRG have their sights set forward with Noya on flank watch. Harbor wall is up just to see kind of what panic you can cause, what pressure you can create, and the Wada camp. Do they know about this op though? SRG to be really careful how they push this because there's so much delay from the double slow orbs to you never know what kind of who could be standing on a sage wall. So I don't blame SRG for hesitating a bit.
Yeah, and right now for Wada, they're still going for a one setup. I mean, everything's clean to watch towards middle, to watch towards tube, and the other one's just jiggling here. Juna's playing the position to see if there's going to be an execution towards his B site. So it's smart so far from Wada to stay anchored up towards A. We've mentioned how good they've been anchoring on A site in these gruesome battles.
So you're really expecting Wada to make the move first, and now SRG set their pawns forward for a take, and so at the top of this tower, Femboy's gonna be an issue, and Sarah with a quick flick, and now it's a bloodbath, 13 seconds, and Alexis still has the plant, and Wada could prevent it, but Starbound at 5 HP hesitates and wants to play their life as best as they can. And now with the walk up, but the gun is so large, and even spot from Donut, and it's just Juna at the back. Now SRG double the score of Wada and hope to close out the series.
Missing a little bit of communication in terms of Juna being too far back to be able to meet up with Starbound to enter towards the A site together. It just feels like Starbound, I mean, I'm not going to blame them, right? They've been so confident, really good in these moments to catch players off guard, and thought they might be able to get one towards the default plant after the harbor plant from Alexis, but didn't expect Donut once again after the dash inside the dice towards the back to get value out of the jet play. By the way, I finally have a chance to mention this. Wada is playing a composition that Fnatic has used back in 2022. So the no duelist comp triple sentee, very good at stalling, but so far, unfortunately, hasn't been good at stalling for the second wave hits of Shopify Rebellion gold in the site.
There's more of a flank forming from Wada, something that Noya hasn't seen much of and hasn't been as wary. But now with the turret taken out, Noya's on the prowl, while the rest of SRG get the objective done with the harbor wall in place. It's been quite a secure offensive run for Wada. So with the triple sentry, Wada, they can protect, but they can't attack as well. Not with Alexis on the forefront. A flawless round at that for SRG. They're really online.
Yeah, and unfortunately no weapons to work with to answer back here on the side of Wada. And I'd like to see it this time around. Try to go for that wall boost and try to get Starbound up on that spot. But I think the other reason why they're not doing it anymore is because SRG, whenever they're doing that phase 1 scale, and I like to call this phase 1 because you're doing Cascade, Shock Dart, Snake Bite, right towards the orb. You're denying pushes towards the defensive side, and you're also mauling on the top of pipes. But nobody's taking possession of those pipes right after that push. So it doesn't make sense to have your opera up there to walk towards the top. But they are trying it this time again. But actually, you see somebody jump across. Oh yeah. Oh, it missed. It missed, unfortunately.
Lockdown ensues for SRG, and although the corner could have been held there by Starbound from the rafters, deciding to just be completely out, not wanting to take any risks. And SRG have the vision blocked out too with the harbor wall, denial on the owl drone, delay too from the KJ Molly, and okay, Wada are trying to force them back, and it's just not working out with the harbor ult that was thrown from SRG. Wada frag well at the front door, like it's more even than I thought it would be, and if anything, Wada are starting to get advantages, but shutting down Starbound. They really need to support them so much better because Starbound's always good for one, but what else? Juna is left to pick up the pieces and clutch once again for the team.
And you kind of wish that's what happened in like round number 3 when Donut was able to get that dash kill and then the 1v2 win. This time you see that scale moving in as a group from Wada, just off Alexis when she tries to jiggle back on that side. Lands a beautiful shot onto one player, but gets immediately traded out. Imagine what that scoreline, what the story would have been here for Wada against SRG going into round number 12. It could have been much more different because they could have snowballed better economy against SRG, who were on a classic pistol. It would have snowballed some economy on that side. Unfortunately, it wasn't the story. It was SRG able to get that clutch and now keeping the lead by 3 for the last round. We're going to fuel, not versus off.
Early pit. I like that call because I swear to God, the A side has been hit 99% of the time. So.
And 90% of the time, it worked every time, just like Anchorman would say, right?
Yeah, right? SRG have a good lead going on too until Wada snapped that win streak. It was a 4-round win streak for SRG and still very rich. Now you have to completely ignore the pit, so wish Wada did a bit more to get eyes around B. They're kind of leaving it completely open, really worried about this Viper wall.
Yeah, I mean, they should be okay to play retake too. Power Pixel has Hunter's Fury. I don't think they want to try the delay, but I mean, it looked pretty good until Astralis decided to leave her teammate into the B site. There were 2 players there to work together, and unfortunately not good enough.
Hunter's Fury versus Hunter's Fury. There's so much. There's a lot. Thank you so much for that. So many colors. But only one spike gets planted, and SRG just get to hang back. It's just kind of an uncomfortable hold from Wada when it comes to this B side of how to address these these Viper walls, these Harbor walls. And Wada looked better drilled about their A approach. And SRG just playing off the open sight lines, and way to flank from Juna. It's going to cause some issues. Now comes through the mid-cut to help support Starbound, because they're about to get pushed by like 4 members of SRG. And Juna starts to even up those numbers, but the spike is ticking down, so there's not really much more that Wada can do, except go into the second half, 4-8.
And Mel with 4 kills in a round as well. Finally finding something less boring than throwing walls up in orbs that just joins the team into a fight and puts up big numbers rather. And now in the second half, you have Wada on the attack side. Again, it may seem on paper that playing no duelists for an Icebox map might be troll or might be difficult for you to get into sites, but you don't really need to dash as much. You don't really need to go for satchels to create space, because the Viper is the most crucial component for you to be able to scale up on the B side, and your Sage is what's going to be on paper helping you to be able to get some good wall plants. And that said, with Starbound playing with the TP, you can get some actually elevation position to play the pulse plants and to get some space as well. So it actually works out quite well. We have a tech pause showing up right now because I think we have Pansy in the chat as well. So thank you very much, Pansy, for gracing us with your presence.
Oh, don't stutter in front of her. Lock in.
I know. Dude, I was intimidated by Lauren. That said, though, it's we do have word that it's unfortunately a fire alarm, so we're just gonna wait for everything to cool down literally, and then we can continue on here with the matchup.
Yeah, I've been through some fire alarm cases at a LAN. Once a fire alarm went off, and casters didn't know what to do, so we just kind of kept going. Thankfully online, it's a lot easier to signal who you need to get to. But
yeah, that's nice.
Well, 8-4, super solid out of SRG. I think Wada now on the attack. They've been very successful at pistols before. If Wada can lead off with a pistol win, this would give me vibes. It would give them the aura to get, I think, a comeback going where they could tie things up.
Yeah, second half killers we were talking about, right? This time it's Wada started on the second half on the attack side, and it's what we're just talking about here. You have a Viper wall up on the B side. The orb allows Guna to scale up a bit, but still, the 4-1 is on the lead. You don't need the Viper to help you out for the A side plant. It's just a Sage to try to open things up. The thing is, though, you're given the spike under Power Pixel. They might have some sort of game plan to try to leverage as many Hunter's Furies as possible here in the second half, as they're just waiting for the timing off the double wall to come down, and that's very hard to deal with on this map, with this composition too. As soon as this Harbor wall comes down, the Viper wall that comes up.
An arrow to the head, unfortunately, does not get kills in Valorant, but we're not expecting Wada to be that close timing. Unfortunate for SRG, as Wada been able to scale up. Okay, Juna can't go on no crazy flanks. Good shutdown from Noya, and she'll group back up with Mel on the other side. Based on this Viper wall, Lexus definitely wants to make Wada isolated, uncomfortable, and Femboy, a couple of right clicks, ends Mel. Still a disadvantage that SRG can't even get the spike halfway. The time is limited. The smoke starts to come down. Noya can't do much more in a 1v3, so another pistol goes the way of Wada.
Okay, so it looks like it's very practiced here for Wada as well. When you have these walls coming up on the side, you probably just have to have your Sage to be on point to understand the angle that you could try to get these slanted walls to be placed down by the generator all the way towards 410. So you could somewhat do a pixel plant if you could. That said, when they did that, there was still a bit of a gap that whoever was playing up towards the A tower could get some good damage onto. But it seems like they got caught off guard. And then both of the players inside the A side for Shopify just got dropped. That's something here that Shopify off that first round will have to keep in mind.
Oof. These offensive slowers from Femboy have been so good. Like, SRG can't walk up and fight for the orb, and if they do, they're just caught in the open with easy shots from Wada. But wait, Donut is just around the corner, decides to fall back as soon as you just hear any kind of outlaw ringing across the map. So I respect SRG to take a more, at least a more unified approach. They're gonna step up now as a squad, and PowerPixel just rains from above. A big triple kill and a spike plant, and Noya just has to go down with the ship.
Yeah, trying to do their little Asuna cosplay. PowerPixel just repels across and doesn't need a drop, but just drives by with the Spectre to get a 3K and a plan. And look at that. Already very close to a Hunter's Fury. Noya pushing through, sees one barrel sticking out. Here's the footsteps from PowerPixel. Doesn't want to go for the shot.
Finished.
Okay.
That was clean.
Oh, 4 for PowerPixel. That's cleaner too. Only carrying 3 into the bonus. Still good, because I think just being able to close the gap in the score is the name of the game for Wada, and to build up an economy, because that's how SRG felt like tilted the scales in the later parts of that first half, was just, I don't know, having 3,000 or 4,000 credits per player and just being able to buy whatever they want.
Yeah, they're looking pretty good here on how clean the pushes have been for Wada and that anti-eco, but it seems as though Icebox is back into the hit A simulator on both sides. And then again, it's just simple conditioning coming out on the side of both teams on their attack sides. At some point, you're probably going to see a call coming out from Wada to hit towards B, and hopefully SRG bites into the, oh wait, we got to stack towards this A site every time. But so far, so good. A bonus round out for Wada. Starbound still with an outlaw. And scaling up. They're going to be the pivotal point to try to get entry so far, leading towards L.
SRG have laid their trap with all this KJ util right at the plant spot. Letting Wada just walk in, but it's a little too quiet. They have heard the drop down there from Noya, so Wada have a sense that the defenders have left the area. And what Judah can do on the flanks, on the lurks, is something SRG also have to mark and dedicate some players to. And a close call. Is there the sniper of Starbound now breaking down the wall? SRG try to hold their own. Noya against the world, doesn't care about the util, cares only about what's in front of her. Our president goes 2 for 1, but Starbound matches it blow for blow, leaving Jonah on a 1v2. And SRG do not know where they are. Know that they're probably on some kind of mid flank or mid lurk, so it's a good read for SRG. 18 seconds. You got kind of a high-low setup from Donut and Noya. 8 HP in a dream. Plus a turret that Juna has to try and clip down. Just feeds Noya the last kill. 9-6.
That was so unfortunate because PowerPixel, and should I say Starbound, did a great job to get picks there with the outlaw on that Jenny. But when they tried to scale up, when they actually surprised one player towards the back of the side of SRG, you swung with the spike without waiting for your teammates. Your teammates still throwing nanoswarms on the top of the catwalk, and you never timed the 3-2-1 swing towards the back. It allowed here for Shopify to just really fled back from the back of the A area and not give a chance here to get any value out of Juno's lurk. And that could have been a little bit more different. A bonus could have been converted there for Wada, but now SRG, room to breathe. In the lead now by 3. Big gun round for both of the teams. As it might force the eco for the losing team.
There's the Hunter's Fury off Boulder down just to keep SRG on their toes. Look for pings. I don't think got much, but Donut starts off with first blood off of Yellow Box, which Wada is going their direction. See if Alexis can support this well too. Had already used the first wall off the rip just to slow down Wada, maybe let Donut get into this hidden position. Based on this forward smoke too, Wada may be split off. They really have to time this well when they cross it, because they could be walking right into Donut's sightline, and just the ponytail of Femboy off the top of the box. Donut, second one of the round.
And you have to give up, but the turret's going to see you on middle, so that's going to force players to be a little bit more weary. And you already see the reposition from Sarah. Looking back towards Boiler. The other one's looking back towards Kitchen. The positioning is very nice from Shopify, and that's all off the back of clean shots out from Boiler.
That's one I wanted to see more of how you can really take control of this middle, wrap around through B, or I guess through the backside of A. I guess having a read that SRG are more stacked on the left side of the map. 8 seconds left. Plant goes through, and Noya's hanging around, and Wada aren't aware of this. So what kind of backstab can Noya can create? Starbound's playing pretty deep, hoping to cut off the rotations from the B side. The third win for Donut, but the wraparound for Power Pixel could have done so much more if it wasn't for that pesky jet smoke. But either way, a bit split from each other. Astralis could catch SRG on their walk-in. I guess it's the Molly that's going to give Astralis the third kill. Just Noya in a 1 versus 2. Wrapping around, expecting someone to sit in the cove. Now knows where that last member is. Astralis couldn't get it halfway. Time running out. Astralis with a big round under their belt.
Both KJs on both ends. Unluckiness out of Noya, but a big round coming out from Astralis. Because of the position I was calling, super clean from Shopify. They had everything in hand to watch and react to where the next hit would be coming out here from Wada, who played the contact play up towards Spoiler. But unfortunately, Sarah was a little bit too far out and nobody was there to trade against her. And Noya's trying to play around the Viper wall that's being thrown up here by Mel so that she could try to find some sort of opening. But she misses all that time as she's flanking around. When she goes back towards screens, her teammates are already getting kills. And then Astralis slips through the net and is able to clutch that one for the team. Very nicely done. And somehow there's a classic kill onto Starbound on a 3-player stack on the east side from Shopify.
Just good adaptation from SRG. Once you see that slower from Femboy, you know Wada are going to swing off of that. And SRG were just ready for it this time. Got the Owl drone exploring A while this lurk from Juna continues to find value, and it's going to wrap all the way behind SRG if they're not careful. As Wada will join Juna on their adventures, and Juna's killing SRG in their own spawn. This is so problematic. And just a good sheriff shot from Alexis ends Juna's deeper run around Snowman. Now the plant goes through, and SRG still have to kind of clear and scale up properly because of that conditioning of Juna. 3 versus 2 retake.
Thankfully, there's a lockdown. That could be the silver lining right now for Wada to try to salvage this round, because what can you do when the shots are so clean from Shopify?
This lockdown is going to be kept safe, but it's not as deep as maybe Wada would have wanted, so SRG are right around the corner. As Donut updrafts, almost gets shot down off the yellow box. Good check in the peak from Astralis on the spike, and just the small gaps that Donut finds to give SRG the thrifty and up to double digits.
That is so nice, and thankfully Mal is the one that's still alive. She was the one pushing down towards middle. If she dropped, there wasn't going to be a snake hunt. There wasn't going to be any poison orb, which would allow the 2 rifles to maybe answer back on what was so crazy by SRG. Yes, they got the kill up to Starbound. I was like, wait, Donut got a classic headshot kill at that range, but I didn't realize that there was so many players from Shopify with Sheriffs in a high-low stack doing so much damage, because not only did it take down Starbound, they also put Power Pixel down to 5 HP and forcing Femboy to come back and go for the heal and then miss time to rotate back towards the B side that Mel gets good value out of it. Oh, why? Are we going to do the same thing on the side of Wada? Of course we will, right? Mel's down to 5 HP now.
The single-digit HPs, man. Just Guardian Angel, and well, Starbound almost got above SRG at that moment. Knowing Mel is still hanging around, Starbound reacts well to not expose themselves, so Wada scaling up, but Donut is still going to be a problem, and guess what? Now she has an op on yellow box, so this was what single-handedly ruined Wada's day last round.
With a Vandal this time with an op, and we've been a little bit more careful this time around. At least there's a drone to clear her out of position. Starbound gets a beautiful lurk kill. This might give an opportunity for a bit.
Oh, almost a good reaction from Starbound. Boy heals up. Lexus gets a win. You've denied mid, you've denied B. So SRG, they have to wrap around through A because AJ Util's now gone, and they're going to use a lockdown to reinforce A, knowing this is where Wada are going to go, and now abandoning the plant, using the Hunter's Fury to deal with the lockdown. Femboy will continue to plant. That's one win condition gone from SRG, and Sarah finds Power Pixel at the perfect moment. Femboy escapes in time. Shock bolts reveal no one close. And SRG begin their break in 3 versus 3 with just Sheriffs on the other side for Wada. At least Tuna is set up for success by Femboy. The defuse will get halfway. How much more? As Wada will have to step up to prevent it. It's just Astralis and can't do much more. 11-7. Close to the end of the series for SRG.
Yeah, at least a pretty decent eco there coming out from Wada. Beautiful picks coming out from the Sheriff as well. The Hunter's here was actually being used to deny the plant coming out from Wada, and you needed Power Pixelate to push up and break the lockdown with the Guardian. If not, it was going to be a round loss here a lot more quickly for Wada, because it would have been forced out of position, and SRG would be already out on the outskirts of the A site to be able to flood retake into A. That said, though, they did some good damage, forced out 2 ults. We'll take it on a side here of Wada. Op versus Op missed on both ends, but at least identified for both teams.
Yeah, SRG confronting that mid approach. Knowing Wada aren't going to go for it again. Leaving Mel in a worse spot, trying to change things up and support B. She's been that big playmaker, and Wada marked her well, and when it rains, it pours. Now 2 kills for Wada. 2 at the back to worry about. Sarah and Noya fall too, and they're able to put a scratch into Wada. Well, this is something Alexis has to overcome on her own in a 1 versus 3. Oh, you just spotted the haircut there, Femboy off the ice wall. That was quite lucky for Alexis. Not able to climb up the tower either. KJ just spotted the first swing. Where's the second? Alexis just dealing. Be able to maybe get the defuse halfway. Oh, the shots are on the other side. Knows the Juna approach is there. Goes for the 1v1 win, but Juna's quicker. Alexis doubted herself, and another clutch comes out of Juna to save Wada.
Oh my gosh. She had all the util too, could even get it halfway, but was just expecting somehow that her opponent was going to be so close to just walk through. I mean, she already identified them. Juna was playing towards the orb, playing against, I think it was Femboy on the other side of Dice by the A tower. Gets a beautiful shot on the first one, and I feel still had time to at least bring it to half, to think that the timing of somebody's going to walk through the double smoke to try to take her down. But she doubted herself, tried to plate the fake, tried to plate the time, and it was going to be a split second, and if she waited another second, Juna would have walked through, and she would have won that fight. But instead, it's Juna with the clutch on the 1v1, and Juna providing great value on the lurks this time around in the previous rounds on the attack. You remember, Jen, we were mentioning how Juna had struggles to try to flank on the defensive side. But on the attack side, with how she's moving around the map, she's bringing great value into Wada's focus to just look forward and go for the 4-player site hits, either on A or B here.
And you got a Hunter's Fury on the attack, an offensive op from Starbound, Juna with the pit. This feels like a very strong round for Wada if they can get planted in a situation for a post-plant. All depends on what SRG can do to deny. We're Melis 2 off the pit, but won't be able to let her rip off with barriers being down, so hoping to stack as much as they can on the A side. And on a save, I guess the silver lining is how many ults can SRG bring out of Wada on a You would think they would lose with the triple high-low, I guess. Sarah's the victim.
Fool me once, but not this time around. Goes for the swing and an instant kill. And that high-low, the surprise that came a few rounds ago on Shopify's Eco, not this time around.
Wada begin with first pick and aren't going to use the Hunter's Fury off the rip. Depends on what kind of challenge comes out of SRG. And SRG try to stay as unified as they can. And then Juno's going to watch maybe this mid-walk from Noya. That's an important cutoff that can open up a flank. Meanwhile, Wada just march on onto the site, pave their way towards a round win and a potential comeback, and not much to say back from SRG. A flawless round at that for Wada. It's a huge statement.
Yeah, and they're still seeing here that Juna is continuously lurking and flanking. And thankfully, they've continued to identify that this time on an eco. I wouldn't be surprised now if you're going to try to punish Juno a little bit more and maybe bring a buddy system with somebody working towards middle, somebody working towards B. And it seems that it may be the case. You're playing a 2-2-1 this time around in round number 21 for SRG, and you're trying to find the early information on the side of Sarah first. I wouldn't be surprised if she darts for info and then tries to see how you react here for Wada right after.
Now a slower default.
There you
Just
go.
the spray down. Just marking Juna early, so no second or no plan B, no optional play for Wada. They're gonna go for a 2-2 split, and this is not how you wanted to start the round if you're Wada.
Yeah. Now they want a drone here to try to fake the pressure towards this B site. So doubling up, trying to maybe go for a wall in a res, so you start pulling rotates over here. And as they do this, and a drone on the A side doesn't clear anybody, look at this rotate coming back out from SRG. They were trying to pull Sarah on the other side to help towards that B side, but because of the wall for the res instead, there's no way to like have a clear path to move towards B. So SRG reads that the re-hit is coming back from Wada towards this A site.
Now to cross in front of this was KJ Yuto on the other side of the Viper's wall. Power Pixel A with the Hunter's Fury. At least clears the low ground. Still the back rafters to worry about. And Sarah, the rest of SRG, this backline reinforces, and Wada run head first
30 seconds left.
into the defense of SRG. That seemed so impenetrable before. Donut's left in a 1 versus 2. With the lockdown too, they're real scared of Donut, and she's happy to sit this one out.
She's just got to sit it. This time around here for the side of Astralis, she can't peek.
Oh.
Oh no.
Yeah, Donut had the read on that player, and seeing the gun drop. Has not seen anyone try to swing her yet, so just has to find where that second person is, which probably playing for main. Now time is running out. Donut tries to execute and wait. Power Pixel A kind of chokes on the pressure, uses the util, and Donut knocks her out cold, but time is what matters, like you said, and Wada get up to double digits. A good effort out of Donut though.
Wada has been doing a great job to just fight with pressure in these A-side execs. Remember what I told you that Wada has been playing a 2022 Fnatic comp? Astralis is literally playing like Alphayer. She's moving forward with the rest of the team like Alphayer does and plays the KJ like a duelist. Just comes in, does the instant trades if he's on site or they're on site as well. Or I was talking even with Alphayer, but then Astralis, when she moves on site with the rest of the team, she could just place the nanoswarms, place anchor within the site. You don't really care about the flanks so far as of yet because you haven't been pressured by too much SRG flanks for now when they've been playing the defensive side. So I think the second time out is now trying to be a little bit more proactive with the player advantage that you're gaining here out of Shopify Rebellion and maybe utilize better utility to find and get better reads in these moments.
This is so close though. I was expecting the competition to be really tight in Game Changers, but not beat SRG in week 2 of Swiss close. Like, Wada are definitely proving to all of us that they deserve the respect. Of course, they already did with the kickoff champion, being the kickoff champions, but no one really knew if anyone could hold a candle to SRG. And I would say this is the biggest challenge SRG have had since Challengers.
For sure. In this year, 100%. Last year, there was only one team really chasing their heels, being FlyQuest Red, but now you have Wada in the mix as well. Things are looking to shape up to be quite competitive here for Game Changers in North America this year. I love it. I love what I'm seeing so far. And now in round number 22, Wada is back on the attack, but look at the different type of setup that you have. They're all staying towards the spawn because of the lore buy that you have for Shopify Rebellion. And Donut has an op in this round. That's such a big investment.
Yeah. Oh, just
it works.
The peak. It totally works. Astralis usually has just been hanging towards spawn and usually only walks down mid when there's more support. You got an early pit from Mel over on the right side and walled off on the left side. Alexis keeps Wada really stuck. Not much to see off that owl drone either. So Wada may just have to wait the harbor wall to expire or to try and push this pit, and how deep it is gonna be a tough task.
This is a big Hail Mary as well for Wada. Trying to take down Mel in her pit so they could just answer back with their own Viper's pit on the pulse plant. They're going to try to enter this with 20 seconds left and an op in hand of Starbound with the rest of the util. The recon dart, you're hoping that it's going to land inside the pit and to get the kill.
I think that our ops turned into like a cypher cam there. That was really cool. And then you have 7 seconds for the plant. The Hunter's Fury pushback from Sarah. Oh, got a lot of pings there. That's good information for SRG to think about even poking out of their own pit. Now there's 2 pits. A lot to worry about. Wada just have to protect the spike and stay within it. On the outside, Starbound wants to catch SRG, leaving their pit and to take down Mel. Cancels the defensive pit. Now Donut has to go for a big play and manages to shut down Jonah. No Viper's pit left. Power Pixelate and Femboy hemorrhaging, hoping to protect the spike for any more seconds. But it's SRG that just execute just in time to defuse.
Dude, Donut is insane in these rounds again. Beautiful shots coming through. Blade Storm available. That was the key thing as well, outside of the op that she bought going into the round. A high-risk investment. It was such a nice pivot coming out from Wada to go for a counter pit where it's not being covered by the side of SRG. And somehow, well, not somehow, just unfortunately couldn't hold against a refled from SRG, even when they dropped the pit out from Mel's side. Now SRG are at map and series point. Silver lining for Wada with that plan still has some money to work with to gather out some sort of buy. And Starbound's 1 away from a duel de force over here.
Drone's getting a lot of freedom for Power Pixelate.
Oh, wait.
But it's unfortunately... I don't know if they did. Oh.
Want to play? Let's play.
Good catch from Astralis. Getting vision in mid on that window. So SRG just need to play off of this op contact. Donut watches the approach. And it's just not necessarily looking at one angle. It's just really patrolling, and Wada starts to cascade in, and Donut has to dash and scurry out. Wada knocking at their front door. Can't afford to drop this off, but Wada can't afford to drop this spike. It's match point, series point, and it's a 3 versus 2 for the defense. What a good. The tables have been evened up from Astralis. A Starbound. This is slot already some. Looks for more. Just Sarah left.
30
on the
seconds
back
left.
end. Spike has been down. Manages to take control of the bottom tower. Sees the approach. The 1-2. No, denied by Astralis. Getting their 4th kill of the round 2. Wanted to hope to get to overtime.
Astralis has been insane again here for Wada. Another 4K somehow on this map, but an important 4K in round number 23 to force this into the last round of regulation. Dude, that was so good looking out here for SRG, and an opportunity for Donut to get the first blood when she was never pinged out by the Owl Drone. I'm pretty sure that the Owl Drone should have seen her, but I think it was missed by Power Pixelate. It was never pinged out. And with that op shot missing, you saw the flood coming in from Wada. Crucial fight being won, and now they want to change the tempo. A wall up to fight towards middle, and it's stopped by Noya. There's a gap in it.
Gap, and yeah, Noya has shut down them before going through this path. And what a mistake that's been exposed, and especially on a mixed buy, you still have the hero up, but it's Starbound, a big win over Noya, so she can watch over the spike if it ever gets planted, and it may be up to Starbound to make the big play coming from behind. Now, but Wada are getting pressured by Alexis. Alexis feeling so confident in that 1v1. Speaking of 1v1s, there's a lot of them to try and win. Shuna doesn't want to peek at 12 HP, and Starbound finally makes her presence known behind in Snowman. SRG
That's
have to turn around.
Plant. A-side plant coming through because of that kill. They know what the last 2 players are at.
And Power Pixelate just tried to dodge the 1v1 against Alexis, managed to rotate all the way over to A. Shuna can get a big cutoff on rotations. Wait, Donut's the last one? This should have been an SRG round. And now, it's not as guaranteed. If there's anyone who can clutch this, it's Donut. 12 HP, Hunter's Fury to have to go up against with only just the 1 dash. Now goes above and beyond, knows the source of the Hunter's Fury. Power Pixelate didn't expect the bird in the sky. And it's Donut. Doesn't want to be extinct anymore. Big finish for the duelist extraordinaire. A 4K to give SRG the win in round 2 and to go 2-0 in our standings.
What? That is the hugest clutch coming out here in this series for Donut. I don't know how many clutches we've seen throughout this whole series, but that was a huge one for Donut as Shopify Rebellion moves forward with a 2-0 record so far in the Swiss stage of Game Changers in North America. But holy damn, was that a nice battle between both teams that unfortunately should have at least gone into overtime. But the game sense so far for Donut in 2 separate 1v2 scenarios allows here Shopify to pull this through an Icebox. That was beautiful.
Just the crack in that Sage wall, I think, started off things so dicey for Wada. They were all split. Starbound had to make a big hero play coming through Snowman, and it was all because of them that round was even close at all. And for Wada to even have a numbered position, for Wada to go 11-13 to win a map 13-6 as well on Ascent, and that was SRG's map pick. So I would say Wada have gotten a lot of respect from all of us over on the Game Changer side, but now especially their biggest rival, which is SRG.
Yeah, that's insane too. And we talked about the storyline of these second half slayers for both of these teams. Now, at least Icebox delivered in terms of both teams really wanting to come out and really had to fight for these victories. FE's had to enter the chat and pull out 2 timeouts for them to try to muster up here the victory towards the end on the defensive side. It seems as though this triple senti that was being pulled out from the side of Wada maybe made things a little bit more difficult to play against, because we mentioned just before for the side of Wada, maybe they don't have too many reps to play against double controllers because that's not the standard or the norm. And the same thing for Shopify Rebellion Gold. Who the hell still plays triple sentinels right now on Icebox?
Yeah, I think it's Femboy needing to show more of their hero pool, and just I like that was the backup plan when they didn't feel as confident on the Jets. So, but SRG are the goats for a reason. They could play anything, anywhere, all at once. And to give you updates on other matches, Hakikimori won over Catnappers, Aussie and Friends won over Catface, and Fisher Fumblers versus Teddy Tactics just went to map 3 after an OT in map 2. Game Changers is hectic, but we'll get to chill out with one of the members from SRG here in a sec once we get them into an interview, so we'll see you after the break.
The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secretlab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Everyone, welcome back to Valorant Game Changers presented by Verizon. We're getting Noya all set up comfortable so we can get her in for an interview, but we get to kind of reminisce over this amazing series. Vans, look at the stats, because this is just week 2.
I mean, we got what? Pistol to eco to a clutch to like back and forth, and then having like an A-side brawl every single time on Icebox to finally have everything being pushed over to round number 24 to decide the fate of, unfortunately, Wada losing to the hand of Shopify Rebellion. But this could have been a game that pushes us to a longer extended series in a BO3 between these two teams. It was a little bit one-sided on the first 2 maps, but man, did we go back and forth on these ones too. But I'm not saying that it was bad Valorant on the first 2 maps, though. I think there was definitely dominant comfort roles and comfort strats coming out from both SRG on Split and Wada on Ascent, to see how close this was now on Icebox when both of these teams have come out with new compositions in this matchup.
It feels like the SRG era post-Fluorescent is now all about the team being well-rounded and how individually they can really shine. It's giving them all of a chance to be in the spotlight. As much as it was like Fluorescent like going crazy at times, now SRG can have a more balanced approach, and against Wada, who also looked like a very unified team. And when you look at their resumes, you wouldn't think the match would be as close as it was. Just thinking about people like Juna, who hadn't competed in, I think, any official game changers, like minus some like soccer cups or maybe some academy, Radiant Academy stuff. Like Wada have a couple of inexperienced players, and for them to show up and play as confident as they were was really cool.
100%. To be able to see those timings coming through from Juna on the attack side again. And being able to get perfect backstabs. Again, missing a little bit of flank duels against Noya, for example, but on the attack side, doing a great job opening, creating, and cutting the rotates for that side of Wada. I think this should bring a lot of confidence as well for a team like Wada moving forward into the Swiss stage. I wouldn't be surprised if they're going to be one of the teams qualifying very quickly following Shopify Rebellion Gold with probably like a 3-1 record at least to qualify through, because they've been looking very, very good.
Yeah, and Donut's probably the best duelist you could have gotten after Fluorescent moved on to VCT, which congratulations to her. And didn't even notice, like, Donut just dropped 32 kills there.
Yeah.
Like, I think she played the verticality of the A side on Icebox so well, and I think that's what really kind of missed out on Wada, although you totally can play the no duelist for Wada, but maybe Femboy's gaps in the agent pool there is what sort of exposed Wada, at least the limitations of what that comp can really pull off. But it was cool to see Donut really just turn up and carry a lobby at some point.
Definitely. And you have another player on the side of Wada in Australis that, again, I think despite the lack of verticality, as we mentioned before, on the side of Wada, in terms of brawl capabilities and trades, and also a pretty good clutcher for the side of Wada on that map of Icebox, has definitely been Australis. So you have to keep an eye out for this team.
Well, to shut down those flanks and to be the lone wolf is Noya joining us for our post-match interview after such an exciting series. Hey Noya, how's it going? Congratulations on the win.
Thank you so much. Thank you for having me.
That series was nuts. What's your reaction to that? Because you guys didn't play in the kickoff, and were you expecting Wada to be this tough?
Well, expect them to shoot back. They're super good aimers. They have a pyramid orb, which is super annoying to play against. It makes your game plan a little bit different. Like, you have to respect it. You can't just swing into things because she's gonna be holding you, and you know it.
For sure. And I wanted to even take a step back into how you see Game Changers evolving so far in 2025 here in North America, because you guys qualifying into the Swiss stage, you had to go into an open bracket or a close qualifier, and you actually had to even win an overtime matchup against a team like Fisher Fumblers. So do you feel like the competition has elevated overall, and it's not just a race of like just you guys in FlyQuest in 2025?
Well, I think with teams sticking more together and having more reason to stick together, people are improving more rapidly now, which means that we have to keep our game up so we don't get caught up on.
And just speaking to that grind, like, what have you guys been doing behind the scenes between like challengers to getting yourselves hyped up for Game Changers? And was your preparation any different, or how was the grind during that little break?
The preparation for challengers and Game Changer are the same. Like, we play every day, we practice, we put in a lot of effort to try and like get all the maps good. Just been playing a lot, nothing crazy.
For sure. I actually want to piggyback on that type of preparation too, because I want to look at your composition going into the third map here of Icebox, because you guys used to play a little bit more of a standard comp over in Challengers with, I think, the Viper KJ Sova Jet kind of thing. But this time you're moving over to a double controller, a composition that's been fairly popular back in like 2022, and then coming back into resurgence in 2025, especially in the VCTs as well. To you, Noya, what is the strong points and the strengths that you have out of this Harbor Viper composition on Icebox?
I think it's really good at holding the A side on defense. You can constantly cycle the walls, and it does make it easier to NC and op on defense when you have the cascade you can scale with. And then I also just have a player who really likes Harbor, and she's really good at it. So Lexi was vouching hard to swap to Harbor.
Awesome. Definitely did help against the permanent op you were talking about before.
Exactly, it's good.
Yep.
Oh, that was a fun series to watch, and looking forward to y'all going forward from here. And before I let you go, since Vans mentioned that the competition is always getting elevated in Game Changers, who do you see as the big rivals, maybe besides FlyQuest? Who are the big teams that you're looking forward to facing?
Well, I think Wada is really good, obviously. Like, we just saw them play. And I also think Fisher Fumblers have like really good potential to become really good.
I'm looking forward to seeing them too. There's a lot of cool org representations and schools coming in. So thank you so much for chatting with us, Noya. Congrats on the win, and we'll see you next week.
Thank you for having me.
Thanks, Noya.
Well, that was our Verizon post-match interview with Noya as SRG take their second win in Swiss, 2-0 in the standings. Went to map 3, but hey, like you said, Vans, the competition is getting so much better, and it gets better every year.
Yeah, 100%. And I mean, even we have more series coming up, actually. We have more VALORANT coming up today, and now we're looking at 2 other teams to look out for. I think when we're talking about organizations that have been supporting Game Changers, one of the other prominent ones is FlyQuest Red, and that's coming up. And they're going to play against a team that actually just got recently picked up by an org as well. The return of Ghost Gaming back into VALORANT. The last time we saw Ghost Gaming was, I think it was like the Kaplan coach with like John Cutie, Brock, and a couple of players playing back in the day in Challengers that most of them are in VCT now today. So a big shout out to Ghost Gaming to bring in that support over to the Game Changer side as we get a chance now to witness this matchup on the main stage or the main screen today of VALORANT America, as well. We do have also a couple of other matches as TV is facing off against YFP-X on Radiant GG, and then we have Evolution versus Prosperity X on Radiant_Glow, and Berserkers Dawn versus Kesoku Band on Radiant Beam. So lots of matches happening through. I mean, it makes sense. We've went through 16 teams to 8 teams going into the Swiss stage, right? So there's plenty of VALORANT to play within week to week.
Yeah, shout out to Radiant to provide all of these streams so we can watch all of our favorite teams at once. So get all of your monitors filled up, y'all. We got one more match left to go on the main stream. It's Ghost Gaming versus FlyQuest Red, and we'll see you after this.
fuga, vai! Então fuga, vai! Não tenta bater de frente, sabe que lá tá fazendo macete. Desce até o chão, ela tá doida pra colar com a gente. Fazendo macete. Ela tá doida pra colar com a gente.
Hey everyone, welcome back to Valorant Game Changers presented by Verizon. We got match number 2 and things are only heating up. Our appetizer was, I mean, such an incredible match of Shopify versus Wada going to map 3. Imagine this one, Ghost Gaming versus FlyQuest Red. A new generation versus an old generation of awesome talent.
100%. I think appetizer, this could be like the main course and dessert at the same time. Because despite this not being a titled name or a titled org like Shopify or the Champions team, I still think that these two teams are two teams that could be very much in the running for top 4, top 3, even get the upsets against teams like Shopify Rebellion Gold. So you have to keep an eye out here for both of the side of Ghost Gaming and FlyQuest Red. FlyQuest Red on their end, I think it's going to be, I don't know, I think it's going to go a 3-map series, 14 overtimes, you know what I mean? But if you're looking at this roster, there's definitely a return of 2 players that we haven't seen through kickoff. It's both Thea and Ev. Both players that could be very, very good in terms of IGLing, second IGLing for both between Ev and Thea, and a Lovely, who's actually recently joined into the roster, playing into the split. So you don't have Sonder anymore on the side of FlyQuest Red. But so far has been having pretty decent results overall here for FlyQuest.
Yeah, FlyQuest changed their roster a lot, but they support them so well.
Yeah.
Kara just retired. Jazzykins moved on to Aussie and friends who are also playing in Swiss and also focusing on the collegiate side of things. Unstable not on the roster anymore, and they have really built a solid squad going up here. Very democratic IGL system too, with kind of Bob, Lace, and even Thea all being the most vocal players. And I like that there's a lot of people trading off on those ideas, but Lovely is the newest person that I haven't seen as much of. Was on Bun and Gun and Kickoff, which finished 4th, and was known for her time on Refrag and previous GCs. So kind of keeping my eyes on what a Lovely can do today.
Yeah, and especially to see when you're looking back at FlyQuest Red, if you paid attention to what they were doing during kickoff, Bob was just one player raise, actually. One player Tejo over in challenges, but one player raise over on the GC side of things, and she was popping off, man. She didn't need any strats. It was people are questioning, oh man, what's gonna happen here for FlyQuest Red, because they're not really, doesn't really seem that they are able to practice. If Bob is gonna have to practice with challengers, they look like a complete team. They looked ironed out, good macro, and when it comes down to individual skills, you already saw across that image, across the roster, how much firepower this roster has. And it's not going to be the easiest of games for Ghost Gaming, but they do have good firepower of their own.
Yeah, and speaking of that firepower, they have Bunny B, who I think is one of the biggest goats of game changers. Formerly part of that Ascent roster that rocked GC so many years ago. And Bunny B, you could slot her in on any roster, and she'll bring success to that. And even Bunny B and Ev played on YFP in the past, so it's kind of former teammates facing off against each other.
Exactly, and for the rest of the roster, a couple of them have played with Sad Frost, being Miara, and I think they still have good chemistry overall and good experience overall here for this side of Ghost Gaming. It's now just trying to see to mesh it through. But I think for me, it's like a couple of names that I haven't seen yet is Kataris and Vanitas on my side. And I'm going to have to keep an eye up on these two players to see what do they bring to the table. What are they doing now as a roster, and how did they impress Ghost Gaming so much that that Ghost Gaming wanted to support this team? And I'm looking forward to it because, again, you just mentioned here, Jen, Bunny B is definitely somebody who's been prominent in the scene for Game Changers for quite a long time, and also has been good in terms of leadership, and also in, I think, in IGLing as well, and also in the duelist play. So I think that they're usually the centerpiece of teams that they like to build, and they always build some very, very good teams, as I've noticed in the past too, when they were playing with Supernova Galaxy, if I'm not mistaken, going into the Complexity Clash. So keep an eye out on that, and keep an eye on to see if they're going to be able to topple down FlyQuest Red today.
I think Ghost Gaming already had a great first week. They won 2 over Teddy Tactics, which is a known quantity in Game Changers. Vanitas being the absolute MVP of 8 first kills over that series. So a duelist that can frag bodes very well for that team. Here's your map set. Ghost Gaming choosing to go to Icebox. FlyQuest want Lotus. We could be ending things on Ascent. And FlyQuest, they won also their first match 2-0 over Evolution, where Bob continues to be MVP. You spoke about how impactful she was in Challengers. Well, she had 45 kills over those 2 maps in their first week. So
yeah, always good to see what FlyQuest could do. But I'm actually intrigued as well if this is definitely going to go to Lotus with FlyQuest's map pick. They actually brought out a Waylay earlier on in their game against Evolution when they were playing a little bit of Yoru and ISO in the past. So looks like we're cooking a little bit here for the side of FlyQuest in terms of trying to think outside of the mold of how some maps are being approached. Very fun. I'm intrigued. I haven't seen those games yet in terms of watching the past weeks, but definitely looking forward to learn from what FlyQuest has been cooking up here on the map, like Lotus. Sorry.
Yeah, Swiss is definitely the time to experiment, I think. It's first to 4 wins or first to 4 losses, which promotes you to the main event or eliminates you. And for how strong FlyQuest and Ghost Gaming are as rosters, there's plenty of wiggle room, especially starting off with a win on first week. And obviously the experimentations with Waylay have been working out, and Bobbles also has learned a lot from her time in Challengers, so exciting to see how these 2 teams are going to clash. It's kind of reminiscent of our first series. If you have this known org of FlyQuest Red and these known players with a lot of success going up against this like newer generation of talent from Ghost Gaming, and we all saw how our first series went to map 3, so you can't underestimate anyone in Game Changers.
For sure, and the good part about the first map of this series too is that it's a map that hasn't been shown yet by either of these teams. So we could be faced with similar things as to the previous matchup, as we don't know what comps will come through, and as it comes up, Lace is the one playing ISO with Bob on Jet. So now going into this new season of 2025 of Game Changers in North America, Bob is definitely widening the agent map pool in terms of duelists from not only Raze to the way that you just mentioned before, but over to the Jet. But this double duelist, I mean, I love ISO on this map. I think on paper we haven't seen too much of ISO yet, but on paper it's so good to have these right-click diffuse that you can do on scaling back for the defensive side of FlyQuest. I'm looking forward to that, and also the undercut. Even if it's nerfed to only one, the fact that it's able to suppress is going to be so good here to not allow players to play post-plant utility on these plants for Ghost Gaming. So I'm liking on paper what FlyQuest is cooking up here.
I just don't think I've ever seen Lace on ISO, though, and she's the go. She could come,
True.
like, in and out of FlyQuest Red, like, she's pursuing college. She comes in and subs in for VCT Spotlight and is the absolute go. Like, she even surprised herself on how well she was performing in a co-ed environment. And she's mostly known for, like, Tejo, Fade, like, Initiators, maybe some Cypher Flex on maps like Haven, but never have I ever, you know, seen Lace
for sure.
on this. But she could pull it off, and obviously this is something they've drummed up, especially for Ghost Gaming.
Yeah, even for me, when I think about Lace, I think of her as Silva or Omen back in like the early FlyQuest days. So the good thing about this too is that you're basically forcing Lace to try to deepen her own agent pool as well, because Ev has been a prominent initiator player, for the Game Changer scene. So with them now playing a full-time initiator for FlyQuest Red, you need to slot Lace into somewhere else. And to see that Lace coming into a duelist role, she does have very cracked aim. So I wouldn't be surprised here to see the reason that could be the reason as to why you're putting somebody like Lace on this agent.
All right, let us know who you guys think is going to win, FlyQuest Red or Ghost Gaming. It's so cool to see all the orgs come and support Game Changers as our year starts to ramp up, and we still have our main event. Yeah, shout out orgs. Thanks for putting ink to paper. And we got the main event going down next month. Oh my god. Come on,
I learned what Jolts was by Emily the other day. I'm starting to become a Zoomer again. But that said, she doesn't even know what J stands for in Jotes, but we'll talk about that a little bit later on. Let's say if we have a tech pause or something. We'll go in the action now. It's Fly already pushing towards the aiming.
No chance.
What is this? And Ev just goes completely unchecked on this walkout or walk-up. FlyQuest are kind of getting away with more than I expected as Ghost Gaming quickly sprint over to B. Have a good read off of playing off their own Viper wall too, and it's a quick plant.
Flipping a map as well. All four players pushing towards the spawn. Defender spawn is huge. That's going to catch some players off guard and maybe make things a little more difficult for FlyQuest to really try to go for the retake, because they're going to be so isolated.
Yeah, FlyQuest were kind of splitting up, and now the duel is stacked together, and Bob can lead the way, suppressed, but doesn't matter. Ghost Gaming fire back in the biggest of ways. It's a 2 versus 2. The Spike gets tapped, forces out some post-plant mollies from Ghost Gaming. Now they just have to play this dance against Lace before going 1 for 1. And Thea takes damage from the molly, so it's a Ghost Gaming pistol after all that.
Yeah, just unfortunate. Touching a little bit of the snake by double vulnerability, and then drops to a single shot to the chest. But yeah, it was definitely looking like we had a little bit of a deathmatch battle on both sides of the map. And both sides where it was weak was taken advantage of. So losing that player earlier on the B side unfortunately made it very difficult for FlyQuest to fast rotate back into the B site. You're moving back into B with 0 information. And again, when you're isolating these moments, you have Ghost that has power of numbers to try to win these fights in. It brings it down to a duel. That is won here on the side of Ghost, who continues on with 3 Bulldogs in this round. No Outlaw in the side on the side of Benitez. Says, looks like they want to try to go for the Marshall play instead, which is fine. It's a good read. There's no armors being purchased here from the side of FlyQuest. We are all stacked up here towards B, and we're expecting, once again, another B push.
They keep flank walking. Keteris too towards spawn. Ghost Gaming aren't going to get any duels as they just fully take over the A site. At the back, they have heard a drop down from a FlyQuest member. We're on the back side, so Ghost Gaming, they plant, they back out. I'm worried about this Viper wall, though, from Thea, if that's going to block off Ghost Gaming vision, but that's exactly why they have Vanitas set up. With the Marshall, it's probably not the best weapon to contend if anyone drops down on her like this, just gets overwhelmed. And Ghosts were just not able to support her in that position. Taurus is doing what they can off the molly. It's going to do some trickle damage. 3 versus 3. Spike's getting tapped. Ghost ears have been perked up, but they just cannot see what's on the other side. They're just going to hose down the Spike, and that's enough to win the round for Ghost.
At least some damage done. Lace will fall to the Spike, but the last 2, I mean, they invested 3 Bulldogs into this one and a Marshall and only come out with 2 of them. So that means that going into this round, one of the players will not have the best of buys, or they're going to invest into the rifles instead to have smaller shields. And that's actually not too bad on the side of FlyQuest. If they wanted to have somebody like Bob play into an Outlaw, it would have been huge, but looks like Bob wants to go for the Vandal instead. Overall, though, within the round in itself, good damage being done by FlyQuest, but that's what I'm talking about here for Ghost's comp. You have to pay attention to the pulse plant utility that they have. The Tejo missiles. You have the mollies coming out from the KJ. You also have the molly coming out from the Viper and molly from KO. You need that suppressor to come through, and you need the wall to be effective here for Lace for them to get the most value out of the defuse and the retakes.
That's good to keep Aerial in that spot. You had some kind of funny walk-ups from FlyQuest off the pistol, but obviously it's a different round. Flash in. No one there. Orb tap. No bullets coming from the defense. And FlyQuest has been playing out of sight mostly. At least that's what Ghost Gaming was conditioned to think. They do end up getting a big win, flushing out FlyQuest. Null command has to be used though, and FlyQuest find themselves on the outside looking in. Depending on what Lace can do on the flank, if it does ever come in on time though, that's what I'm worried about. And the flank is snuffed out by Aerial. It's all up to Bob, and almost had the lineup. It's now just the 1v1. And the Spike hasn't been planted yet, so Aerial can't even play time.
Oh, but with the alarm button, Bob knows exactly where Aerial's at!
What a Red Bull clutch by Bob, dropping 45 kills in that last series, being the GOAT and challengers under the Blue Otter banner to helping FlyQuest get the first round on the board. That is so stoic.
Yeah, and with a Red Bull clutch, I mean, they almost had the res up onto Bunny B2 on the side of Ghost Gaming. Remember, you have a buff coming through from KO this time around on this patch where his res takes a lot less time to bring him up, even cut down by half if I'm not mistaken. At 1.5 seconds, he usually comes up. And then his flashes are even better when it bounces off the way that it is, which is why you're seeing Bunny B using him right now and using it to full value.
Tejo drone. Not getting much, but forcing FlyQuest back. Now hanging around. Somehow Lace is already down to 10 HP.
Yeah, that's the Outlaw from Vanitas.
Ouch. Now FlyQuest have to play in so much cover and just off of maybe the Owl drone or even the recon contact from Ev and Ghost Gaming show face, and now they don't have one anymore.
Bob is insane. She continues to impress me every time I watch her play. You saw just a clutch on the previous round, not the wall bang after seeing Vanitas just dash away and just wall bangs for the kill. And those were just taps to the wall in every single bullet.
Spike down A.
She does it again. Bob is a menace.
She's gonna drop over 1,000 here in this series, Jen, at this rate.
I'm pretty sure she's the #1 ACS player in Game Changers, but that's just off of week 1, of course. So, and she could keep that up. And FlyQuest have such a stacked roster, and yeah, they're incorporating like new players like a Lovely, but I think with strong players who also, there's so many good communicators on FlyQuest that it's probably easy to slot into this team.
One enemy remaining.
Stayed hidden the whole time as well, just to get that big patience coming out from Thea. Nullifying alert coming out from Qataris, and that's pretty much GG for the round. The Spike's already down. 3per is watching it, and you got to save your weapons into the next. Yeah, and you got to find a way to stop Bob. I was just trying to say, keep an eye on Lace for these retakes, but if Bob's going to keep playing this way and not be able to let you set foot even past the orb, into the A side or anywhere she plays, you're gonna be in for a huge awakening.
And Vanita is, out of all the duelists, Jet is their least played one in the past couple of months. Much more known for Raze and Neon. It's not like a shade thing, it's just mostly that Bob really is she/her. Like, usually having been playing a lot more Initiator with the Blue Otter side of things, but she can frag on any agent. Oh, almost Ghost getting clipped off the bat, and up close and personal. Lovely is gone, and Ghost Gaming wanted to traverse now the seas of at least this Viper wall. Good check from Vanitas. It's a paired gang of FlyQuest. We're hoping to hold down the side as best as they can. All the power! Focus on this left side. This ISO with Lace has kept Ghost at bay, and the wraparound from Bob is all she wrote to put a stop to Ghost.
And the question was there to see how Lace could do on a duelist. We haven't seen her too much yet, even, especially me. And you could definitely see that she's playing grid shot pretty much. 1 kill, tapping the orb, shield's always reactivated. The suppress was perfect to allow Bob to get the backstab. And you're looking at a team like FlyQuest where double duelists kind of like made a mark throughout Masters Bangkok or just anything leading into this one, thankfully, to D1. And also, for example, Fnatic running the Yoru ISO on Haven. And since then, you're starting to see a couple more teams playing and getting value out of double duelists.
Surprised about that walk-up from Lace, because he had kill contract. I thought maybe you could have hung back and just played off of that so you could respawn with your team. You wanted to use it, but I can respect FlyQuest trying to do something new, fight for the orb, because FlyQuest have been sealing themselves off from that with the Viper walls, so...
I agree. It could have been a good win con too as well for Lace to maybe even sacrifice herself if she gets that pick onto Miara, which wouldn't allow here for Ghost to have such a oppressive execution. Because I think the Armageddon with the pit is now next on the cards here for Ghost Gaming to get a successful pulse fight attempt.
Salvos force FlyQuest backs against the wall, and it's kind of deja vu to the last round. FlyQuest just having to look towards the left side, and Ghost Gaming have their pits set up, not even needing the Armageddon, really. Zev forcing some movement with the shock bolts, thinking about stepping in, at least once. Bob kind of helps surround the pits if there's anyone playing around the perimeter. Ghost trying to keep their Viper safe, and Thea versus Kataris, and the pit still stands. Ghost Gaming, how long to be able to protect this spike now that the pit is gone? Everyone is exposed, and that means Bob could go hunting, but the spike is ticking down, and there's just not going to be enough time for her nonetheless. So, we're tied 3-3.
And you just saw Bunny Bee throw underhand flashes as well. That's also been buffed up since the KO patch, where if you actually get hit by that flash, it extends the duration of you being blinded. It really just slowed down like that the small split second extra that you get here from being consistently flashed. Allows Ghost Gaming to guarantee her the pulse plant win. Again, Miara didn't have to even use her Armageddon. With the time remaining, had even more salvos coming up, and that's very difficult to deal with here on the side of FlyQuest when you're not able to shut down this oppressive Tejo on the side of Ghost Gaming, who are now trying to work towards his B side. After throwing salvos earlier on, it's a condition to keep FlyQuest at bay, a stack towards the A side. Big responsibility on Thea with a knock. Oh, sorry, it's a Marshall. It's a Marshall who does a bit of damage.
Baby op. Big op is on its way though from the A side.
Big brother
Ghost
op.
Gaming. Ghost Gaming try to duel at range. Nothing obscuring them. Hunter's Fury to try and tone down Ghost Gaming, but the spike's already been planted. Something that maybe Ev was trying to prevent, but it only just sets up the pins for Bob to knock them down. The big ol' op, and it's just Kataris left on the post plan, already pinged on the other side of the yellow box. And can just play ring around the Rosie. Wait a minute, it's buying really good time. Did they run out of bullets? I don't know, but FlyQuest pull off a win in the 3 versus 1.
Yeah, both of them were just trying to tap each other, trying to have some clean shots in the highlight reel. But yeah, definitely Bob. I mean, we saw this happen off cam, but those are 2 shots that instantly hit on the side of Bob. So you're right, the big brother op came through, and protected the little Marshall. And it was very hard here for Ghost Gaming to take control of yellow towards danger, especially when the wall went down here for the Viper. I feel that means that there's a little bit of mistiming to generate the right amount of fuel for them to get a plant and successfully escape out of position. That allows here FlyQuest to get some easy picks as some players are caught off guard out in the open. Now,
Stinger and Guardian buy from Ghost.
Working together towards this A side, and I like that at the beginning they stayed towards the spawn. FlyQuest already went for a recon guard from Ev down towards the middle, and it didn't spawn anybody, so they're still thinking that Ghost Gaming are playing the slow creep up on extremities. Look at this instant rotate. 4 players stacked up once again, but the setup is not the best here for FlyQuest. There's such a huge gap towards middle. The turret is only going to spot very passively into kitchen, so you could get some good control here towards 2. Oh, you even get suppressed.
And to suppress the KJ, disables that, and knowing that she's the only one around, Ghost Gaming can go in more confidently. They just have to worry and kind of adapt to this Bob off that absolutely ruined them last time, and it's a huge opening with Bunny Bee. Now you kind of deny some of these sidelines, but there doesn't seem to be enough fuel from Kataris. Or at least is deciding to keep that open, and a plant is not successful. FlyQuest rotation's too quick, so you have to invest the
30
lockdown.
seconds left.
Try to get people away. Now the Armageddon 2. Ghost Gaming just don't feel confident or secure on the plan until now. At least that chaos created that window. Wrap around, big shot from Bob. A good read on the yellow-black swing from Ghost Gaming. And now they hang even further back in response to this op. And this is just kind of deja vu from last round. FlyQuest right off the op. Advances Ghost Gaming, hide and cover. Now the spike gets tapped. And it's a 1v3 that Bunny Bee can't pull off. Valiant effort though, but 2-round win streak for FlyQuest.
But I gotta say, Miara's utility on this Tejo is actually really, really good. Again, faking towards the A side, but that drone to actually spot Lovely, and drop her util because the stealth drone is able to suppress her. But then also using Armageddon at a good spot here to try to push FlyQuest in a different spot away from Snowman, so that you can't get the best out of value of Bob's position with the op before. But you need a little bit more for the rest of the team in these post-plant scenarios. If it's Miara's creating all this space and you could play better positions here on the side of Ghost, things could be a little bit different for them. But they seem to not have an answer to be able to shut down Bob here on these retakes after it. It's crazy how much value she's getting on any weapon that she uses so far.
And just thinking about our last series on Icebox, and when you had that problematic op with Starbound, what SRG did was just hound them with so many smokes, whether it was the harbor walls and the Viper walls. Like, there was so much layering from SRG, and Kataris isn't keeping the walls up long enough to really deny Bob any kind of real estate, or at least vision of Ghost Gaming. So that would be the only response, minus, you know, fighting fire with fire by your own op, which they can't afford right now. So maybe it's just ignore B, but even then, you hit B and the op wasn't there, rotates in, and it causes a lot of problems. So I don't know what Ghost Gaming can do.
Yeah, you were mentioning that for Vanitas, it's not the main agent that they use here for as comfort for duelists. So for Ghost Gaming to actually choose this map for their map pick, to force Vanitas on a jet to play against somebody like Bob, that's a lot of pressure. It's not going to be an easy fight all the way. Unfortunately, Taya gets suppressed, so he won't really allow for her to bring up the wall and try to hide.
Oh. Wow, just a free walk-up like that? Like, I guess Ghost Gaming thought the salvos were enough to get Thea all the way out of the site, but up close and personal, Thea's getting insane value of 2 kills that round. From Lace to try and give FlyQuest, continue the FlyQuest advantage. A huge win for Lace to win the round and double the score of Ghost Gaming.
Hey, that's a small mistake coming through from Ghost Gaming. I gotta say again, there's been some pretty decent ways to scale up on the map through the back of Miara. And even Miara there with the stealth drone does a little bit of parkour with the stealth drone and is able to spot and suppress Thea. So remember, there's no orb that's going to come through. There's no wall that can come up. She can't snake bite to the lane. You have to know after it pings her that she's playing towards yellow still. Maybe it was a timing of they were trying to dash towards the back and trying to pinch forward, and the Bunny Bee should have closed that gap to pinch from the other side and just make sure that you trade off at least that position away.
Right, that's the type of confidence I want to see out of Vanitas, just dashing in, getting attention towards them. The null command activated from Bunny Bee as they start marching towards Thea to dislodge that. And this time it's cleaner from Ghost Gaming. They do lose that duelist lord that they had in mid. Vanitas is gone, and FlyQuest reestablished, and Ghost Gaming, they haven't had like a clear and safe window to plan. They're gonna have to kind of play more mind games and pivot, and FlyQuest are right on their tail. If anything, Lovely's trying to walk up and cut off these rotations. Can't get a good win because just overwhelmed by numbers. But FlyQuest at least have a read of where this is going next.
It's not over yet though. There's still good util from Ev, and Bob's still alive. So it has to come down to Bunny Bee with the cerebral play to flank back towards Boiler.
One enemy remaining.
Kind of hesitate on the plant there, just with how close FlyQuest were. Bunny Bee with the third, searching the fourth, and even the wraparound behind Ev. This was cooked, and it's been such a cat and mouse game between the two. FlyQuest just always playing close to Ghost Gaming in terms of rotations, and
yeah,
Ghost Gaming pull off a win there, but barely.
I like that we actually went for a little bit of a lurk play at the very beginning of the round two for Ghost Gaming with the pressure that they bring towards the middle and B side. They consistently be doing behind the stealth drone. They kept the player on the outside. Kataris over towards A, wins that duel in that spot. Forces Lovely to try to go for a hero play on middle against 3 players. You're just dismantling the defense for FlyQuest little bit by little bit throughout the round. Turned out to be quite nice, and you're starting to see the gameplay continues on. We continue to have these 4-1 scenarios of pressure on one end, lurk on the other, and it's Thea versus Kataris over B.
And no op this time from Bob too, but Ghost Gaming don't know that yet. I think you're worried about going into A when you kind of heard Noya in the interview how annoying it is on Icebox to face a perma op, so just trying to pressure that op into an uncomfortable spot. Ghost Gaming, no yellow box has been a spot that Thea has held before, and I'm surprised you don't just early pit here once you get a sense that they're nearby, and now that she's unsuppressed, maybe she'll think about it. Does Ghost Gaming also have a deep lurk from Ariel in A?
Targets destroyed.
Yeah, Ghost continues to want to play inserts, but they haven't really cleared utility on the A side. So now you're walking back for an A side hit with 30 seconds left on the clock, and there's 4 players over here for FlyQuest.
30 seconds left.
Still a knife left from Bunny Bee, and that suppresses FlyQuest. I think it did, and they seem to be holding their own and just have to they just have to fight through it without util, and FlyQuest still hold their angle as well. It's an absolute bloodbath for Ghost Gaming to get control of the site. There's only 10 seconds, and Ghost Gaming only playing when they're absolutely sure they could win. You spot barrel of the gun from Ev. Repositions, shock bolt to deny the plant. Wasn't able to do so. Maybe tags Miara, and Kataris is bleeding at the seams too. Ev does their best to isolate the 1v1, but can't clutch against Miara. And we are at 6-5 with 1 round left.
Yeah, another big round. Again, Miara, maybe, I don't think the kill column here from Miara isn't the highest, but they're so valuable so far for Ghost Gaming. And I have my head in my hands. I was like, dude, they're doing so well right now for Ev to be able to sneak through and win this 1 versus 2 because they're finding the perfect timing over at these spots. But just unfortunately, these shots didn't hit. And now for the last round, there's at least 3 big ults to work with for the side of FlyQuest. They're trying to put no aggro here.
Oh, with a jug of knives out. That's probably going to be a little bit better. Dodging tail suppression, surprising Vanitas but not getting a win. Salvos could be tagging up Ev2. Ghost Gaming that need to put on the press. The aggression that was presented, they've swatted it all away, and the Armageddon just washes FlyQuest away. So Ghost Gaming will have a 3-on-1 advantage. Spike down.
Yeah, that's twice. 2 rounds in a row that the knife has been annoying to deal with. Lubli's now on a 1v2. The late lurk coming out from Qataris.
This lockdown, it's gonna get them so much free space too. Off of Raptors, good timing on the push, but the wraparound's been destroyed. At least Lovely will have info on one, and Lovely trying to pick up the pace with the time that is left, and a good shutdown from Qataris. Okay with the kneel down, 6-6 half. Okay.
Still works towards the end here for Ghost Gaming, but I was a little bit surprised that Qataris forced themselves to actually push and break the lockdown. Because Miara is already out of position. Miara also has salvos to work with the delay. You don't really want to give your position away on a 2v1. You have an opportunity there. You're already committed to lurk and flank. Just let that all go. And then you have an opportunity to just delay with the salvos and then get the backstab towards the end. But nonetheless, still got the round off the stink by duel 1v1. And FlyQuest, as you mentioned before here, Lemon Kiwi there's still great confidence coming out of the side of Ghost Gaming despite the scoreline showing a very close game. And for FlyQuest, they want to do very similar things as their opponents here on the A side, trying to pressure very early on that spot. But again, a KO knife, it seems to be so annoying to deal with. This side of Fly.
Yeah, you really have to use your aggression if you're FlyQuest against this, but imagine what Bob can do on an offensive jet, and mid is just completely open, something that Ariel was supposed to watch, but also she has responsibility of watching over B, so that opens up a big gap where those teams got backstabbed, but they're still winning at least on the front lines. FlyQuest have to pivot.
I'll hear all of this pivot so far. So much noise being made because they know that they have a timing to break a 2v1 towards this B site. Already breaking, attempting to break Nanoswarms. Coming out from Ev. They'll get the plant and manage to get out of it unscathed.
Yeah, those salvos take a while to get there. Now Ghost Gaming have to flush out that power position of Yellow Box. Flank position from Bob and Kitchen. Bunny B will escape with half their life left. Ghost Gaming have a good step on this retake. It continues to just survive and thrive as Ghost Gaming just pushed so well as a team.
Yeah, unfortunate scenario there for Bob. Trying to shoot a player with their back burn against her is just very, very difficult to hit. Yeah, I don't know why. It's just occurs for a lot of players in tactical FPSs. Happens to the best of us, but it's Ghost Gaming. The confidence you're mentioning that they were exuding here on their attack side shows that they have a very confident defensive side, especially with how the results came through. I think it was like, what, 3 players still surviving after the pulse plant for the defuse? But for FlyQuest, they're doing a good old G2. Getting the plant on the first round of the pistol on the attack. They're going for a stinger buy and staying as a death ball to try to fight.
Yeah, interesting for us is Ghost Gaming have now won both pistols. But it still ended up being a 6-6 half. Ghost Gaming were never able to build too much momentum until the 3-round win streak. And man, FlyQuest just swarming through both defenders. You have Bunny B rotating at the back. The cutoff from mid is coming for Vanitas. And FlyQuest have a lot of angles they have to watch, including a long-range sightline finally denied there by a Lovely. You got a 2 versus 2, but an Outlaw that's gonna see more success at range. But Ghost Gaming, you may not even see much action. I think FlyQuest can easily just hide and react to the spike getting tapped and not walk into this Outlaw crossfire. Now Ev is just trying to prevent Spike from getting touched, and the defuse is going to be held. Ev has to prevent it, but Vanita's great support for Ghost Gaming.
I was looking so well in a 2v2, especially with the long-range pistols that were, or should I say long-range stingers that were coming back in favor of FlyQuest. But on that 2v2, I'm not too sure what causes a Lovely to rotate out in the open behind the double box. I know that they've already spotted that or understood that Miara is trying to scan and they're playing in towards Snowman. But you're still playing a 2v2 against somebody who has an Outlaw that they already rotated over, that got a pick coming in from Orange. And you left yourself exposed and didn't give a chance here for your teammate to just swing with you for an absolute trade. Small mistake in the render policy now this time for FlyQuest, especially going into this round. But Lace has something else to say with the Guardian. Gets a nice little first blood in the very beginning, but manages to get out, yes, but heavily damaged towards the end.
Likewise, really believing they could win that second round of the half in the forest, and now they deny a lot of weapons out of Ghost Gaming sure, but find themselves on mostly a Sheriff save, and Lace, who may want to give the Guardian to someone else if she's going to have 13 HP, but it's really what's going to help you propel and get control of A with these long-range fights if you can get the Guardian going, but I'm thinking FlyQuest could try to pivot and hit a weaker site instead of fighting fire with fire.
I kind of would like for Lace to start giving the Guardian away to Bob, and then Bob switching the Sheriff over to Lace. Just use somebody that has better HP, full shield on Bob on top of that, to try to get some damage to the Guardian. Definitely does more damage at distance, especially with a shot to the body.
Alright,
30 seconds left.
Exactly, play the standard wall and try to plant.
It's tough. As soon as you bring the wall up, you just heard that flurry of bullets from Ghost Gaming. I like that pressure because FlyQuest haven't moved an inch because of it. Now Bunny Bee denied that sight line. I'm surprised Ghost Gaming aren't going to continue spamming. I mean, they know where they are. It's 8 seconds, and they prevent the spike from getting planted. Oh, and the planter is killed. Everyone from FlyQuest falls, and Ghost Gaming at the firing squad lined up.
Yeah, that FlyQuest had a pretty decent opportunity to move up towards that site, but they're waiting a little bit too long. And you were mentioning with the wall trying to come up, and they can't really move in for a plant. That's because of, once again, Bunny Bee with the KO knife throws it towards the wall. It does get the hit onto Thea, so the wall has to drop. You waste 7 seconds because you're suppressed. When the wall comes back up, there's not enough time left to try to go for a tap, avoid salvos, and then go back for a replant, so they have to try to stick it. Again, there's a little bit of mismanagement, understanding that you're having to play against a KO and as well as a Tejo. When you have like these refreshable utility that are so good on this map, it seems very good on this map now from the way Ghost is currently playing against FlyQuest, because we're not putting that into account on the side of the attack. So I feel that this is a timeout that has to talk about that issue of how you actually understand better timings between the next timing at the refresh of the knife and the salvos to take better advantage of flood site takes on the side of FlyQuest.
At least you're gonna have a real rifle round for FlyQuest. It's been 3 in a row from Ghost Gaming, and you had to face like an outlaw. That was annoying, and Ghost Gaming just spamming you with better weapons usually. So FlyQuest, this will be their best chance to get back on that high horse and to not let this gap between in the score get too large, and especially for the economy to get too crazy for Ghost Gaming. This is an important round for FlyQuest.
Yeah. At least I'm starting to see the reason behind Ghost Gaming picking up the unsigned team of Overkill previously. Great game plan so far against FlyQuest. Really forcing FlyQuest to think outside of the box and try to muster these rounds.
Hard to have time to think when you have Bob and everyone in your face. Like, the double duelist is just gonna have so much firepower, but Miara with 3 on an island solo just holds it down. Bob cleans up the 3rd, and FlyQuest get back in control of the situation, leaving Ariel and Vanitas, one of them with an op, just maybe patrolling on the outside. I'm surprised Ariel's the one on rafters. At least is the one to get vision. They kind of coalesce together. The op is shut down. Bob's going for the ace and gets it. The iBUYPOWER ace for Bob from FlyQuest to get their first round of the half.
Also, that's what Coach Joe was saying during the timeout. Bob, just kill them all.
Bob, go ace.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, what can you do at this point, right? You just called it during your play-by-play here, Jen, that Kataris is able to get a trip kill with a Bulldog or Ariel even, and it was just looking so good for Ghost Gaming when they had so many good high-low positions to fight against FlyQuest hit. But then you have Bob that just activates. 20 kills in 17 rounds, 7-9 scoreline.
Oh my god.
Almost got stopped there, but this is an opportunity now for FlyQuest to bring the timing.
The duelists have been isolated. Vanitas finally lands the shot onto Bob, stops them. What can you do against Lace? I don't think they expected the 2 duelists at the timing of Lace looking the other way. Oh wow, actually gets the backstab on Vanitas and the second on Miara. I thought Miara was gonna backstab Lace. Now Lace has to protect themselves as the rest of FlyQuest should probably go support that, but they weren't sure what Theo was going to be up to, trying to push into kitchen. Now you got the kill contract. Lace with that Bunny Bee, and Bunny Bee gets the win, so FlyQuest have to now pick up the pieces, and Ev does exactly that. Beautiful 3K for FlyQuest.
That was super nice by Lace. Laser beam by Bunny Bee, but no matter what, getting those, slipping through the defense of Ghost Gaming and getting those 2 backstab kills. And even if she loses that fight over there to Bunny Bee, you saw where Bunny Bee spawned right after that gulag. There was no chance that she could escape. And it allowed here FlyQuest to, and even Ev to get, what, a trade and a double kill to get a trip into the round. Very nicely done, as it was perfectly timed even for Lace to pull out that ult when the team was close to her. If not, maybe Bunny Bee could have survived and would have seen a different story. FlyQuest now breaking the econ. Has a chance now to tie up the game.
It's big Bob versus Vanitas off the barriers being down. And then Lace gets to go unnoticed and be a thorn in Ghost Gaming's side. So many duelists to worry about. Vanitas now has to go above and beyond, and even with the assistance of a flash, Vanitas decides to leave. A double sheriff kill from Kataris, matched up by FlyQuest. The playing field is pretty even. Bob, though, is so locked in today. I don't know. She's just the GOAT. Bunny Bee, 5 HP. FlyQuest have evened things up 9-9, are now on a 3-round win streak.
Yeah, at this point, when is Bob not locked in? She is just so good, man. I don't know what else to say about this player. I mean, she's been, what, grinding since the Sonics coming in from Australia, trying to grind up in, what, the VCTs back in, like, 2021. Their first opening, if I'm not mistaken, was against Sentinels on Split when they lost 13-1. But after that, whenever she started competing as well into Game Changers, you're starting to see, oh my God, like, she could clutch, she could open up, but she's also doing this as an initiator. But now being able to play duelists in the new year in 2025 and Game Changers and putting up even bigger numbers, why clutch when you can just open up and ace everybody, you know? You don't need to clutch if you're just going to entry every time.
You have an ISO paired with that, so just being able to push with the wall and just to play off of Bob's contact too, like, there's multiple threats on this FlyQuest red team, and even incorporating new players, which is, okay, watch our flank and Bob Lace go kill, Ev give us info, they a pit, and lurk around. Like, FlyQuest have a solid plan going forward. It didn't, the half didn't start off well when they were forcing and just kind of having their eco pretty scrapped, but now that they're more comfortable spot financially, this is going to be looking a lot closer.
And with how Bob is being activated in this second, I like to call it fourth quarter, I guess, at this point.
Toxins going up.
It might look like FlyQuest could be running away with this game because there's no duels that can be won here. Nobody can really stop her. Maybe Miara and Bunny Bee so far.
That extra tap too from Lace is kind of kills a lot of the value of an off, because Vanitas able to crack that shield while the rest of FlyQuest get an open sight, and Ariel's been able to survive as well. They just have to watch through mid. FlyQuest could be on the hunt though. Ariel's gonna solo swing and look to do damage while the rest of FlyQuest patrol on their half of things, also watching the flank. Ghost, Vanitas with the off in position, and Bob gets shut down. Goes 1 for 1. An attempt at cutting through the mid-map doesn't work out for Ghost, but they could still depend on Vanitas to have the same sort of splash. But no one's really locking eyes with Vanitas for this Oct to find any value. Now you got the latest pit from Ghost to just hold this real estate, deny sightlines, and just the pit is immediately canceled by FlyQuest. Time is running out. Ghost can't do anything else.
That was still very nice by Lace. You were just mentioning a great call there, Lemon Kiwi, that the Lace went solo towards the A side, pops up the shield to see where an op could potentially be. She gets hit by it, but still has full shield. And you notice as the round developed, she was just staying back towards the spawn. It was identified by Kataris, and they were waiting for the longest time, waiting for Lace to rotate. It never happened. And by the time they fall back and pull the pin up, Lace finally activates to go for the flank. It's unattended for, and then Lace even gets a kill in the backside towards the end. And a nice big round coming out on the side of an old IGL on the side of FlyQuest to Lace. Now just fully focusing as a duelist role. Help it with Bob to work towards the A side.
Vanitas doesn't have the op anymore, was at least able to crack the shield of Lace before dashing out. Vanitas hesitates on holding these positions, finds themselves back into safety. Got the lockdown. It's gonna evacuate Ghost Gaming, and I don't think this KO is gonna be long for this world. Bunny B tried to go for a big play to at least go for a one and done spot. FlyQuest will plant as a result, able to keep most of their members. While Ghost Gaming on the perimeter, peeking solo before the team's really ready and waiting for this flank to develop, which Guitarist has already been spotted and can't do much damage against a Lovely. And it's FlyQuest. Just been able to win all these isolated duels. Ghost Gaming can't sync up.
Yeah, and using a shield from the side of Lace, kind of like a owl drone, so that you can keep the owl drone for later on the second phase if you hit towards the A site. Because right now, Ev is pulling this recon dart right towards the wall at the default spot. You have Lace moving forward, trying to clear up the space. It allows for Bob to even move up and get the lockdown up, and then now you can even drone even deeper into the A site on your hit. This is a very, very nice scaling coming out from FlyQuest, and ever since this timeout on the side of Coach Joe, it's been very, very clean for FlyQuest. I think it's been 5.5 rounds since the timeout.
Hey, Ghost Gaming trying to be aggressive off barriers being down, but scoring Vanitas a bit better on the gamble. I mean, they only had the mix of sheriffs and whatever, and FlyQuest absolutely farmed them. They were able to deny a couple of rifles, but with the win streak, let's see, they're at a FlyQuest are at a 6-round win streak. They're on match point. This feels pretty secured for a win.
Yeah, and silver lining is that you mentioned like the bad buy that they had on the side of Ghost Gaming. At least they have rifles this time around with the lockdown to work with. I'm looking at the setup that from Ghost Gaming, they have a turret watching very passively into two, but nothing really watching middle at this point. There's a huge gap to take advantage of for the side of FlyQuest. It's a weak side B hold where you see your KO Bunny B having to jiggle back and forth all the time to look under tube and into B main. So FlyQuest, if they're going to run this on a default, it would be a good read.
FlyQuest can't get their util as deep because of this conditioning of, well, you just never know when Vanitas is going to run at you with the rest of the team, sometimes solo, so FlyQuest have to scale one step at a time, and this peek from Vanitas, juicy, but doesn't finish off their kills. Vanitas dashes away, well, really finishing off what they started, which now against Lace will get a second chance at that. A huge win for the duelist on the defense is brought back right in the faces of FlyQuest, planting in front of them, but deciding to abandon the project as Ev goes for kills instead, and now tries to secure things. The pit is brought out, but not enough to protect Ev. Spike has to be recovered, and as a Lovely has to join, abandoning the flank watch to now pull off a 2 versus 3.
What a huge play by Vanitas so far. Staying alive, holding and anchoring the side. That's 4 kills. Left. Trying to cosplay as Bob in this round.
Looking for the ace and was just so close to clipping Thea for the last one. This Bunny may be hearing them around. You just have to play dodgeball if you're Thea. Just using your pit, being on the outside, and now just getting rid of the ult. No ace for Ghost Gaming, but staying in the shadow and trying to force overtime is definitely a possibility.
Yeah, and I like what was starting off here for Lace, moving forward. As she doesn't get picked, the best reaction that she did was actually quite good. Because once you force the gulag, you're going back at full shields, full HP if you pop your shield in. It gives a chance here for FlyQuest to start scaling up. They had a great timing. You talked about Ev getting off the spike plan, so they could swing out and go for these trades. It looked very good. But by not winning that fight against Vanitas, Vanitas was able to just run around the map right after towards the A site and get the 4K in the round. Now a chance here for Ghost Gaming to narrow that gap, force this into overtime.
Vanitas and Bob have to go alpha for their teams, and knives used from Bob through the mid cut. Bunny B keeps one duelist at bay as he tries to take Ghost Gaming. Incredibly on the other side of the Viper wall, but a huge turnaround from Thea to surprise him through the kitchen rotation. Bob gonna backstab on his player, but man, a Lovely is just all over it. FlyQuest with a 13-10 win made quick work in that final round against Ghost Gaming.
It's crazy that it's quick work overall because it's still a 13-10 scoreline. It just felt like it was so aggressive and powerful for both of these teams from beginning to the end. But I do agree with you for sure that it was quick work towards that last round. What a change of pace on that last round for FlyQuest Red, who's been so slow in the very beginning with how they were leveraging Lace as, you know, the owl drone for the side of FlyQuest. But rushing out towards the tube, Bob getting great position on the top, and there was no answer, unfortunately, for Ghost Gaming, who were not ready for that type of hit.
Such a close game. FlyQuest win Icebox, which is Ghost Gaming's choice of map. And up next, we have Lotus, which is FlyQuest Red's playground. So don't go anywhere, guys. You won't want to miss it. Welcome back, everyone, to VALORANT Game Changers presented by Verizon. We're in our second match. We're going to the second map, and guess what? It's FlyQuest's pick, and we're going to Lotus, Vance.
Yeah, I don't know how this is going to look. I know, but it was very one-sided once Bob started to activate, feeling very confident going into the game. I think I still got to give credit, though, to Ghost Gaming that were able to keep it fairly close when they won the pistol round on that second half and started snowballing some rounds. But I think that's the other thing, too. Once you start building that economy on the side of FlyQuest Red, and Bob's starting to get a little bit more out of the Vandal, a little bit better than just a Sheriff, for example, it's very, very, very hard to deal with. So if that's going to be the case going into Lotus that we haven't really seen yet, if I'm not mistaken here from Ghost Gaming, but FlyQuest pulls out the Waylay, and you could be even more aggressive as Bob on a Waylay, this is dangerous territory.
And FlyQuest were doing some experimenting too. You brought out the Waylay for Lotus, but even just the double duelist, like I swear I've never seen Lace on the ISO, but she could literally play anything. She's probably flexed to every role in the game at this point, like Thanos collecting roles here. And Lace is that flexible, and she was able to complement Bob so well on the front of whether Bob wanted to be aggressive, Lace was by her side, and to also get information and know when to switch to more passive style, like you pointed out, using the ISO shield to try to register if there's an op, or just to have an extra layer there has been really awesome. So it's cool that FlyQuest looked this good off the rip.
Yeah. The thing, though, going into the second map is the role swaps. We were talking about how Lace has to bring in and select every single type of role. Now she's going to move over to a controller if they keep it within the same type of composition. So that means that she's going to play a Viper. On the side of FlyQuest, you're playing double controller with the Viper and the Omen, and you don't have too much going on in terms of how can I put this, passive holds in your Sentinel, because you're playing a Deadlock instead of like a Vice or a Cypher. So I feel that their defense has to be a lot more reactive and also very proactive to allow Bob to be very, very oppressive in the kit around the Waylay. So Ev and Bob have to have some pretty good combinations to allow to get some good defensive rounds, because if they're going to play passive or give a lot of space here for Ghost Gaming to be able to work with, this could be an upset going into the second map.
Maybe Vanitas will be on something other than the Jet, because they have a lot more experience on the Rays and the Neon, for example, which are very viable on this map. So what is Vanitas going to be on? And is that going to be a big difference maker for Ghost Gaming? Because just because they haven't registered as many rounds on the Jet in the past couple of months doesn't mean they couldn't keep up with Bob. But it really was the Bob show at the end. And Vanitas had some cool positions on high grounds and when it comes to the A side of Icebox. But now there's 3 sites to worry about and a lot more development of the map and how you scale it that can happen here.
Exactly. That's why I was trying to say that they have to be a lot more proactive for FlyQuest with the 3-sided map. When your Sentinel player can maybe, yes, throw a wall early into the round, but that only gives you a 30-second grace if it's not being shot down right away. So you're going to have to start fighting onto the other extremity, or trying to make sure that you're using more utility to flush them towards the stack, a stack, right? So that's what I'm expecting out of FlyQuest Red. But Ghost Gaming, now we get to see their composition on this map. This is something very standard. I love the Breach and Teo and Neon combination of this map. It could be as explosive and as oppressive as what FlyQuest could bring. And as I say that, I just realized that Bob's going back to the Rays. Boo.
Boo. Wait. A duelist that can frag, I am here for it. And I swear I've seen her frag on everything, also in Challengers, so it'll be cool to see how she's going to try and break through the Vise util, though, because again, you can maybe satchel over the wall, but what is the rest of FlyQuest going to do to help up?
That is actually a great call, Lemon Kiwi, because I was expected to see a little bit of Waylay, because the Waylay could go maybe through the wall and refract so that you could actually force that wall up. But if you're looking on the side of not playing a Yoru, for example, you can't clone it out. So you have to start scaling up a little bit slowly and go for a 3-2-1 run through the wall, or try to bait the wall and then re-hit. And they don't really have util to force the wall out, so they have to do it through bodies. That's the tough part right now for FlyQuest. But for Ghost Gaming side, you were just mentioning, Vanitas that loves playing a Neon. She at least gets to play this agent now, and I'm expecting big things coming out of them.
Me as well. 13-10. I mean, that's as close as it gets. When it comes to FlyQuest winning Ghost map pick on Icebox, we'll see where the standings will end. Both our teams 1-0, hoping to be at the top of the leaderboards after today, and FlyQuest on series point. We're going for really aggressive map control just from off the Tejo bot through mid, even an early peek from Thea, and Ghost Gaming have to stay put.
The wall's being utilized to watch for a push on the attack side, so they could just focus as a group A death ball to work back towards B and C. So a little bit of conditioning at first. You're seeing that they haven't really committed to try to get the orb towards the C site, and now just using a drone and spotting that there's nobody there. This has to be a hit now towards the A site.
Yeah, the door being open, someone checking baby door, but this staircase stole from the Lovely. Is she gonna want to try and get timing to cut them off? She's gonna stay put, but hope to wrap around. Ghost Gaming set up camp on the site. Above them is FlyQuest. A good fault line plus salvos. Try to get some damage into FlyQuest. They managed to get out in time. Paranoia to push through staircase. Ghost Gaming set a burial for success. A huge double kill. And Ghost Gaming to just kind of clean up the round. Ev almost wrapped around and caused some issues, but Ghost Gaming had a plan and they executed.
FlyQuest tried to go for a retake play as they had two players to see. They were playing a 2-2-1 pretty much and very passive on the A side. That's the reason why I was saying that Ghost had to really pretty much activate towards A. When you're actually starting on the C side for conditioning, you don't go for the orb. You don't feel if there's any pressure coming through towards that C site. Your wall hasn't been activated, and you go for the stealth drone, and it's so open towards rubble. There's got to be a stack more towards the B or C side. So they have the perfect read to move towards that site. You're trying to play the retake for FlyQuest, but there's just too much double initiator utility that keeps you away.
And the stack from FlyQuest just leaving Lace on mound, using her as bait to Paranoia and try to swing out. FlyQuest went for a huge gamble, and it paid off. The Sheriffs, the Classics rained down hell on Ghost Gaming. Now they get to go and try to collect all these weapons, and Ariel is left with nothing.
I have no idea how they got so much value off salvos and swing off pistols when a trap play would have been way more valuable to have your deadlock there so you can net some players around. She's played it solo towards the A site, yet Bob moves forward and gets kills with a Sheriff, kills with a Bulldog, and wins a Thrifty with the team? What is going on?
That's been a weird one for sure. FlyQuest love to surprise you in these round twos, especially when Ghost Gaming have won every pistol. FlyQuest, they just come back with a vengeance, and they're even things up. And this has usually been a point of the map where FlyQuest start to kind of cook their economy. They tried to gamble that in the second half of last map, and it didn't work out, but this time it does. And now they'll have an outlaw to play with Bob.
Stinger by. Big rush towards the C site. Lace has to fall back. They have no choice but to play the retake here for FlyQuest.
Lace barely gets out. You can see Vanitas easily extending. Here's the boombot through Waterfall. All of Ghost Gaming here to play. And Vanitas isn't someone that takes a huge amount of risks. I saw them dash back so many times on the jet, and he's already used his speed to get in. Still has the wall to try and break things up. Vanitas sent to go and peek off the Paranoia. Beautiful double kill. Ghost Gaming. It's the synergy, the chemistry. Off of this util has been beautiful, but FlyQuest begun their retake. Ready to press past. 3-2-1 off the smoke. Lace gets caught by Vanitas, who's playing from Waterfall. It's trades, but it's all favoring Ghost because of the multi-kills that this duelist has brought up. Bob would have to go huge, but doesn't have time to, and really is just denying everything out of Ghost Gaming, who now pull off a Thrifty.
And a Stinger by too out the side of Ghost Gaming somehow comes into fruition. Well, not somehow. You just called it into play. The nice flash that came from Qataris all the way from the outside C site into Waterfall, allowing Vanitas to close that gap with the high gear, sprinting through and getting a lot of value with Miara trading, swinging with her, so they can get and get those kills towards the Waterfall and not allow FlyQuest to get the rotate back towards that C site. They're doing a great job shutting down here FlyQuest on the
So back and forth. FlyQuest go for another gamble, but they gets all stunned up, and Ghost Gaming adapt and overcome. Now with that double kill, it's an easy hit on the C site, but a Lovely's gonna cause some trouble on the back end with that flank, and Ghost Gaming can just ignore it and just move forward like you would do with any life problem and worry about it some other time. Ghost Gaming setting up on the mound, though, to react to this flank. Lovely dodges the flash. It still steadies her aim to go 1-for-1, which is impressive. While outnumbered in that situation, here's the retake. Of course, Miara can just play off the Armageddon as soon as FlyQuest step in, but I guess Vanitas just had a nice angle from Waterfall.
Yeah, we are just talking about earlier on that Lotus is FlyQuest's playground, but it doesn't seem the case right now in the eyes of Vanitas, who on Ghost Gaming side seems to be very comfortable to move around this site. There's just great util coming out from Miara and Bunnybee to allow Vanitas to really get around and move agilely throughout the C site. And look at this conditioning from Ghost all the time. C site, C site, C site. Now there's more coming out from FlyQuest, trying to go for a pinch. So you're trying to take control in front of B main. You're trying to go for a hit towards that C site. And Ghost Gaming this time around decides to move towards A. This is so good coming out on the side of the attack.
FlyQuest are playing like they have their own Neon, like just swinging out of C immediately. Ghost Gaming haven't been able to watch their flank because it's just a Lovely or Ariel or someone from Ghost Gaming that just gets outnumbered watching the flank. And it signals to the rest of Ghost Gaming, okay, to get a window to plant, you have to hurry up. Can't stall out. Now Bunnybee has to watch. Solo has no util, and then a 1 versus 4 gets her once. That's fine. Bob with the showstopper has to put a stop to the team. Ghost Gaming try to trade blow for blow even off the Armageddon. It's Chaos that is just letting Bob go on a rampage. Katara's at 4 HP gets found, and it's almost an ace for Bob for FlyQuest to take full control of that round.
I'm a little confused on what Ghost Gaming tried to do there on the post plant when you were talking about somebody watching a flank being Ariel in the back, and they're getting pinched literally by C site and B main. There's information when they're going through the battle. There was at least 3 players moving on that side. You definitely hear the footsteps on B main. You have to know that it's a big flank coming in from FlyQuest. They did a good job trying to go for a plant towards the A side, but they didn't flip the map to try to fight back towards the top. And not only that, they didn't leave Miara in a position where she could utilize all of her utility in a pulse plant. Why didn't we try to keep them alive back towards the defender spawn so you can play salvos in Armageddon off-site instead of in-site? Try to use it to try to stop Ghost Gaming instead of trying to play the spike plan, which is easy mode. Valorant 2025 so far with the Teo utility.
Ghost Gaming have been able to adapt to FlyQuest's mound control or just really aggression off left side by either fault lining from Bunnybee or maybe sending Vanitas go kill, but now they leave Vanitas to go and kind of scout. Having that extra mobility has less risk, and both teams come out with all 5 players intact. Ghost Gaming are left to try and now scale back on either side of the map. This time trying B.
I like the slight change from Ghost Gaming this time.
Throwing next.
Yeah, just outnumbering everyone on B, and now you get a Steel Garden thrown from Ariel. It's a pivot back towards C. He is doing what they can, but missed the teleport out and kind of just was trying to maybe avoid the salvos. Unfortunately gets caught, and Ghost Gaming more than enough setup, especially with the Lovely still having a Guardian, and they're all flooding through the waterfall side. Vanitas plays gatekeeper here and gets a huge triple kill, leaving Ev in a 1 versus 2 clutch opportunity.
Ooh.
The spike's still not planted. All Ev had to do was prevent it, but a good turnaround from Miara.
Yeah, and I was gonna say I like the change of pace, at least for Ghost Gaming this time around. They stayed back towards the spawn, realizing that FlyQuest early in these rounds are doing a lot of the use our util to find info, so we could try to go for over rotates and better reads here, even before the mid round, just so they could not allow Ghost Gaming to get into sites, because playing the pulse pan retake has been an issue for FlyQuest in this game so far. So they wait out towards the spawn, they clear out and avoid the utility being droned down by Ev, and then they just re-hit towards the B side and catch the players off guard, and then you saw the rest unravel. I kind of like that here coming out from Ghost Gaming.
FlyQuest on the Sheriff save. Leia that has, or Lace, sorry, that has tried to escape, but Vanitas slips through her crosshair, and Vanitas' first blood. Been wanting to see this Neon activate, and I'm not going to take it super seriously against a bunch of Sheriffs, but how you can really enable Vanitas and how aggressive they want to get is what I'm looking forward to, and as the trend sets, spotted FlyQuest coming through Waterfall. Got the paranoia that doesn't go in deep enough from FlyQuest, so a lot less tools used are available to try and get back into the site. And Vanitas is covering every angle, every entryway. This is tough for FlyQuest. I imagine they just want to go down with the spike, but not with Bob. Bob was always ready to frag and tango. Now this round's over.
Yeah. No smoke available for Thea when they had one to use it towards top boxes instead of covering the spike. Still difficult to do because you still have to play against salvos anyways, but yeah, when I said going into this game, Lemon Kiwi, I was like, I'm not too sure we've seen Ghost Gaming play this map before. If you actually look at the stats as Ghost Gaming, none. But if you actually went through the previous roster when they were playing as Overkill, it's actually going to be their own playground because they're currently 4-2 on that map. And they've played it multiple times with this composition, so they know really how to play around this map. One of them being against FlyQuest Red themselves in the close qualifiers. A lot of them versus Teddy Tactics, where Teddy Tactics got the lower end out of that one. But yeah, they're definitely comfortable on this map. And I guess that's the reason why FlyQuest picked this map, just because they kind of know what to expect out of this roster and out of this composition from Ghost Gaming.
Like a lot of these losses from FlyQuest Red, at least at this point of the map, has been more like eco-based, just not having the same buy or just having a bunch of sheriffs. And FlyQuest really started to pick things up on Icebox once they had a stable economy, once they had back-to-back rifle rounds, and were able to build kind of a win streak. So I'm waiting for that moment out of FlyQuest before I say Ghost Gaming win this for sure. Although Ghost Gaming do look really good when they do have the buy advantage.
But if we look at the timeline here, they have enough economy to build into a gun round, and they lose it, and then they have to go into an eco, right? So that's, yeah, I do agree with you. It's just unfortunate, and it was one of those rounds where Ghost Gaming really kept the economy low as well into their buys. There was a little bit of kerfuffle coming through when they had that stinger buy. I think that's what made things difficult here for FlyQuest to really build up that economy. So if anything, it's props to Ghost Gaming to really keep the driver's seat in the control of the pace of this game on the attack side.
Interesting Viper wall and a lot of layering from FlyQuest, because that's how Ghost Gaming opened up the last round. They got first blood over B and then pivoted into C, and it was of course a sheriff round out of FlyQuest, but now the Ghost can just walk past this Viper wall, but then they walk right into an Armageddon paranoia trap from FlyQuest. So say goodbye to Miara and Bunny Bee for the time being. At least they Ghost still have the spike, but really for how long? You just have this walk up from Bob. It's to cut off Ghost Gaming. A lot of good map control from this defense.
Yeah, I haven't seen this wall too much here on the defensive side for FlyQuest, so props to Coach Joe with what he's coming up with here and trying to cook up. Right now, from the way that I see that Lace is throwing that wall, is really to stay in range so that she can utilize her poison orb, still anchor up towards the C side. But most importantly, the wall coming through towards the A side, if they're going to try to cross that from the get-go and you're pulling it right away, you're decaying going through the wall. And then you could have like the grab net and salvos as well on the A side. That really allows a big trap play if you see a lot of aggression coming out from Ghost Gaming. It wasn't really the case in the first place, but when they stopped and goed and went back towards the A side, well, you saw there was that trap play that you mentioned. So I like that idea, but it doesn't seem like it's something that FlyQuest wants to continue to reiterate. But Ghost Gaming can stay on their toes.
This Lace wall's a bit better. It lets them kind of hold their half of the A side, but it's actually going to be in a C hit, and up close and personal is Lace trying to deny the entry to Ghost Gaming, and not popping out on the mound side, but rather just cutting them at the heel as soon as they step in. And then you got the smoke that would stagger things even more, so Ghost Gaming have to just gather their belongings and think about what is next.
And just heads up play for FlyQuest there. You're playing towards the, in the beginning of the round, you notice that Kataris has the ult, playing back towards the defender spawn on the C site. Let Kataris stick the full from the shadows, and then it's an easy kill out from Bob. So that gives you an early 5 versus 3. I think this is a full save once again. You have no more utility to get into the site. You have no flash to entry. There's no smokes as well to work out here for the side of Kataris. The best thing you have is a wall to try to enter towards B.
Yeah, the only thing we're banking on is, is FlyQuest going to want to randomly peek past the smoke and see if Ghost Gaming have actually left. And then Ghost Gaming tried to go to B. They have the spike down, and unfortunately they don't save any of their rifles, and FlyQuest get back-to-back rounds.
That's so intriguing for me that we didn't try to go for a save. I mean, it makes sense. You're still playing with Vanitas, who's been popping out so far in this half, and she's definitely been able to open up some good duels. So if she was able to get a couple of picks sliding through and getting something into the B site, but did not expect that there was going to be a sonic sensor to help out behind the Viper's wall, and you couldn't get any value, unfortunately, towards the end. So Ghost Gaming, with such a strong hold that they had in the very beginning since the timeout from Coach Joe again, they are getting good value out of it. Almost closing and narrowing the lead that Ghost Gaming has built in the very beginning. You're right. It was too early to call it a GG in this series here, Lemon Kiwi. FlyQuest still has some fight.
You got so many ults, too. Like, just from early pitting and deciding if Lace would just want to pop that immediately at C. That's usually where she's been hanging out, usually supported by Thea, and they could either paranoia and see what kind of first blood they want to create, or just leave Lace solo to pit and maybe see if, okay, Ghost Gaming have struggled now on C, maybe they're going to want to pivot to A or B. So it's kind of trying to predict where Ghost Gaming want to go next after back-to-back failures. And then if you're ult tracking at all, worried about where this overdrive could go and if that's going to even be invested.
Yeah, I mean, the overdrive could be something really big for the side of Ghost Gaming, but there's so many pings coming out on the side. There's none of that Viper Wall shenanigans they were trying to do there before, but you still have the salvos. You still have the net.
They got a trap too. Salvos, net, paranoia, a lot being turned from FlyQuest at the front door, and somehow Ghost Gaming, they only get tripped up from just someone closing the tree door in front of Vanitas' face. And this is still all the spaghetti on the floor, but it was mostly sheriffs anyway. The only big play would have had is if Vanitas could have gotten close access with an overdrive, but FlyQuest lay down the trap, and A-Main had a good read that that's where the hit was coming, and it ends up still being a 1 versus 2, so it was closer than it should have been.
Yeah, exactly. It was a nice try. You still did some damage, but you mentioned before where FlyQuest now has the opportunity, or had the opportunity, to build up the economy by winning the last 3 rounds, so you're still pretty comfortable into this fight, and you have so many ults going in this round. This is looking to be FlyQuest closing out the half in their favor. And you mentioned the overdrive, but they also had a Vandal to work with on the side of Ghost Gaming, so you were definitely trying to leverage that to take the Rubble control. But they did such a good job for FlyQuest to shut down the value that Vanitas would have with the overdrive. Now in this round, it's the same type of play.
Okay, same kind of thing, except how the heck did Vanitas slip through all the defenses? This was while paired hit by a blind from the Omen. So now Vanitas is on a backstab opportunity, leading the rest of Ghost Gaming to follow in her tracks, and FlyQuest get completely caught by their own trap. Like, they were reacting to off of their usual set play, but Vanitas forgot about that factor.
Yeah, it seems like the wall coming up here from Vanitas was not taken care of here by FlyQuest. I like the idea of just opening door and trying to flash to try to punish the Neon rushing forward. They even got the Annihilation to make things very difficult here for Vanitas to get value, because she would be pretty much alone around the A side. But yeah, something happened here where FlyQuest couldn't get any type of util around the Annihilation to even get any damage done to Ghost Gaming, and that was a kerfuffle, sorry.
Yeah, it was tied 5-5.
I got you. Yeah. So we do have, we're still continuing round number 12. So FlyQuest are at 5, and they're on the bye right now. And you're Gucci, you're back?
I'm back. We're so back.
Yeah, we're so back. By the way, they told me that Gucci is not really used in 2025 anymore. Am I too wrong?
No, you're
right?
just a man of luxury,
Gucci,
right?
I'm a man of luxury. That's true. That's why I'm Gucci. Although towards the C side, and Lace is trying to close the gap.
Whoa, he just got ran over. Holy cow. I appreciate the shotgun play. Vanitas has been slipperier than usual. Is that a word? I mean, Vanitas is still causing a ruckus. Like, look at this, slip and slide all the way across FlyQuest, and it's a very fast, flawless round.
Definitely slipperier. Dude, I gotta stop caster cursing. I'm saying FlyQuest should be running away with this one, and Ghost Gaming has 2 perfect rounds in the last 2 rounds of the half. One maybe losing 1 player in the process, the second one being a beautiful push through on the side of the aggression of Vanitas. I mean, look at him, 21, 7, and 2. Looking at the side of Vanitas as a duelist, followed by Ariel at 9 only. Dude, the amount of openers. We're going to have to look back at the stats somehow at the end of this game and see how many first bloods Vanitas was able to get in this series, at least on this map.
Ghost Gaming have won every pistol in this series so far. It's just that second round force, or that stinger buy that you called out from FlyQuest. That's the big round to watch out for, because if FlyQuest blow that, then Ghost Gaming get even more of a lead created and a lot more momentum generated. And FlyQuest, kind of like what you said on Icebox, that last quarter, if that doesn't work out, then FlyQuest can depend on that last quarter to kind of regenerate their economy and drum up a comeback like they did on Icebox. But this is as close as it gets. We had 6-6 half on Icebox. Now we're having a 7-5 half. So we'll see.
For sure. And another small tech pause here, chat. Looks like we're just trying to solve communication issues with the players inside the server. We can resume now the series. But overall, so far, Lemon Kiwi, we've been casting some good Valorant throughout this whole day. It's been some great matchups so far, with Shopify Rebellion winning the first series against Wada, a game that went due to distance on the 3rd map. Even if the scoreline, if you're looking back into VLR chat, if you're just joined into the broadcast now, and you're seeing that it's very one-sided from the side of FlyQuest and from the side of SRG and also from Wada. There's been some beautiful second half attacks here, or second halves from both of those teams on those respective maps of Split and going into the 3rd map of Icebox. So that said, going into this one here, another very close game. We had a 13-10 scoreline on the first map of Icebox, now a 7-5 going into the second map. As Bob, although, hasn't had an opportunity to pop off as much as she did on Icebox, probably because of this Raze agent. I don't think she has that freedom that she usually likes on this agent, although popped off during kickoff. But against this composition out from the side of Ghost Gaming, it's very difficult for her to find true value out of this Raze, and I'm hoping to see something different on their attack side.
And what's the tempo that FlyQuest Red want to set, right? Because we talked about how this Raze is going to interact with the Vise walls, or just the Vise util in general, and how if Bob gets separated from the team, how are FlyQuest going to move forward on that? Or are they going to have a more slower style off barriers down in this early round to really assess where this Sentinel is, and then not hit that site, or to find ways to break it, of course. So, and to report on other results, Prosperity won 2-0 over Evolution, and YFP won 2-0 over TTV. So they'll be up in the standings. So it's been pretty exciting. At the top, we have YFP, Aussie and Friends, SRG, and, well, whoever wins this series will be up there too.
Yeah, on the side of, I'm liking, at least if we're looking at the rosters across the board here for Game Changers in this season, as we've prefaced going into this game, or going into these games, that YFP still has, I mean, just in Game Changers itself, when you have teams that are unsigned, the unsigned teams also has some pretty crazy rosters. Aussie and Friends, for those that don't know, has Jazzikins, Lydia, Marceline, Riv, and Slandy, and that is actually a team that could put up some huge damage going into into a deep run. We have Hakikimori that does have a GC division known as Shrimp Ori, which is also very nice to watch as well. But it's cool to see how things are going so far here for the side of GC NA. I think the competition in itself, I still believe that Brazil has a very strong region. EMEA starting to look very competitive as well. And I'm excited to see what's going to happen with the Chinese scene, or SEA, because that's unfortunately 2 regions that I haven't followed well enough. But it's always been some bangers going into GC Champs.
And just the World Championship is so far down the road, but to see how all the regions are going to clash, where it's been SRG who won the last one, of course. That was with Fluorescent in the lineup, and EMEA has always had the most stacked teams and always the most representation when it comes to a lot of big name orgs that come in to sign these GC teams. But also this first Swiss's first main event is where a lot of people, a lot of players, a lot of unsigned teams prove themselves worthy of a banner, and then sometimes come out into the main event number 2 or main event number 3 with new representation. So there's an important tone to set in this tournament.
For sure. And you want to make sure that you represent them well. And it's, if you're new now to GC, it's a different format than the other GCs on previous years. You are currently playing into a Swiss format, very similar to Challengers actually this time around, where 4 victories will bring you into the main event, and circuit points are always going to be super important. We didn't have any of those involved going into kickoff. Kickoff was actually utilized at the beginning of the year as a way for new teams, newly formed, roster changes, trying to see if the formula kind of fit. You kind of saw it, at least from the side of FlyQuest Red. They got second place behind Wada, and now you're moving into this game here with the return of Ev and Thea in the roster, and a Lovely as a pickup, as a 5th player for the team. So there's definitely been some things that's been tested out by FlyQuest Red, by Coach Joe, and so far it's been looking pretty decent. I gotta say, against Ghost Gaming, it was a very tough first map that they were able to work very hard to get the victory towards the end, but now it's been an uphill battle once again in the second map here of Lotus.
And kickoff was also a chance to experiment with rosters, but also make changes and to see like who's really dedicated to grind out the rest of the year. Because FlyQuest Red had Sonder, had Kara, had Unstable, and some of them retired, some of them went to new teams. Even Jazzykins was sort of a sub and now finds herself on a main roster with Aussie and friends. And it's been cool to see kind of like who's ready to really take on the year and to take GC by storm, which I think everyone should feel a lot more inspired to compete. Now that Fluorescent's been promoted, now it's like, okay, SRG are perhaps a beatable team, and that's not like a shade thing. I think it's just like a more leveled playing field with now all of the competition that has improved over time.
Oh, definitely. And even on the side of Shopify, though, I still think that they looked pretty good, but when we had Noya on the interview earlier on, she was also mentioning a team like, what was it, Fisher? The collegiate team on the GC side. They made it a very tough run against them, and with a little bit more practice too, and now you have the scholarship around the Fisher Academy to be able to continue to just work through and practice as a team and represent the college. I think that I would agree with Noya that gives an opportunity here for these type of teams for GC to even rise within the scene itself, thanks to the collegiate support. Because if you're looking at Challengers in itself, Winthrop University somehow this year turned things around and are pretty much on the top of the board. I don't know how many times I've been predicted against them because I still have a sour taste in my mouth from their performances from last year. But dude, this year, a team like Winthrop University has definitely turned things around and made the doubters start to believe and toppling the top teams. I think they beat Shopify Rebellion Black even in their Swiss stage last week. So it comes to show that, you know, the more, and that's just as Noya was mentioned before, the more that you're sticking together as a team, and now you have the support from a college on top of that to be able to practice, you're definitely going to be able to make waves.
Yeah, collegiate's definitely the path forward. I think players are realizing that, because it's like, why not get an education while getting paid to play? And it's like Jazzykins who's playing with Keanu. You have Fisher. I think even Bob may have had some collegiate experience. And it's like, everyone should be trying to get a scholarship. Because at least worst case scenario, you don't go like super pro or tier 1 or make franchising or partnership, then at least you have college to fall back to. And the path moving forward is making sure everyone can communicate with each other, which is our current tech issue right now. Comm system is down for some of our players, so we may have an extended break. So thanks for hanging out with us, guys. We'll see you after this. We are so back, chat. Quick little update. We had issues with the comm system with the players, and since this was flagged before they ended up playing out the round, this was flagged before the damage happened, so we're going to replay the last round of the half, TLDR. So, 6-5 for Ghost.
That's why it was a flawless round. We'll see what happens, though. Jokes aside, it's still an Armageddon available for Miara, and they definitely just want to finish this round right away. So moving up B-side execution, but there's already 3 players from FlyQuest here.
Kind of a late Armageddon. And Ghost Gaming a little bit split off from their Neon player, and the Viper wall came up too, so there's just no supporting that. Ghost Gaming haven't hit the B site too often ever since, well, especially ever since Lace has that kind of horizontal wall cutting off B and A. The exact reason why Ghost Gaming have been avoiding it before. Got Aya checking out the A side using the ult. Ghost Gaming are still trying to salvage this B site, and it's not really going well. Now it's opening up the B door, potentially to pivot could be a plan, but it would be right into the sight lines of Lace and Bob.
And it was a nice timing by Luvali because she drops the wall. Now the net's available. Could even tie them up and delay even more. Allow Thea to move forward. Has a paranoid to delay. Great job by Luvali. Okay, that's a great defensive round so far by the Deadlock.
And this is the last round of the half where before Chaos happened, it was 7-5 for Ghost.
30 seconds left.
It's looking like another 6-6 half after the reset. And remember, Icebox was also 6-6, and Ghost Gaming had won all the pistols, so it really doesn't matter how you start, it's how you end after. 2 versus 4, it's not impossible, but Ghost Gaming are going to go for it.
Surprising enough, we're not throwing the Viper wall up.
10 seconds left.
Force low HP here as they're trying to cross back towards the site.
Gaming. Oh, they don't plant!
Spike down A.
There's no time! What a shot from Thea! Oh my god, that saved the round for FlyQuest. It was 4 versus 2, but like, holy cow.
I was just about to mention if there was going to be some complacency coming out here from FlyQuest on, instead of waiting for teammates to play a 4v2 retake and they're trying to just deny the plant by running in and dying, I would have been mad. I would have hit the timeout right away in the pistol on as Coach Joe. But thankfully, instead, they waited to spray no matter what. Even if the spray didn't get the kill and they get the plant on the side of Ghost Gaming, it was good discipline coming out from FlyQuest to equalize the half and move into the pistol round of the second half. And on the side of FlyQuest, it's pretty centered. You have the lurk wall towards the A side and a start towards C. And it doesn't really feel like for Ghost Gaming they want to contest the orb on C site. They're looking for the trap play over A.
Those have been successful at pistols in the past, but kind of been really caught off guard by the reset. So FlyQuest have to keep this flank in check, and there's a lot riding on Lace, and help the stealth drone out. Lace can hang and spawn and try to isolate these duels, and she does get hit by the paranoia, so Lace is not bound for this world, while the rest of FlyQuest have to dislodge 2 defenders within the C site, and Aerial begins, which is continuing the hemorrhage of FlyQuest, taking out 2. And Lovely have to work together against the 5 that have surrounded them with like vultures, and it's another Ghost Gaming pistol round.
Dude, again, just the little tech and the little things coming out from Yara's this AO, I'm really, really impressed, and I like. Because you go for the little jump from the drone just around the corner so that players, when they hear the drone coming towards you, you're just aiming on the ground. But just before you turn the corner, you jump up, the shot misses, you can get more space with the drone, and now the 2 players follow behind it to get the punish onto Lace, and allowing and forcing and funneling FlyQuest into a double stack flash swing from Ghost is really, really nice. But FlyQuest with no plant, they can't go for a stinger buy. And they're not looking to go for a fast plant either. I think they're just waiting for the smokes to stop to at least try to get an orb, I would assume, here onto Ev. Because nobody else is close to the seaside orb.
And because of that one way from Ghost, like, it's taken time for FlyQuest to scale up through Mound. And it's going to be even more stuck with the Tejo drone suppressing Ea, so he is going to be hit as it goes unsmoked, and that made FlyQuest just trade damage amongst each other. Now hope to pivot out as they lost a Lovely, and Bob's got chip damage too, so FlyQuest will try their hand at A. This Vice wall, I think it's being read there by FlyQuest. They're gonna cross together. This pair though gets the ball and surrounded by Ghost Gaming, who just clean up the round instantly.
That's the difficult thing here, playing with Ghost Gaming with a Vice when you don't have util to try to clear out the Vice wall towards the very beginning. And especially when you're staying towards the spawn, you don't really know the Vice is being set up at first. So that you're crossing, and all of Ghost Gaming had a 3-2-1 swing as soon as the wall comes up, and there was no opportunity there for FlyQuest to get into the A site for a plant. Thankfully, though, they did do some good damage against the against the anchored players, sorry, towards the B site. And now they have better rifles to work with. 3 players leading towards the C site to fight against Vanitas.
Great shot by Vanitas, and then escapes backwards. Meanwhile, a lot of work being done on the right side of the map by FlyQuest, so kind of good trades back and forth where Ghost Gaming get a good win on the left side, but take a fat L on the right side, so FlyQuest will follow through to chase after Kataris, who's going to fall back towards stairs.
Yeah, they didn't expect 3 players to work there towards that site somehow for FlyQuest. They couldn't get the punish onto Vanitas in the first place, so Ghost Gaming, once again, a good positioning, good read on the defensive side. Making it difficult now for Evan and Lovely to enter towards the A site.
And that being thrown, trying to react off of that. Dislodge that player in the tree, because that's an important objective. Kataris gone. Now a 2v2, that's more possible for FlyQuest. A quick stun comes out of Vanitas, but with the Outlaw, it's a tough one to peek, so trades that for the Bulldog. This Ghost Gaming have to deal with deadlock post plant util. Sideline goes undisturbed. That gets shot down. Vanitas gets activated. Spawns around the corner. Ev clean with it back to safety. And FlyQuest can just play Ring Around the Rosie for time. And Aerial has to chase down 2. FlyQuest, though, are playing stacked together. They could have been 2-piece. They will split up. Very smart. Aerial gets netted and like a fish out of water. Is gone now. Get more of a catch-up opportunity for FlyQuest.
Very nice for Lovely and Ev. That was a 2 versus 3. Played well together. Based off the utility of Lovely. I gotta say, she was punished a lot on that previous map of Icebox on the KJ rule, but on this deadlock so far has been so good as well in terms of utilized on defense, and now even the grav nets to create space for the 2 players to work together in the pulse plan on a 2v3. Very, very nice on that end. Now they're going to have to try to read this a little bit better for FlyQuest. We try to take down on the mound again for a level.
Yeah, no punish has come towards Vanitas on this mound yet, and FlyQuest have to scrap away through A, and it's even trades. Both teams lose 2 off of that rubble kerfuffle. Bunny B remains. No FlyQuest attention that way. Now trying to just drone up. Spike's gonna be left in a safe position. You got the lurk from a lovely over on C, so see what FlyQuest do now. Dispersed. Yeah, it's just kind of the pain of playing solo is when you're pushing places that have a lot of angles to watch without your team. It's gonna get randomly blindsided. FlyQuest at least make up for it with the win over at C, so it ensues a plant. And Bunny and Vanitas are on the way. Fault line immediately to try to access that planter. Vanitas chokes under pressure. Should have not lost that whatsoever. Ev on the last leg with 10 HP and FlyQuest tie.
Dude, who's that again? A Lovely and Ev. Another 2vx that they're able to convert on their side. This is so nice to watch. And again, when we're saying that Bob doesn't have an opportunity to activate as much as she could here on Icebox, A Lovely and Ev are doing an excellent job here in these late rounds to convert these over on the side of FlyQuest. Because so far, it started off well over at 8. You have a 2-for-2, but somehow that should have been traded out against Bunny B to allow FlyQuest to move more freely towards the A site. But yeah, they got to try to shut down the Lovely and Ev now if Ghost Gaming wants to have some sort of way to come back in this game. Or to regain the lead.
Big gamble from Ghost Gaming, and they get a jump on FlyQuest by Ghost Gaming just walking up mid. I think FlyQuest sensed something was up when they didn't hear the immediate speed activate from Vanitas, who's been taking mound control every time. But on a save, Ghost Gaming had to change it up, and they deny 1 weapon out of FlyQuest. Bunny B just gets distracted by the drone on the ground, and FlyQuest move forward without losing any bodies. They are taking damage, but no one's been able to cut off FlyQuest yet, and it's just Ariel left, who I think would ideally want to go down with a spike, but could do economical damage if they feel like get a good backstab. And wow, Ev is quick to drop the spike to deal with the problem.
Yeah, it even plants right away too to get the extra 300 credits around for FlyQuest. It was almost a timing there, because Ev was trying to go for the orb and then for the plant to guarantee the Armageddon in this next round. Whereas they rotated towards the A site, that's where the defender was coming from, towards that baby door. But thankfully, no picks. Ev even wins their own fight. Now FlyQuest takes the lead. Another one of those moments where momentum was so good for Ghost Gaming and slowed down, unfortunately, by a tech pause. You're starting to see FlyQuest really come back in this game.
Especially with 3 in a row, but how do they react to Vanitas? Same swing out. The paranoia available from Kataris as well. Let's Ghost Gaming. They'll try to minimize risk when they can. Vanitas is back on the site. And it's this rubble fight too that happens on the opposite side that also dictates pacing for Ghost Gaming. And they had first blood on Lace. Now FlyQuest have to worry about the flank. You got a drone up from B. FlyQuest try to hurry up and get into the C site. There's no one really limiting them. And then you have Thea, who's deep into enemy territory after an ult, but doesn't manage to do much when Ghost Gaming converge. Ev is just a one-person army sometimes, I swear. Salvo's barely gonna miss. Spike planted. Possible round. Got a rolling thunder that kind of misses for Bunny B. And no, Bob chokes. Had to reload. Bunny B gets the best of her. And Ev gets the third. Just single-handedly almost win the round for FlyQuest. A 1 versus 2, though. Not everyone can pull this off. Zev knows where the 2 are coming from. Tries to isolate, but chokes, and the aim gets a little wobbly. And Ghost Gaming tie once again.
There's nothing else you could really do there at that point. Bob is going to miss all those shots and run out of bullets. Trying to win a 3 versus 1. You're forcing your Armageddon back towards the spawn to delay so that you can actually just try to isolate some fights instead of playing the pulse fight Yuto with the Armageddon and salvos. That's just unlucky. Unfortunate there. And that's probably, I haven't seen Bob whiff like that ever. I think ever since we've been watching Bob play Valorant in, what, 2020/2021. Ultra rare miss. I have to highlight that because she's always been so good.
Yeah.
And that could have turned things around here for FlyQuest and take the lead by 2, but Ghost Gaming now has an opportunity to fight again.
Okay, this Vanitas just blind, going in literally blind with the overdrive, just hoping the fingers do all the talking, but unfortunately the ult is gone, and FlyQuest, they've been met with a tough challenge over on Mound. They lost both their smokes. You got a showstopper being thrown out from Bob, and Ghost Gaming have to stay in their place, but they're also on the flank, and there's a good read on this, but the double swing is too much for her to handle. And Ghost Gaming begin their backstab. These numbers are equal.
Now with the wall coming back, you can definitely focus on waterfall. So the plant, they're going to flip the map for spawn. Instead of just walking for info, the drone gives the information away that Ghost has rotated back from waterfall.
Suppress a Lovely, and oh, the Steel Garden. A Lovely just got caught. But Ev just used her as bait. The salvos cause movement. FlyQuest now pushed all the way off the site on their post plate, and the salvos! Miara was caught by the net, and now it's just aerial, and almost dealt with the high-low there set up so well. FlyQuest take the lead.
Do what you're here to do.
Lemon Kiwi, we're now going into 3 rounds won in by FlyQuest in this half. Won by both Aluvali and Ev alone. And you called it, the GravNet onto the salvos. That's the type of util I want to see on the post plant. Especially when it comes down to how good the combination or just the salvos themselves are so good for the pulse plant that we haven't seen FlyQuest have an opportunity to use, and I was criticizing for. And then it was almost at a moment where you saw maybe a flick from Ariel could have won that 2v1, but thankfully the platform on a high-low helped to win the round. Now aggression towards the A site. Leia wants to fight.
Oh my god. Ghost throw everything at Rubble, and then this Omen Thea got by, and Bunny B hoses them all down, and we're left as the dust settles with a 2 versus 2. Ghost Gaming not always marking everyone who slips by that A lobby door. Ghost Gaming pay the price for it. What a shot from a Lovely too. She has been popping off as this game develops. It's the top 100%. Fragger for FlyQuest.
I mean, that's like almost a kill every round so far that we've seen from Lovely. Round number 20, dropping over 20 kills. Ariel chance for redemption on 1v2.
There. Oh, the annihilation! Just barely. Ariel dodges it. Tried to set herself up with the flash, but FlyQuest hold it down in tree. Get up to 11. 2 more rounds before the series ends.
Could be heartbreaking right here. Yeah, the timeout is needed this time around from Ghost Gaming. But a Lovely at 22 kills, Ev at 17. I haven't even had a chance to even look at what Lace has been doing so far because a Lovely and Ev's been popping off in these moments. And we were mentioning going into the half, what was it? Vanitas was at 20 or at least 21 kills, something like that, right, Lemon Kiwi? Now you're seeing so many rounds evolve here in the second half, and they're just at 22. So the defensive side to kind of avoid Vanitas so far has been the name of the game, because if you're looking, yes, they got a little bit of value playing towards the Mound earlier on, very early in the half with an Outlaw, but a lot of the other rounds were just them trying to push back towards the A site and fight in the area where you're hoping that at least if you're creating that space, you're being traded out, but even FlyQuest are winning those.
How Lovely has been on the come up, I feel like, with just their time from on Bun and Gun in the kickoff where they finished 4th to playing on Refrag and previous GCs with Emluo and other familiar names, but haven't reached that top 3, top 4 spot until, of course, kickoff. But they've been just on everyone's radar, and now this is just the most stacked team. Even Ev, I mean, was part of FlyQuest when they were at the Berlin Championship, so is no stranger to pressure. Of course, less of that in the Swiss stage, but still wanting to be at the top of the standings, and the cleaner you do it, the better of an opponent you're going to have in terms of seeding for the main event. And it's Thea now with weight on her shoulders to hold back Ghost Gaming, and just the headshot to end them all. Bunny B, a critical person to miss, one of the best players on Ghost Gaming. And that means FlyQuest are just that much closer, closing out the series. But this is kind of a mixed fight for Ghost Gaming anyway, and they had to gamble in this round, and FlyQuest haven't been slowed down yet.
Looks, yeah, definitely they don't look like they're gonna stop. Ariel can maybe do some damage with his Bucky.
What? My Bucky does the same thing. I swear.
Bob has 1 HP.
Match point.
This is it.
Oh my god. An opportunity to hurt some econ, do some econ damage, and nope, none of that. None of that. Look at this round. You know, you see how it's like yellow when people buy weapons? Lovely stays at 6,000, not buying a single thing because they didn't have to do anything that round on the previous round. That's how clean that round was for FlyQuest. And unfortunate, therefore, the Bucky on the side of Ghost Gaming did not get anything done at all. And now that is serious point for FlyQuest.
FlyQuest stressed me out when they just like pushed through all of the util from Ghost Gaming on Rubble. It was an Armageddon that kind of was trying to dislodge Ghost Gaming. Now you get a response from FlyQuest throwing their Armageddon right through B. It's kind of chaos. And meanwhile, you got Bob scurrying over to C, dodges the paranoia from Waterfall, is playing solo until someone has to teleport over. There's Thea with a responding paranoia through Waterfall to keep Ghost Gaming hidden. And the plan does not go through. Okay, at least the Viper's Pit covers Waterfall. That's a great play from Lace. Ghost Gaming have to somehow wrap around it or through it. Uh-oh. Okay.
Stay alive. That's huge, because the Lovely still has full util. And if they delay well enough, you'll have the salvos back up the map.
Fault line, Bunny B just tried to surprise. At least the Viper's Pit is down. It's just a Lovely against Miara. And oh my god, that could have been anyone's match as all the smokes came down. Who reacted faster? And it's Ghost Gaming that still live on another round.
Dude, I want to know what our Lovely's been eating between the maps. I think it must have been like just like a VCT matchup, eating a banana and getting all the potassium and just lighting up the scoreboard in this second map. It's so impressive what they're able to do so far here for the Son of FlyQuest Red, and you had to scrap your fight for Ghost Gaming back inside the pit, and thankfully they found all their shots to drop the pit and not give a chance here for F to stay alive to use their util, and for a Lovely almost clutching a 1v3. But just that missed clutch, but the win that Ghost Gaming had, their economy is still so low. 3 of them are to have shields, 1 Guardian into Aerial, so they won't have the best of util or weaponry to defend here. This aggression out from FlyQuest over towards A.
That's FlyQuest starting off their salvos by trying to get Ghost Gaming uncomfortable on the Rubble side, and Miara is going to hold that for a better opportunity. You got the same Vise Wall from Ghost to cover Staircase, but FlyQuest should know it's there. It's been there before. Cross into tree, but this would be right into Aerial, who's just now shooting through the wall. So FlyQuest not only trigger the wall, but know something's there. Bunny is ready for the fault line, and I guess Katara's not going to want to commit to helping with this Rolling Thunder. As FlyQuest get run over, they try to see safety in tree and are caught by this Rolling Thunder, but there's no reaction, no follow-up from Ghost Gaming to take advantage of what looked like FlyQuest being really stuck, and if not even suppressed. Can't use that.
Yeah, the drone suppressed the Showstopper as well, so that nullifies and cancels out the hit towards A. So you're pivoting towards B, but there's still such an aggressive push by Vanita's towards B main. FlyQuest are kind of pinned.
Ghost Gaming just tried to dodge the Showstopper, didn't know it was suppressed, and FlyQuest now have to really scrap through to try and close out the series. The spike's right in front of Bob. Knows it's got to be patrolled by Ghost. A lot of health is missing from the FlyQuest side, including time. 10 seconds left, and Miara's holding it down with Aerial. And Ghost Gaming hope to force an overtime very soon. They're making the comeback.
They're definitely making a comeback, turning it around at the right moment here where shots are finally hitting and the reads are good on the side of Ghost Gaming. Again, great drone coming out to suppress the Showstopper on the side of Bomb. And they just went for an all-out brawl out into the A side around Bunny B's Rolling Thunder. Last round of regulation. The economy is virtually identical. 1 Guardian on each side, full rifles across, but an annihilation on the side of a Lovely, who's at 27 kills so far. Could drop a 30 on a victory of FlyQuest, or could drop a 30 going into overtime if Ghost Gaming could hold back this push on C.
And if this annihilation can kidnap anyone. And now Lays Kind of has to make a big hero play and has been unable to do so. At least tries to draw out a lot of utility on the right side, and now it's a bloodbath for FlyQuest to just get established, and that's still not even the case. Having to push through the smoke. Annihilation to scare the heck out of Ghost Gaming. No one in Waterfall. I guess worth the investment to zone them off and at least get the information no one is there. Salvos to delay this plant. Ev is more aware of it in a safer spot and falling back to the corner. Now worried about a flank and forward. Ghost Gaming have Bunny B with 2 flashes. Now maybe set up for a high-low as soon as this smoke dissipates. Kind of a crossfire setup. Ghost Gaming gonna break in there with 1 and now 2. Ghost Gaming country blow for blow. It's a 1v1 to end the map or go to OT. Miara versus a Lovely, and the Armageddon to force a Lovely into the grasp of Miara, but doesn't know where this Tejo is. A Lovely struggles under pressure, and Ghost Gaming force OT.
I lived a good life.
All of those good moves coming out from a Lovely, but just didn't know where the Armageddon was going when it got shot down and where Miara would have positioned after shooting the Armageddon. Thought that she was walking down towards the water and reached incorrectly, and unfortunately cannot clutch at the most pivotal moment, forcing the overtime against FlyQuest and Ghost Gaming. I was also questioning, why are we planning at that spot for FlyQuest when they've already placed a wall towards the waterfall and they've already placed a sonic sensor as well? I feel that we could have maybe planned it still towards the spot where they could play pulse plan sprams from waterfall. If you're playing it closer towards that wall, right inside the C site. And again, another one of those rounds where on a pulse plan you're not in position to be able to play delays on your net or your salvos and pay the price out of that. Those gaming, you're giving him an opportunity to come back on the retakes and now force the overtime. FlyQuest on the defense, Ghost Gaming holding back towards the spawn just to calm things down.
FlyQuest go for initial map control on Rubble, just having sonic sensors, barriers, a lot of delays so they can keep their focus on B and C, reinforce those sites. Ghost Gaming can always expect sometimes a walk up from FlyQuest, and Bob has tried to do that from B main before. So I like that Ghost Gaming stay put to see if the plan A gets kind of executed. Now it's Rubble being fought for by Ghost.
Because they've already drawn towards our right side, FlyQuest feels that they're able to push up and play the off angle right here. It has to be cleared while Lace is jiggling here to try to sell the fake. Even pops the orb to try to fake that they're just trying to fall back.
Oh, Bob! The double kill! She gets paranoid, uses the satchel to buy herself time. Now she can see, but will only see 6 feet under. A big retaliation from Ghost Gaming. We still somehow have the number advantage after a big surprise from Bob. Now this B door has been open. Lovely. Isn't gonna see anyone, but do they want to come out? Thinking it's safe, but it's Kataris. Makes first contact, door is closed. FlyQuest are gonna keep going through the revolving door. At this point, are just gonna be walking into this crossfire from Ghost Gaming, and yeah, an Armageddon from Miara to deal with that quite quickly.
It's GG. I mean, the Razor Vines or the Thorns are just gonna slow things down. Look at Miara's position. Salvos for the first wave of the first tap. Armageddon for the second one. You're not winning this.
Just better guns, I guess. He's gonna tap the spikes. Salvos do the first thing. Get there into an awkward position. And there's the Armageddon, just as a celebration cry out of Ghost Gaming. Take the first round of overtime and find themselves on defense.
And that's what I wanted to see coming out from Ev when we were playing their post plans. When you have Salvos and Armageddon available, look how easy it is for you to try to win around there. And I understand that there's a different game plan coming out from FlyQuest and definitely from Coach Joe, where they want to stay within the sites and try to fight against the front retakes from Ghost Gaming. You see how easy it is when you have that kit available for your side on the post plan. That said, though, there's been a lot of good shots coming out from Ghost Gaming to answer back on this position that Bob did so well at the beginning.
This goes 12-9 for FlyQuest at some point, just to put that out there. Now it's been quite the win streak for Ghost Gaming, and including this overtime round, where they are just online.
Judge and OT.
YOLO.
I love it. I mean, in a sense, I love it because it's so annoying to play against. But if actually they lose all the position towards the C side, the retakes would be so difficult for Bundy as playing a breach judge.
Katara's already just threw the paranoia, delaying things with FlyQuest. Now that that's out of the picture, Bob and a Lovely are out too. And it's a 3 versus 3, but look how damaged FlyQuest are. They haven't even planted. There is no advantage. And now this judge can clean things up, and there's a better gun to be found, and Ghost in a 3 versus 1 to steal away the FlyQuest map pick after they were down 9-12. An insane turnaround for Ghost Gaming to force a map 3. I can't believe it, Vance.
I actually cannot believe it either. There's been, again, so many good rounds on the side of FlyQuest, but so many rounds won off the back, and big thanks to a Lovely and to Ev in a lot of these rounds. But the ones where they falter, unfortunately, was also on the lack of util on the side of Ev to manage that, to confirm these post-plan scenarios when you have that coming out from the Deo. But not only that, I don't want to discredit the comeback, though, that came out here from the side of Ghost Gaming, because they played quite well here on these fights, especially in the OT. The good reads, the good retaliations that they had when they had the fundamentals to be able to swing out and trade instantly on these off positions that FlyQuest should have had the upper hand for, and they shot better, unfortunately, in the later rounds of that second map.
Yeah, and for kind of this next generation of talent to deal with that pressure just better in OT, and for Ghost Gaming to be on that win streak from 9-12 to force OT to then go all the way to win. Hats off to Ghost Gaming. Up next, we have Ascent. We had 2 matches today. Both of them go to map 3. That's game changes for you. We'll see you after the break. everyone, welcome back to Valorant Game Changers presented by Verizon. We have our last match of the day, last map of the day between FlyQuest and Ghost Gaming, and both matches, despite having, you know, our number 1, number 2 teams, have been really pushed to their limits.
100%. I love it so far from the talent that we're seeing coming out of Game Changers so far, and you definitely do see from Ghost Gaming that they have good tenacity. Right, they had such a good game on the first map, and then going into the second one, you mentioned it was a 12-9 scoreline for FlyQuest. 3 opportunities for them to close things out. And Ghost Gaming, you could definitely see on the last, 3 rounds, they're able to come back on retakes, 2 of them being defuses, getting into the OT. That was very, very nice from Ghost to see, and could be deflating for FlyQuest moving into the 3rd map of Ascent.
Yeah, because I remember seeing a Bucky get 2 shots and get 2 players down to 1 HP.
On top of that, yeah. And then the judge gets a 2K kill. Like, that's crazy. Like, redemption later on in the game. I was crashing out. I was definitely crashing out. Seeing 1 HP with the Bucky, I would hate to see it from myself in my own games.
And as we go over the stats, we have Ascent coming up as our decider map, and our lovely MVP just super turning up. A lot of nice GravNet plays off of the salvos from Ev too. They've been a deadly duo, and to really step up on this roster of a lot of big names says a lot.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to check going into this game for Ghost Gaming against FlyQuest on that previous map. I wanted to see how many openings that we actually have here for Vanitas on the attack side. She actually went 5-3, which was actually pretty decent on that side of their attack. But if you're looking on the attack side, even from FlyQuest, there was 5 of them from Thea somehow. So there wasn't really too much going on in terms of activation on duelists on the front end here from the side of Bob, unfortunately. But as a team, they could definitely make things work because of that duo that we saw from Lovely and from Ev, which I hope will continue over to Ascent here at this point, a map where we haven't seen at all being played by both these teams. So there's another one of those games, just like Icebox in the previous matchup of Wada and Shopify Rebellion Gold, that there's no tape on either of the teams, and they come out with something new and something good to play with.
And it's all about just how composed you can be, especially if you're FlyQuest, where they, on the surface, look like they have a lot of chill personalities. Like, Lace has to be one of the most laid-back people, like, in a good way.
Guy.
Just super, like, just happy to be here. And, of course, it's Swiss stage, so, like, whatever happens, happens. Especially in a week 2 scenario. You can always develop and improve from here on out. But I think this would say a lot to the level of competition if Ghost Gaming could not only steal away Lotus, which they were down 9-12, as we said, but to win again on Ascent, to put FlyQuest not at the top of the standings, that would be really crazy.
It would be nice. And again, I think they have all the momentum to be able to do so, especially with the comeback coming from behind when it was already map and series point for so many rounds for FlyQuest, and to be able to turn it around, play a judge on top of that on the winning round for Bunny B. It shows a lot of guts to want to try to play these type of plays, and it also shows on the side of Bunny B that she kind of understands what type of plays that FlyQuest would try to go in these hectic moments, and feels that she has the correct read to play a judge in those forward positions to read it correctly, and she actually even got a kill out of that one towards the end on that C site. So again, I think it comes to show because of what you've mentioned before, Jen, going into the series, that Bunny B has been the GOAT of Game Changers in North America for such a long time, has been a prominent player going through multiple rosters, but always been under rosters that she's built outside of Xset that is able to go for deep Dark Horse runs.
I would just like to see a better pistol showing out of FlyQuest. It does get pretty close, but they're kind of FlyQuest are 0-4 on pistols, and be able to start off on a good foot if that worked out better, but then you could always applaud Ghost Gaming on how they're able to really set the pace and force these buy-ups from FlyQuest that can set themselves up for success or their deeper demise, depending on how that second round goes.
Yeah, it's definitely something that if somehow they pull this through here for FlyQuest in this series, something that we're going to have to ask and talk about. The issues around the pistol rounds, because going 0-4 in pistol rounds, but still winning the first map, and also almost winning the second one, but losing in overtime. It shows that the game plan, at least when it comes down to the macro when the money's right, as you were mentioning before here, Lemon Kiwi, when they finally managed to build enough economy, Bob could actually have an opportunity to pop off, which unfortunately she didn't on the previous map. But overall, the other players did. So if they're able to snowball at least a good pistol round, anti-eco, and somehow even get the bonus round, this might be pretty one-sided for FlyQuest. But thankfully, it's not, because you have such good pistol rounds rather coming out from Ghost Gaming.
Excited to get into this one. We're just deciding, players are deciding which server they want to be on. So hopefully all the girlies can just kind of shake hands on something very soon. And this kind of gives a much needed break for everyone to cool off after such an intense overtime.
Yeah. Yeah, now moving into to Ascent here. Again, as I mentioned before, there's an opportunity here to come out with new compositions on both ends. I don't expect these two teams to be the type of teams to revert back to what the old meta used to be. Especially when I've seen such good things coming out from Ev as a Tejo. And as well as on the side of Ghost Gaming, had some very good Tejo on their end too, on the side of Miara. That the Tejo KO would be nice to watch from both of these teams. And if we've seen some Waylay coming out from Bob on Lotus before, I would love to see a G2 comp of a KO, Teo, KO, and also Waylay. Dude, I can't even find my words anymore. I was like, Teo, KO, Teo, Heyo. Everybody say Heyo.
It all
Heyo.
just rhymes. I'd love to see some Waylay, and didn't get to see it yet. But hey, a different look sometimes to Ascent, which is how many Senties do you want to pack in, and what Duelist needs to ring in, whether it's a Yor or we're going to see a Vise in terms of Senti. There's been, the meta has developed on Ascent. It's not always the same thing, right?
Yeah, yeah. It's not always the same thing, and especially with the addition of Tejo. That's why I was saying, like, there's not too many teams that reverts back to the older meta because you're kind of falling behind. But it still allows for you to have a composition for you to be able to run double Duelist, for example, or double Controller or double Initiator. So I think in this case for our set, we haven't seen any evolution of a double Controller on this map yet. It's more around the double Senti and also the double Initiator. That said, though, on the side of Wada, they have played a double Sentinel player, but in a different type of style, because they're playing a lot of Chamber on that side of Wada. But the most standard one that you currently see these days is the Vice and the Vice Deadlock, or even the Vice Cypher could be something very good here for this map, or even the Deadlock and Cypher as the combination this time around as a double Senti. It's very, very impressive going into... it's very impressive playing the defense with that. But I remember somebody in chat was saying, hey, look, it's very tough to play against double Senti defense. But if you're playing double Senti defense, such as Cloud9, they're actually playing around or even before their utility a lot. They're actually leveraging the Deadlock to be hyper aggressive, but then fall back into a moment where you still have like sonic sensors and trap wires to prevent the players from really getting full advantage of the sites when Cloud9 needs to fall back. So that helps for a team that likes to be a little bit proactive and aggressive, which could maybe fit into the playstyle of FlyQuest quite well, because you do have a lot of aggression with the side of Bob. And as I look at it, this is a very interesting comp. I don't remember the last time I saw Brimstone on Ascent.
You're about to learn today what happens in GC stays in GC sometimes, and even a Gecko.
Yeah, that's insane.
I don't remember the last time I've seen a Gecko.
Yeah, that's true. Even a Gecko on Ascent, let alone, because there were ways when Gecko first came out, there were a lot of people that were trying to theorycraft around Gecko on this map, but it's just like, it's not worth it because the Sova and the KO are still just too good. But now you have a Gecko combined with two agents that can do a lot of flashes around. Now you're playing triple flash composition, which would give you a lot of value around dizzy scans when you're fighting with a Yoru and a Breach aggressively. and we're already in the game, so we're actually in the pistol round, and it's a 2v1, and Thea is trying to get the plant now onto the default.
Launching smoke.
Yeah, we can just skip through the boring stuff and just get into the second round, right? Ghost Gaming win a pistol, you know, just another day of now there's still 100% win rate on Ghost Gaming. And then we can keep talking about Bob because it's interesting that they're on the Yoru. It's one of their least played duelists. Like, I'm looking at the last 2 months, they've not played, like, any Yoru at all. 14 rounds total on the Yoru in the last 90 days. So
yeah,
it's a different look. I mean, the whole FlyQuest comp is they're cooking. They're cooking.
They're definitely cooking. But Bob, I wouldn't trust it with anybody else but Bob so far with the new composition and coming out with a new agent as well in their map pool, in their agent pool for game changers and trying to get value out of that. The other player, I'm definitely looking after Lace as the Gecko. And let's see how they're working this. Trying to sell a big fight here towards the A site.
Such a deadly game of hopscotch just off all the salvos, and man, player manages to get out and needing to get this brim out. Thea's gonna need some support, and at least that's the beauty of having so many smokes, I guess. And meanwhile, you got a 2-person lurk of FlyQuest, or at least the 2-3 split was originally leaning A. Now that pick at B may have inspired FlyQuest to pivot, but if anything, it inspires Ghost Gaming to rotate and reinforce B.
I'm so intrigued because Bob went for the TP back towards the B site, but his spike was already down towards A. So the idea was already to sell a fake towards that B site, and then they never really committed into B. So it's kind of like a sell the fake, try to force a rotate, stop and go. But it still works out. They're still being split towards a 3-2 on towards the A site, where the defense is actually spread thin for Ghost. But it's Bunny B with a judge.
This is gonna hurt. FlyQuest now swarm in, and this judge is gonna do work. 3K for Bunny B, who stinks just like 1-2. The judge ace is all you need to know about Ghost Gaming. Brought to you by iBUYPOWER. That was sick.
That is a Sadat cosplay. Playing that judge perfectly here on towards the A side. If I'm seeing a KO with a judge, I'm now only not thinking about Sadak, I'm also thinking about Bunny B. That was annoying to watch, but hell, it works well. You're playing against an anti-eco. It does so much damage as you're closing the gap. And creating a flawless for the team. You already have a KO ult for the retake. That's a huge round utilized here by Bunny B, as I was mentioned before. Understands that she can read perfectly against their opponents.
Oh, so much aggression from FlyQuest. Just the insta swing into mid, first blood, the wrap around the market. It's like they're not paid hourly. They're not wasting any time. And even the molly at the back site kind of showing us the potential of Brim. Kind of deny these positions. Now the paranoia coming out of Ghost limits the movement of FlyQuest. And then, well, you have Bob set up to cut off rotation, so Ghost Gaming really aren't going to get any more help. But Kataris goes unnoticed, gets a double backstab, and FlyQuest a bit on the fumble, but hey, not flawless, but still a clean win.
Yeah, not too bad here for Ghost Gaming as well to do this much damage on their bonus round. That said, though, I kind of wanted to know what wasn't really seeing where the wall was being placed here on the side of Vice, which it seems to be still placed at, I would assume being placed at the same spot here for Ariel, just by Pizza. Because when FlyQuest actually went for the execution within the B side, they moved in quite quickly. As you said, not being paid by the hour, you're moving kind of quickly, and the wall kind of really never stopped them. So managed to close off the round here, moving to round number 4. This is an ult coming out for Bob.
Do you even know that there's no one within the site? I think it's super valuable for FlyQuest. There are some Vice Thorns limiting FlyQuest's follow-up behind that Yoru. Now FlyQuest know exactly where the flooding's going to be happening from market, from the very back. And FlyQuest just set up the plant, so they'll be able to play off the time. Here's Bunny B with the pop flash coming out and immediately fragging out against Thea. The rest of FlyQuest try to emerge from main and from the site, and Ev, a huge multi-kill once again to give FlyQuest such a huge heads up in this round. And FlyQuest just like that tie it up.
Of course, Lovely chiming in for another one of their kills here on the triple from Ev. Tying up the scoreline 2-2 and breaking the economy of Ghost Gaming. quite interesting. I was wondering, it was a huge advantage for FlyQuest because Qataris didn't have any smokes available, and there was still a gap on towards B main to get good value out of who was playing towards main. I think that was Thea. Unfortunately, couldn't capitalize on the kill. The smoke came up, and then as they're smoking, you see Ev just jumping up on the lane and getting the triple kill to allow FlyQuest just stuff a retake flood from Ghost Gaming. We had good value in the very beginning. What are we doing so far? We are not stopping for FlyQuest.
God. These Ghost Gaming have their thorns set up on the A side this time, and not another. Oh my God, it could have been another funny V8 with the judge. That hurts. Where the sun don't shine, but FlyQuest fight back the biggest of ways. And they even got like Molly setups. Like, this is a thought out comp with just the Gecko Flash and the Grim Molly off the rip just to get in. The thorns were a little bit troublesome, but Ghost Gaming have to retake with pistols, and we're hoping to maybe die to the spike, but Bob's just gonna accelerate their fates a little bit.
One enemy remaining.
Hold on.
Okay, wait.
And Bob's low.
No way. This is doable, and even the weapon upgrade, FlyQuest are not gonna choke this, right? The gate crash goes in from Bob. Defuse halfway. Bob's not even gonna peek it. It's at the last second. Qataris clutches, and do they have time? It's gonna be close. 0.99. Oh my God. Red Bull clutch for Ghost.
That was an insane clutch coming out by Qataris. Dude, throughout this day today in Game Changers, the amount of crazy clutch we've seen coming out from so many of these Game Changers players have been insane to watch. How does Qataris manage to land pixel-perfect headshot classics on players who should have that advantage playing down towards lower dice? The gun's sticking out, or the top of the head is sticking out too. You can wall bang with your rifle, but Qataris land some beautiful shots.
Able to set the tone too with FlyQuest just pulling out the Gecko flashes so early. It just, but he does get netted, and even the Gecko catches them too.
Oh my gosh, the Vice Flash!
The flash hurt. I was like, Bob, there's no way. They've just disconnected, but no, the util has just been too much. FlyQuest wanted to follow up and kill Vanitas, and FlyQuest walk into a fly trap.
We're trying to one gear up tempo on the side of FlyQuest, but it's, oh my God, what it's done. Just denying everything from FlyQuest so far. There's such good protection coming out from Ghost Gaming to keep Vanitas alive in that corner, and she survives at 150 shield, like 100 HP 50 shield still. That's insane how she's able to stay alive in that spot. Got netted, got thrashed. The Vice Flash out from Ariel really saved her. In the FlyQuest, it seems as though the reason why I'm saying one gear, I think I understand right now why the Brimstone's coming through, because you're trying to accelerate with the stimmy through like the one-way smokes that can be thrown by Ghost Gaming and no matter what, and really try to just move really quick to have players behind. But if you're playing against Vice, Thorns are going to come up, it slows it down, and you're just going to get owned down after.
Miara tries to put salvos down to stop FlyQuest, or even to slow them down, but they've already flooded in, and Ariel gets some cutoffs with Miara from Market.
Oh
but
my God.
There's even a orbital strike from there. This is just such a loud and chaotic round. FlyQuest, though, able to stabilize on the site.
Miara was trying to knife the wall, like slowly, and finally decides to commit and gets hooked by a Brimstone ult.
They're gonna get backstab here. Ghost Gaming running into the site. Good timing from Thea, and FlyQuest never let this lead out of Ghost Gaming get too far. And kind of nice to bounce back after FlyQuest got 1v3 clutched on by Qataris, and then Ghost Gaming had a flawless in round 6. So I like that FlyQuest still got some fight.
Are you ready to yap Lemon Kiwi? Because so far it seems as though FlyQuest, after a stim pack, just wants to brawl. And then I'm just going to repeat that at the end of every round, and they just keep going after. Because look at this, they're still sticking as a 5-player group. You're about to throw a grav net, you're about to have a stimmy, trying to get the timing through the one-way smoke.
Yeah, this is Gecko Flash, and then the mollies. Ghost Gaming should be lucky that they even have Kataris in a safe spot. Annihilation did get a grab on someone at the back site. And Ghost Gaming hopes to fight back against them, cut them off on the entry, and it's pretty toe-to-toe. Likewise have an advantage. Ops on its way from Tree. You have Ariel set up with the Vandal at the top. A plant ensues, and Ariel's about to scrap against Bob. Who's gonna have the quicker flick, though? There's actually multiple smokes stacked up, too, so Bob just pressures out the smoke, and Ghost Gaming look to save.
And it's annoying to do, too, because when you drop the smokes in 20 seconds versus, like, the 14 or 15, if I'm not mistaken, here from the Omen. Usually on this composition, excuse me. So that said, I just feel that FlyQuest, the main idea behind the Brimstone is literally the stim pack. And then after that, the smokes are going to be good enough to go for the full side exec. And then you have the deadlock to run util around the smokes. It's pretty one-dimensional at this point. I don't expect a lot of like defaulting and stuff to happen with this composition because you don't have refreshable smokes. There's no point in dropping a first smoke execute and trying to go back into, oh, let's hit B with 2 smokes. We don't have any more smokes. You know what I mean? So you're always going to see this death wall coming out from FlyQuest on the attack.
And it's not like anything Ghost Gaming has done to slow down FlyQuest has impacted them too much, from the thorns to, you know, sometimes Ariel has had good flashes on the Vise, and that was what gave a huge flawless round to Ghost Gaming. You have Bunny B, sometimes who gets an ace with the judge. Those are some things that have limited FlyQuest. In terms of Sentinel util, in terms of not letting FlyQuest into the site, you gotta play for retakes, it feels like. And Armageddon from Ghost Gaming is gonna cut off FlyQuest from each other, leaving Lace out on an island. A dimensional drift that has to be committed to by Bob goes nowhere. Ghost Gaming had a very well laid trap by Miara.
Yeah, it was simple. Wait for the footsteps and just go for the Armageddon and Thorns in the front. It's not supposed to get that much value, but it did split off and force Lace kind of like just out in the open into the A site with the rest of the team couldn't follow behind because they were still stuck behind the spawn. That's a once in a 8 rounds here for the side of Ghost Gaming. So you have to see what you're going to try to do in this next round when FlyQuest are just going to try to push as a group one more time.
This is a good round for Ghost Gaming to win, though, just off the ult, because a lot of them are on just triple-digit credits, and kind of want to bolster that a bit better, especially when this game is definitely going to go the distance. But now I got to wait and see what Thea can do and what my neighbor's up to as well. But anyway, with Thea 1 versus 3, one of them with the op, and Vanitas is going to be on the high ground.
The neighbor Batman? Is that the Batmobile? That's a loud engine.
Right? And the spike, because Thea doesn't have a spike, so it has to play around with 15 seconds, and Vanitas is not committing to this, kind of just wants to see what they do with the spike, and Miara says, I'll handle it.
And it was supposed to be the cleanest of rounds for Ghost Gaming, but Thea is able to slip through and drop 3 players. And you win 3,000 credits off that round. Some of them, yeah, yeah, it's a glass Vandal or Ariel. I was going to say, it's like, okay, there you go. You got to buy from somebody else. But nonetheless, you're still forcing players to buy almost down to nothing, which then would not be good for FlyQuest, for yourself rather, when FlyQuest rushes in as a 5-player group one more time. This time there's no Armageddon to stop you. I'd love to see, though, a little bit more proactivity from Ghost Gaming, though. Give me some forward aggression walls.
Okay, Gecko Flash to clear main, or grab. Oh, that's a clone. Well, force Vanitas to just have to re-peek, and FlyQuest limited from the smokes to, of course, a KO Molly, on top of everything else. FlyQuest may be just happy to let all this util be used and pivot somewhere else.
They drop 2 smokes, they have 1 smoke left. If anything, it's or you re-hit and try to get the smoke back on B, or you're just smoking 3 and just plow through. The main idea is to try to get Lace back towards A main so she could grab the second orb, and you could leverage that as a drone to get into the A site.
I like these Ascent changes too, where you can't just spam that B wall anymore, because Lord knows Ariel would not be in this round if you could spam through that wall. So, FlyQuest change their minds. They go to A. There are still some thorns that are going to be there, and Katara's to hold their ground. No quicker rotations from Ghost, but now with this crash out, it is going to detain Qatar. It should be an easy kill. He got the teleport behind from Bob. Quickly to execute, so no support from Miara can come quick enough. Really heads up play from Bob to get ahead of that, and to even try to get sights early. Steel Garden though comes out from Aerial, and FlyQuest are squandering, trying to get out. Now 9 seconds left as FlyQuest hesitated so much on the plant. Almost all the time has gone by, and a lovely make sure that this round is secure and Miara saves.
Yeah, it's an important weapon to save the op going into the next one. Just like I mentioned before, you're going to stay as a 5-player group per FlyQuest. You can't stop it with an Armageddon, so if you lose a round, you're broke in going into the next. So now going into round number 11, you're going to have to try to go for some sort of hero play with Vanitas. Push down towards middle. And even if middle doesn't do anything, actually I would do it as an eco. That would be quite nice because FlyQuest have not been taking control of middle at the beginning of these rounds. It's or all lean towards A, all lean towards B, try to get a backstab. These players are not really utilizing their nice shot at least, but
yeah, the side, put that into the montage.
Yeah. Let's play into the stats padding montage at least. And can't even save the op. So yeah, I was gonna say, like, if anything, FlyQuest are not leveraging the deadlock to watch flanks. You're using the sonic sensors to even look up into the A site to not allow Ghost Gaming to flood back into any site that you're trying to hit. So I'd love to see some mid control so you could go for some early lurks, early flanks on the side of Ghost Gaming, and that could be potentially a win con.
And I'm booing the classic whip out, okay? Not a bias caster, just wanted to see the op 4K. That's my bad. Just want some content. And I'm about to get some content because Bob just gets a free open mid. And she sometimes shows up there and completely squanders Ghost Gaming's mid control. It does get answered, but for the sheriff round from Ghost Gaming, they really could have used everybody they could get. FlyQuest, gonna see if they can hit the B side off of that.
At least they'll be going into a wall, and then the Thorns can maybe slow some players down. And then salvos, you're gonna have to see from Miara if they pop up soon. That could be a nice little win shot. Yeah.
Well, with Aerial smoked off, she's gonna have to commit and just catches Lace in the Thorns. FlyQuest are also isolated on the site. Ev gets dealt with, and you can see a thrifty out of Ghost just off of this Vice util from Aerial. And he picked up the Vandal of your Miara. The Spike is left on the site, and this is looking very difficult for Thea. With salvos, Thorns, even a flash lift from Aerial, this is not a round I expected Ghost Gaming to win. Does a good job of dodging all the util. Tries to spam through at Aerial and does very little damage. I can applaud the patience out of Thea in this 1v2. So it's 20 seconds to play with. Checks that no one else is on the site, so they gotta be either on the other side of the box or both in closet. 12 seconds. He has to make a decision. And a good time, well-timed swing out from Aerial gives Ghost Gaming the thrifty.
Again, the wall and the util from the Vice is everything there. Very, very nicely played by Aerial. And the salvos, if they were up there, that would have killed probably all 3 of them instantly. But not popping the wall and not breaking util on the Thorns on the ground is going to be a boon to FlyQuest on the attack. It's a great way to stall, at least for the side of Ghost Gaming. That's why I was talking about I'd like to see some aggressive walls come up on that side. It's still pretty good towards the end here to muster up some Sheriff kills with the GC Sheriff against FlyQuest.
A little bit of trouble off the rip. Vanitas is still going to repeat this off the splash. Placed by Bunny Bee, I believe. FlyQuest are pretty lucky they still have their heads intact after that. Dimensional Drift that's going nowhere. And an Armageddon on top. Goodbye. Goodbye.
No. No.
That's so tough.
Can you not get out of Dimensional Drift when you're netted?
Today we learned.
I don't know. I'm just asking because it didn't feel like she was trying to remove it or escape. And then she comes out of the Dimensional Drift, gets owned by an Armageddon. What is going on?
That is a huge win condition removed out of FlyQuest, though. That is insane out of Miara. Big clutch rounds from a lot of individuals on the Ghost side. So we'll have to retake, though, as 5. The plant goes through. Everyone from FlyQuest holding it down. They have a barrier on the market side, so it's going to be tough for someone like Miara to get through. Paranoia try and set up this fight on the right side here for Ghost. Doesn't hit anyone, and Benita slants right into a fault line from Ev. You hear a sonic sensor. Benita takes care of that. Swings in first, has the support of the team, and Ghost just evict all of FlyQuest.
All right. Well, Ghost's game plan is to just go brawl for brawl after FlyQuest goes for the initial hit.
Switching sides.
They identified those sonic sensors that we were talking about as soon as FlyQuest went for the pulse plant utility, and they're just winning these fights. That's quite nice. I'm still questioning. Chad, let me know. Can you actually net a Euro in dimensional drift, and can Euro get out of dimensional drift? If not, I'm gonna have to ask ChatGPT or Grok or test it myself at some point. But that was insane that that bomb just walking crouch while being netted in dimensional drift.
We'll have to Mythbusters it after this.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
Yeah, that probably single-handedly ruined the round for FlyQuest. But there's another pistol. You know what? Ghost Gaming have won all of them. And we actually skipped the first pistol. So now we get to see how this really develops now on Ghost Gaming's attack side.
Yeah, it's a crunch attack.
Idiots. Ariel, look how many assists. Like, Ariel got ran over. Now Ghost Gaming get a free site, free plant. Yeah, Vanita's trying to get ahead of the game with maybe a peek up. Katara's ready with the paranoias. She's just going to play smokes to delay, trying to give the edge back to Ghost Gaming. FlyQuest. Nice little flash from Ev. Flash from Lace. A lot of things FlyQuest can use, but the smoke is really what could stagger things. There's the call from FlyQuest and a flash that overwhelms Thea. Not much that FlyQuest can do except try to trade in the midst of the chaos. And this Molly is limiting Lace from getting inside of the site. At least she isolates the one-on-one, and Ev helps, and the defuse will go through for FlyQuest. Hey, Ghost Gaming don't win all the pistols.
Hey, maybe even the most important pistol to win out of this series for FlyQuest, because they were behind by 2. That allows for them to activate a little bit more here going into the second round. But this was a plant going in for Ghost Gaming on the attack. They're going to invest into a Stinger Buy, which, by the way, I didn't have a chance to talk about Ghost Gaming's composition. They are sort of playing that G2 comp, but instead of playing a Whaley, they're utilizing a Jet. So now you're starting to see that Ghost Gaming on the attack side. Pay attention to once they have the weapons going, but they have great utility to deny any type of aggression out of FlyQuest, out of A main, and out of the extremities on both attack.
Okay. Not scary again, y'all.
Yeah.
And A has to take over if Ghost Gaming were to walk in through A. Appreciate the orb grab and dip. Ghost Gaming, though, do have to re-clear through mid, and that's the beauty of using the Tejo drone to help with that.
Now it seems like the window is closed. You can't really grab this orb because you want to give your position away. But it almost seems here that Miara is trying to move towards this B site. Potentially, if the wall is still up, try to break it, try to run salvos on that side, try to sell a fake. So that you could maybe force a pick here off the rotate.
I think FlyQuest were pretty happy with their Sentinel setup, although the barrier from a Lovely did expire. So now just has to depend on the sonic sensors and just staying out of sight. And you have Ev who can support with
30
flashes
seconds
too,
left.
so FlyQuest can definitely just react on B if it were to be there, and Ghost traverse through A. Lace still having a flash to assist. He's gonna throw that up, and Ghost won't cross through the barrier yet, and FlyQuest just suppressed them already. Ghost Gaming just, that patience did not pay off.
Yeah, now that's a couple of not even free upgrades, but you lose a couple of players who can still pick up the Spectres left behind by the other side, and they're this time with no plan for Ghost Gaming. They can't even invest into another Stinger Buy. So that is a little gamble that's going to have to wait a couple of rounds before they actually get their economy right, that being into the next round. FlyQuest, they could regain the lead here in this series. Mentioned an important pistol round on their side. They get it. Now they actually have a stronghold towards this B site. 2 towards middle, 2 towards the B side. And the knife, though, gets good information and actually tagged both the Yoru and a Deadlock. Yet, Ghost is still leaning towards this side on B.
You feeling like because they disabled the sonic sensors, you would set something up, but now knowing the Gecko is here and a flash just could come out at any time, Ghost Gaming feel like they have to maybe play anti-flash or just not run into that same trap from FlyQuest. Yeah.
Now you know you've identified 3 players, right? You've identified the Yoru, the Deadlock, and the Gecko, so you're thinking it's a weak side towards A. And it's a good read. Even if the Yoru TP towards that spot, he's still over-rotated FlyQuest over towards B.
It's a good thought. Better execution when Bob with the Outlaw watches over trees left open. Ghost Gaming have to try and break the glass. It's an emergency. It's Ghost Gaming with Sheriff weren't able to do as much damage. And now trying to not let FlyQuest get too many guns into the bonus, but Bob is still such a huge threat on the snipers.
Especially the amount of time she's getting, that's 2 rounds in a row. That there's only 2 bullets in the chamber of the Outlaw, and she manages to get double kills out of them non-stop. So now, rifle round, Outlaw given to Lace, Dimensional Drift available because of those kills, consistent kills coming out from Bob. And it's bad news for Ghost Gaming when Bob is reactivated on this side, currently on top of the scoreboard for FlyQuest as well. 17-11. This is what we're talking about, the pop flash that they have through, then they have salvos towards main and wine. You can't really move into A site control right now on the side of FlyQuest. So that's probably free control, free orb.
So kind of making Ghost really paranoid there on the flank when Dimensional Drift is creeping up on you. And Ghost Gaming, we're just trying to stay put to know where the heck did Bob just pop out at. And just based on how you had marked Bob in Pizza to now they're just already set up at A with the Outlaw, it's been tough for Ghost to mark where she is.
And they're going for the same thing. Miara trying to sell a fake towards this B side, so she'll try to move forward and get the salvos back into B. And then if that pulls stay away, she's already used 2 smokes at the beginning of this round and only has 1 left. So you can't even stack a lot of smokes anymore towards that side.
Ghost playing slow like that really helps, but here's the hit. Here's the execution, and he's dashing in. Here's the follow from Ghost, and Lace just was trying to lock in and tunnel on Vanitas, who got into the corner, and FlyQuest couldn't really place their mark on this offense before it's too little too late, and Ghost Gaming are set up.
Yeah,
So
and
Ghost
you got
and
Thorns
Lace
on the
gotta
top.
save, maybe.
Nobody could fall flush back. Yeah, indeed. They should save. It would be the smarter play, but it definitely looks like they're trying to go for a pick because Bob's been on fire.
It's the read on the breach and also a loud Outlaw on the high ground. Bunny B with also the molly that can make things even worse. And Vanitas just waits for the drop down and the dash away from the shot. Lace gets the last laugh. You got a post plant from Ghost still with 3 alive. FlyQuest don't manage to save any of those weapons. But at least Ghost Gaming managed to cut that win streak down and tie things up.
I mean, they could have saved those weapons a long time ago, too. You see the game plan being utilized here by Ghost Gaming is that this is twice now. That they utilize Miara to sell a fake towards this B site, and then the exec on the other side. The thing is Miara is not needed when they're executing inside the A site anymore. They're just leveraging Miara to use salvos towards the end for the pulse plan. So the game plan now for FlyQuest is, let's just take down Miara first before we go for the retake, which is isolated by herself around the site.
Ghost Gaming want to contest this Gecko setup better with their own flashes. Vanitas inserted is now dodging bullets and op shots coming from Market. Vanitas maybe wants to wrap around this, thinking FlyQuest could dodge or get through the smoke, and it's such a beautiful flash, but Vanitas hesitates on going for the execution. Now FlyQuest get a chance with numbers up to try and contest Ghost Gaming, and Vanitas finds themselves at the front door going 1 for 1, but a FlyQuest break-in. It's got some kick to it. At least Ghost Gaming have time on their side, right? Guitarist hearing the walkout, goes 1 for 1. FlyQuest are so quick to trade and react when things get dire. Now Lace with the third, and that gives plenty of time for FlyQuest to defuse. Great teamwork.
Very nice by FlyQuest. And not giving a chance here for Ghost Gaming to get into position. There was an opportunity there with a pop flash from Bunny B for Vanitas to get into the spawn and try to get a pick. I'm not sure if she got flash herself when she went outside of the smoke, but couldn't capitalize on a kill. And FlyQuest were very, very fast and aggressive to fight back towards that B site. It's very good towards the end. Starting off from a good read here from FlyQuest. But this time around, it's a lot of players towards A. The only thing here that I expect here from Thea is she'll have to just smoke and molly the front of the delay. There it is.
Yeah, Bunny B tried with the flash first, but this round it's the knife first, and then flash, and a different layering from Ghost to overwhelm FlyQuest to not let this Gecko from Lace kind of cause too much trouble, but Lace has the thrash and can easily just lead that charge from FlyQuest. FlyQuest will be playing against the clock. Here's Ev with the aftershock. Thresh kind of scope things out, but wait, the Gecko gets suppressed by, I think, the KO, so no Thrash, no fun for FlyQuest. They're gonna have to do this by just running in face first. There's a deadlock barrier kind of causing some traffic issues. FlyQuest do have the heads-up play off of just retaking as a squad on both lanes. Kataris with a backstab opportunity and a Lovely is quicker.
Very nice reaction by Lovely towards the end. But what, dude, the amount of util to stall the B main. Look at that composition. I was mentioning the amount of flashes that would come out from FlyQuest, but the amount of delays that come through not allowing players to flood outside of B main. You started off with a molly from Thea. Then once you come back into it, you could still throw a mosh right at the entrance. A grav net. There's a smoke. There's just so much being thrown here and a wall on top of that. Just so much being thrown that anybody that's trying to hold outside of B cannot do too much to assist the team. But I do like the idea that Kataris was inserted towards tiles in the beginning so that she could try to get a super late lurk back towards the market and hopefully go for a huge backstab. But FlyQuest around that util to stall and walk off towards B main have been very quick to stay as a group to go for these chaotic fights into the B site. Fighting fire with fire, something that Ghost Gaming has been doing against FlyQuest since the second map. And I love here that FlyQuest are answering back with a similar playstyle, but on top of that, with a lot of big util in this crazy composition that I've never seen before here on set.
This Ghost Gaming needing to leave someone behind to kind of help against the retake of FlyQuest and leave more than just Kataris in main or through market to wrap around FlyQuest, because the 5-person retake from FlyQuest has been successful now in back-to-back rounds towards B, even when Ghost Gaming have pretty much everyone alive and everything set up. Just bunkering down, they just get overwhelmed. It gets really hectic too in those moments, and it's going to be another B hit. At least the knife initially, just to condition FlyQuest for a sec. See what FlyQuest adapt to after that timeout. Oh! Had the heads up. They had just crouched. It's better. Now first blood for FlyQuest. That was just the one person near spawn from Ghost, so Ghost are going to use this window to get into B. Completely abandon that, try to wrap through market, and Bunny B gets a heads up of it, and the wrong end of the barrel of an op. Dimensional Drift now activates from Bob to get as much information as they can to lead that charge to see which place is safe for FlyQuest. It's another retake, and now the decloak and closet. The spike hasn't even been planted, but Ghost at least focus on the kills and make this a pretty even scenario. Kataris, the last one left, and FlyQuest evict Ghost once again from B.
I was just trying to figure out why Ghost Gaming it seems like they were walking still towards lane before entering the site. I guess they were afraid a player still posted up inside B from the side of FlyQuest, and they just didn't want to let to give their position away. But it gave so much time here for FlyQuest to rotate across and even pinch towards the back. Thankfully, you have some players that have good aim, made it towards a 2v2, and now would just get a good dub and an easy one here for FlyQuest on that 2 versus 1. 2 more rounds needed here for FlyQuest to close out the series. Healthy buy come out from Ghost. The timeout is for this round.
Oh my god. An orbital strike, one that could have ruled them all. Ghost Gaming almost got trapped by that off of a fault line from Ev, and they still have the rolling thunder. That's preemptively used in mid before FlyQuest could even see what's going on. And Ghost Gaming still managed to frag back while hit by the rolling thunder. Now Ghost Gaming, the red carpet is there on the site, but who can hold them back is Bob, and she's got multi-kills done with the op, and she's doing it once again with help from Ev. It's just cleanup time for FlyQuest to get up to 12, and this is a familiar position though. All up to Ariel in a 1v3. I'm gonna wait to see how this round ends out, fans, because there we go, FlyQuest get up to 12.
That's insane. It looks so good for Ghost at the very beginning. Just the picks that they had on dropping the middle defense, on dropping the catwalk defense. But as soon as they make it inside the site, where's the util to try to push Bob out of position? There's been a thorn on the side of Ghost Gaming since the beginning of this half, when Bob had outlaws to op. Now giving it to Thea on top of that, so that they could go for a mid crunch. And the timeout was supposed to be for Ghost Gaming to try to get something done on their attack side, get FlyQuest as the one pushing against them. So they just had to react and keep on their toes, and they reacted correctly until they just ran into the op again.
Ooh, that knife from Ghost did just mark a ton of players from FlyQuest in mid. The Ghost Gaming at least got a heads up of this crazy push. Now Ghost Gaming know they can sprint and get ahead of the game, get an early plan on A, and if they can hold down here, see if Ghost Gaming can pull off a post plan, because it's been a 4-round win streak from FlyQuest just off of retakes alone.
Tough. Bonita says a Bucky.
Oh, and off the Gecko Flash, FlyQuest flooded as a squad. The paranoia from Ghost tries to limit things. This Ghost Gaming finding some safer positions, and uncharacteristic miss from Thea. You don't usually see her with the op, but it's a welcome thing as FlyQuest welcome Ghost entry with open arms and a lovely looks for the ace.
No way. Oh
Be
no,
able to do it with the annihilation. Our goats, FlyQuest, take the series.
Defenders win.
With an iBUYPOWER ace on top of that for Illuminy, with the backstab and the annihilation to close things out. Consistent plays coming out from Lovely from the second map to the third, allowing FlyQuest finally to cross over the finish line, but a hard-fought battle and a big test given by Ghost Gaming. I gotta praise all 4 of these teams today.
We were entertained, to say the least.
I was
like
entertained.
an ace with an annihilation as the final kill is just pure chef's kiss, and that's, you know, a big debut for a Lovely on this team, just coming in with a lot of like 4th place finishes around that area in GC when it comes to the refrag team she was on, and now being on this squad, looking so stacked. FlyQuest Red, you know, maybe tripped up on map 2, not being able to close out, being up 12-9, but to stay as resilient and calm as they did, to play as well as they did on Ascent, especially on their defense.
It was an insane game, and also coming out with that type of composition. I thought that we were trolling the whole time, especially it looked really good on paper when you started to understand, okay, they just won a death ball with the Brimstone. They weren't really tested into their flanks too much, and I feel that was still one of their weaknesses that wasn't really thought out here for Ghost Gaming off timeouts to try to take advantage of. But when it comes down to the defensive side, they still had some very good utility and plans to play for these flood retakes on the side of FlyQuest.
I'm going to be excited for our FlyQuest Red post-match interview brought to you by Verizon. We're going to have to throw to a break before we get that, but at the top of the standings, we have YFPX, Aussie and Friends, SRG, and now FlyQuest Red. So hang in, folks. We're going to get someone on the line, and we'll see you after this. What's up, y'all? Welcome back to Valorant Game Changers.
What's up,
presented
y'all?
by
Welcome back
Verizon.
to.
What's up, y'all? It's like I'm starting a YouTube video, but we're
was
here
gonna
on
say.
Twitch. Just trying
We
to
could
be
be on
cool
YouTube.
with the kids, you know? We're just trying to hang, and we got to do a bit of stalling so Bob can lock in and get into our interview call. But hey, we like numbers, we like stats. Who was your favorite bands from that series?
Lovely. She was awesome. And actually, I regret not remembering that before until we finished the map when you told me, oh, yeah, a Lovely used to play for Refrag. I was like, oh, true. They were playing so well going towards the end of the season of last year with Refrag. And it's nice to see that the warm-up's starting to shine here towards the second map and third and really see the true value as to why FlyQuest picked up a player like a Lovely into the roster. It was such a great deadlock that I saw here from her on that third map here of Ascent.
And FlyQuest have never not had a good roster, even with kind of subbing people in and out if they have like IRL stuff to do or collegiate, whatever it is. Like FlyQuest always have a top 3 roster, and they support them so well in just their real life endeavors to also how they can set them up for success here. And I'm sure Coach Joe came in and calmed them down after that map 2 fumble, and he closed it out 13-8 with an even better second half. I think they went 7-1 in rounds in that second half on their defense, and FlyQuest looked really good today at the end.
Yeah, and if anything, it's also the important pistol round that FlyQuest won on the 6th pistol round attempt. The second half of the third map allows for them to really snowball a good lead here on their defensive side. So that was really nice. There was a lot of adaptation that had to be done for both of the teams between FlyQuest and Ghost to see like so many chaotic brawls that happened. I mean, we saw the amount of switch that was going through between players and utility and flashes that it really showed that despite the chaos, there was still some sort of understanding of what each role and each player had to do on both ends. And when it comes down to those fights where it has to come down to duels into trades, it shows to me that the game plan and the macro for both of the teams are quite good in the beginning.
And sounds like our MVP of the day is ready to go. So everyone say hello to Bob, our FlyQuest Red superstar. Hey, how's it going? We remember you from Challengers. Congrats on the win today.
Yeah.
How you been?
Hello, I'm good. I'm good.
Awesome. Bob, it's awesome to see you again. I haven't had a chance to chat with you. I think even like GCC in like 2022, so it's nice to see you again. But I wanted to discuss the game with you overall. Congratulations, first place. But secondly, how's the practice been over for you? I want to know what your schedule's like, because trying to balance that between challengers and game changers, it's got to be a busy day for you.
Yeah, I'm good. My schedule, it's pretty long. I'd say I probably have like 9-10 hours of team stuff in general every day.
Yeah.
Weekends I only play with one team, Blotter, because FlyQuest has weekends off, but usually it's like an event or something that happens, so I don't really have any break days. So it's
It's a 7-day grind.
Yeah, pretty much.
That's awesome.
And talk to me about how this roster is developing, because it's somewhat of a different roster from kickoff. You bring Lovely in and just new players to former players from FlyQuest Red returning. You're part of this. Like, how is the team growing throughout the weeks of Swiss?
I mean, it's good. I mean, I think this is in the second week. I don't think we expected to play Icebox, because I don't think I've played Icebox with FlyQuest Red once yet. So it was interesting. But apart from that, I think the team's going good. We're getting better.
So was it a surprise for you then to see like the composition that was cooked up by Joe and to see Lace on an ISO? Like, how did that come about if the practice wasn't there? Because it still looked quite cohesive, and it also looked like well, actually, even if it wasn't cohesive, you kind of popped the F off on that map.
Yeah, I mean, it was a surprise because I didn't even know until we loaded into server basically what the comp was going to be. Because I'm a bit out of loop sometimes because I miss some of the team discussions because I have 2 teams. So
yeah.
I mean, it was so good. I expected Lace to be on the ISO, to be honest, at all as well, because she's been playing ISO in another team, collegiate team.
Oh, that makes
good to
sense.
know. I didn't know that. Yeah.
Yeah, because we were like, no way, we have not seen a Lace on ISO in a long time, if not ever, at least an official match. So it was cool just to see all the comps you guys were cooking up. And I saw also on social media that FlyQuest Red streams their scrims. So kind of talk to me about what's the idea behind that, or just be kind of more out there with content and what you guys are cooking up.
I think the idea was to just stream our scrims, so teams that are a bit more newer, like competitors that are a bit more new to the scene and haven't competed yet, have an idea of how practice should look like. But I think that first week was a bit of a disaster because we tried different players gelling, and we tried play like different comps we never played before. But I think moving forward, we're probably just going to play scrims the way we normally do, and I don't think it'll be too much of a deal because we try and be adaptive. So even if people see what we do, I don't think it's that big of a deal.
Yeah, that's pretty cool because it all kind of follows the tracks of like Hadriel that streams all of his team scrims and they still won like in league, right? So that's pretty cool to see. That said, how come I didn't get to see any Bob Whaley on Lotus? I was so looking forward to it. When I was looking back at the VLR stats, like, yo, Bob Whaley, show me that stuff.
I mean, Whaley, it's like kind of an off pick on Lotus for me. Sometimes I'll pick it, sometimes not. Usually, probably not. I think the big reason is I think that comp plays Neon, and Neon punishes Whaley really hard because the refract on the Whaley is pretty slow, and Neon can always catch up to it.
Oh, that's good to know. So kind of like just an off pick coming in from like, okay, they're playing Neon, we should go to Raze. They'll do more damage. You'll get more value out of it.
Yeah. It's cool to just see all the comps that you guys cooked up and how you're able to experiment more in Swiss. And now you're at the top of the standings with Shopify, with Aussie and Friends, and YFP. How would you power rank those 4 teams, or just kind of who's at the top in your mind when it comes to Game Changers NA?
Bob number 1.
Honestly, I think FlyQuest top. Obviously, I'm on the team, and then I don't really know for the rest. I haven't really played them that much. I'd say Shopify, and then I don't know for the rest, honestly. I don't know how good YP is or the other teams.
Well, I'm excited to see y'all if you scrim publicly or how you're going to settle the score in Swiss. But always a pleasure talking to you, Bob, and seeing you frag out MVP all over the place. So thanks so much for joining us for the interview.
Thanks, Bob.
Thank you. See ya.
Congrats. That was Bob from our post-match interview brought to you by Verizon. We had 2 map 3s today, Vans. Like, Game Changers is so crazy. Even the comps do. Like,
yeah. I still love the reactions too from Bob after the interview. Like, you're asking to power rank the top 4, and she's just like, doesn't matter. We're at the top. We know that out of name, Shopify Rebellion Gold would probably be somewhere up there because they won champs last year and everything else in North America. But there's no competition for the rest, which I love. I love that type of answer, and it shows to me that, or it has me anticipating like these big games when they're gonna play against the Wada as well, and the Aussie and Friends too that has very strong rosters, and it could definitely be a brawl that goes back and forth. But as Bob was mentioning before, and that's what we witnessed towards this game today in this series, is they were very adaptive to what Ghost Gaming was able to do and provide here. Or what they brought up to the table, and they were able to adapt to that and to close the series. So it's nice to see the progression that's coming out of FlyQuest, and you're having players having to think more on their toes going into these matches, which is cool to see.
Yeah, and just looking at the standings, we have YFPX at number 1, FlyQuest number 2, Aussie and Friends number 3, and SRG at number 4. And remember, it's first to 4 wins to get into the main event, so we hope that you will join us next Monday, 2 p.m. Pacific, 5 p.m. Eastern, for the continuation of Swiss. We'll be getting into round 3 very soon, qualifying some teams into playoffs. So thank you all for joining us. Don't forget to hit that follow and be notified when Game Changers goes live next. Shout out to Radiant, shout out to Vans. See you Monday.
Bye.